Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by phantomdanger on Wattpad. Now let's start. Somewhere in the depths of space, a man lay injured, clutching a severe wound, his body shaking with harsh coughs that expelled dark BLD. An eerie voice echoed around him. The man held tightly to a silver sphere in his remaining hand, as if his life depended on it. The voice declared that he had lost. The bloodied man coughed again, more BLD escaping his lips. His arm had been severed, yet through the pain he managed a defiant grin, which only fueled the anger of the figure lurking in the shadows. Red eyes glowed ominously from the darkness. The man struggled to speak, each word a challenge, asserting that 𝗲𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐿 would never obtain the Omnitrix. 𝗲𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐿 responded coldly, noting the man's weakened state. He acknowledged the man as a fine warrior but paused as the dying man chuckled, his vision fading. 𝗲𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐿 crouched down, prying the sphere from the man's weakening grip. The man faintly questioned 𝗲𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐿's intentions, asking why he wouldn't just end his life. 𝗲𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐿 growled that he would, but he wanted to witness the man's realization of failure first. He opened the pod with growing anticipation, but his excitement quickly turned to fury when he discovered its contents were not what he expected. As he pulled out a photo, he crushed it in his hand, only to hear a faint chuckle from the man. 𝗲𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐿's glare filled with rage as he realized the man had played a trick on him. In a fit of anger, 𝗲𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐿 struck the man, a powerful blow that sent him reeling. As the man felt the intense pain, his thoughts turned to his loved ones. He expressed regret for not being able to return home, wishing he could tell his son how much he loved him and hoping that even without a quirk, his son would become a great hero. He chuckled softly, acknowledging that his wife would surely cry for him, but it was one of the many reasons he loved her. He wished he had shared his life with her to avoid worry. As 𝗲𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐿 withdrew his arm, dripping with BLD, he heard the man speak again. The man hoped 𝗲𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐿 could find forgiveness in his heart, revealing that the Omnitrix was on its way to his DNA signature, with only his son remaining as a match. The boy was only 10 years old now, but the Omnitrix would reach him when he turned 15. The burden of this knowledge weighed heavily on the man. Turning to face 𝗲𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐿, the man revealed he held a trigger in his hand. 𝗲𝗂𝐽𝐿's eyes widened in shock and fear as he recognized it as a fusion grenade. The man explained that it would destroy 𝗲𝗂𝐽𝐿's entire ship and fleet. 𝗲𝗂𝐽𝐿 realized this had been the man's plan all along. The man admitted that while this wouldn't kill 𝗲𝗂𝐽𝐿, it would grant the universe a brief period of peace before he returned. With determination, the man pressed the button, and a deafening roar erupted, followed by a blinding flash that consumed everything. The explosion surged outward, creating a shockwave that shattered the silence of space. Flames erupted from the warships, illuminating the void with a terrifying glow. Debris rained down like shooting stars, scattering remnants of the once mighty armada in every direction. Back on Earth, a woman and her 10-year-old son were at home. Izuku Midoriya was preparing 𝗬𝗓𝗏 for her son's birthday. Despite her son's lack of a quirk and the bullying he faced, he always wore a smile. The boy was excited for his special day, even though he had no friends. He felt like an outsider, but his mother always made his birthdays memorable. He eagerly asked if the food was ready, expressing his hunger. Izuku reminded him to be patient and mentioned that she had heard he made a friend that day. Izuku Midoriya nodded enthusiastically, recounting how a boy named 𝗵𝗏 had stood up for him against bullies. He shared that 𝗵𝗏 had not judged him for being quirkless but had instead called him brave for confronting gang members. Izuku's expression shifted as she processed his words, her concern growing. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Izuku wondered who could be visiting at such a late hour. Izuku's eyes sparkled with hope, thinking it might be his father, who always made an effort to be present for his birthday. Izuku smiled at her son, recalling how his father always found a way to be there. When she opened the door, she was met by a strange man with a mutant-type quirk, wearing a fishbowl on his head. He introduced himself as 𝗬𝗏 a colleague of her husband. 𝐒𝐭 greeted him warmly, inquiring about her husband's presence. The man flinched, struggling to convey the difficult news he had to share. 𝗏𝐭's world seemed to crumble around her as she recalled being told her husband had died in an explosion. With a trembling voice, she thanked 𝗓𝗵𝗲 for the information. He informed her that Hisashi Midoriya had left a significant sum of money to ensure she would live comfortably for many years. 𝗏𝐭 felt the weight of the news as she realized she needed to speak with her son. Izuku approached, asking if that was his father at the door. 𝗏𝐭 turned to him, trying to maintain a brave smile, but the truth weighed heavily on her heart. She gently told him that his father would not be coming home. Izuku's innocent hope clashed with the reality of the situation, and he wrapped his arms around her, assuring her that everything would be okay because he was there for her. 𝗏𝐭 embraced her son, tears streaming down her face as they shared a moment of love and comfort. 5 years later, Izuku Midoriya, now 15, was cleaning up 𝗧𝗵𝗲 beach as part of his training for One for All. After 6 grueling hours of work, he was drenched in sweat, his muscles burning from exertion. All Might observed the boy's progress, impressed by his determination, and decided to reward him with a treat for his hard work. Izuku was left to his own thoughts, feeling a surge of determination. He resolved to push himself even harder. With a powerful yell, he seized an old tire, dragging it through the sand. The tire, clearly from a dump truck, was heavy and bore the scent of neglect. Each pull left deep impressions in the sand, and sweat trickled down his forehead as he summoned every bit of strength he had. As he toiled with the tire, Midoriya began to reflect on his past, his encounter with All Might and the moment he was offered One for All. Those memories ignited his resolve, compelling him to exert even more effort against the tire's weight. 3 months earlier, the school day had finally concluded. Izuku Midoriya scrolled through his phone, catching up on the morning's incident. Just as he reached for his hero notebook, it was snatched away. Katsuki Bakugo, an old friend turned bully, held the notebook aloft, declaring that their confrontation wasn't over. Bakugo's friends laughed at the sight of the notebook's title. Izuku pleaded for the return of his notebook, but Bakugo merely sneered, clapping his hands together and causing an explosion that destroyed it. Izuku gasped in shock as Bakugo carelessly tossed the remnants out of the window. Bakugo boasted about his ambitions, claiming he would be the first hero from their public middle school to gain admission to UA. He then warned Izuku not to apply. Izuku trembled, sweat dripping from his face, unable to meet Bakugo's gaze for fear of what might happen next. He struggled to find words, but they failed him as a lump formed in his throat. Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed his shoulder and pushed him aside, confronting Bakugo. Bakugo's cronies stepped back, their earlier mockery replaced by fear as a new presence glared at them. The newcomer mocked Bakugo's attitude, questioning the hero's supposed duty to protect rather than belittle others. Bakugo's mood soured as he glared at the boy, 𝗵𝗏, who had come to defend Izuku. One of Bakugo's friends quivered in fear, questioning 𝗵𝗏's presence. 𝗵𝗏 casually stated that he was there to stop the bullying. Bakugo scoffed, suggesting that if 𝗵𝗏 stopped defending Izuku, life would be easier for him. He taunted 𝗵𝗏 about his permanent record, implying he would never get into a hero school. As Bakugo and his friends prepared to leave, Bakugo paused, a smug expression crossing his face. He suggested that 𝗵𝗏 might be useful if he had a quirk and made a cruel remark about taking a leap off the building to wish for one in his next life. 𝗵𝗏's eyes widened as he absorbed the ground beneath him, while Bakugo grinned, explosions crackling around his palm. Before 𝗵𝗏 could react, Izuku grabbed his forearm, shaking his head in warning. Bakugo and his friends departed, leaving 𝗵𝗏 to glare at them while Izuku looked down in shame. Ever since Bakugo had publicly exposed Izuku's quirkless nature, the school had made it their mission to make his life miserable. That might have been the case if not for 𝗵𝗏, who had threatened anyone who bullied Izuku with dire consequences. Most students dismissed his threats, which proved to be a grave mistake. One day, as Izuku headed home, he was ambushed by 5 upperclassmen eager to relieve their stress by attacking him with their quirks. 𝗵𝗏 witnessed the scene and kept his promise to protect his friend. However, the teachers only heard one side of the story, painting 𝗵𝗏 as a delinquent who had assaulted the bullies without cause. Izuku tried to explain, but no one listened to the quirkless boy. 𝗵𝗏 was furious, having received multiple warnings about his behavior. He continued to defend Izuku, despite the consequences. Students were puzzled by 𝗵𝗏's loyalty to Izuku, a boy with no quirk, but 𝗵𝗏 simply stated that they were friends. He made it clear that anyone who wanted to pick a fight with Izuku would have to deal with him as well. Izuku felt conflicted about his friend's willingness to fight on his behalf. Rather than remaining the weak quirkless boy in need of protection, he decided to fight alongside 𝗵𝗏. Though he often ended up on the receiving end of the blows, 𝗵𝗏 found it amusing that Izuku would stand up for himself despite lacking powers. Bakuga's voice interrupted their thoughts, reminding them that they wouldn't get into UA with their records. 𝗵𝗏 yawned, expressing his disinterest in Bakuga's taunts and suggesting they leave him with his friends. Izuku agreed, grabbing his bag as they walked away, much to Bakuga's annoyance. Izuku thanked 𝗵𝗏 for dealing with Bakuga, but 𝗵𝗏 questioned why Izuku still referred to Bakuga as 𝐭𝐻𝗄. He found it irritating that Izuku admired someone who treated him poorly. Izuku tried to defend Bakuga, claiming he was complicated, but 𝗵𝗏 scoffed at the notion that there was anything worthwhile beneath Bakuga's explosive demeanor. 𝗵𝗏 urged Izuku to face reality, insisting that Bakuga wasn't worth his admiration or respect. Izuku remained silent, grappling with his friend's words as they continued walking. 𝗵𝗏 then mentioned he needed to work on his car, which he had found in a junkyard. He was determined to transform it into a powerful machine. Izuku was surprised that 𝗵𝗏 was still working on the car, questioning whether he needed a license. 𝗵𝗏 shrugged off the concern, joking that he already had a record and one more wouldn't matter. As 𝗵𝗏 departed, Izuku waved goodbye before turning back to retrieve his hero journal. He didn't want Kevin to discover what 𝐭𝐿 had done to his notebook, knowing it would only spark a conflict between them. So, he returned to retrieve it. Later, he found himself confronted by a sludge villain, only to be rescued by 𝗓𝗏, his idol. As he clung to 𝗓𝗏, they soared through the air before landing on solid ground. 𝗓𝗏 paused for a moment, scrutinizing the boy closely, thinking to himself that the boy resembled someone who could be a hero. The boy wondered if he could still become a hero despite lacking a quirk. 𝗓𝗏 struggled to respond to the boy's question, as he knew he couldn't give him the answer he longed to hear. Everyone, including his longtime friend Kevin, had told him he could never be a hero, offering a harsh truth even if it stung. After revealing his true form, 𝗓𝗏 ultimately told the boy what he feared most. No, he should be more realistic. Now, he stood alone on the rooftop, gripping his backpack, his dreams shattered by the #1 hero. However, 𝗓𝗏 was proven wrong when this seemingly quirkless boy rushed into a perilous situation to save a classmate. He had no plan and no powers, yet while pro-heroes, including 𝗓𝗏, hesitated, he was the only one who acted. The boy's bravery and resourcefulness reminded 𝗓𝗏 of a certain fire-breathing friend. After saving the boy and subduing the villain, 𝗓𝗏 approached him, eager to know his name. The boy introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. 𝗓𝗏's eyes widened in surprise as he examined the boy more closely, bursting into laughter. He recalled Hisashi, who had often claimed that his son would be the greatest hero. 𝗓𝗏 had thought it was just parental pride, but now, seeing Izuku, he couldn't help but agree with his old friend. 𝗓𝗏 then declared that he deemed Izuku worthy of his power, offering his quirk for him to inherit. After this flashback, 𝗓𝗏 had just finished buying 2 meat buns, a satisfied smile on his face. However, his contentment quickly faded when a bright light streaked across the sky, resembling a shooting star but with an intensity that sent chills down his spine. The light grew larger and brighter, descending rapidly. His heart sank as he realized it was heading for Dagobah Beach. With urgency, 𝗓𝗏 dropped his buns and transformed into his muscular form, sprinting toward the beach, aware that disaster was imminent. At the littered beach, Izuku stood frozen, gazing up as something plummeted toward the earth at blinding speed. Suddenly, the sky erupted. The object tore through the atmosphere, shattering the clouds with a deafening sound. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as the shockwave struck, sending debris flying in all directions. The force knocked him to the ground, scattering trash and sand like an explosion. A thick dust cloud enveloped everything, making it hard to breathe. As the dust began to settle, Izuku noticed something glowing in the distance. His eyes locked onto a bright, pulsating orange sphere in a new crater in the sand. Curiosity drew him closer. The heat radiating from the sphere distorted the air around it. Upon nearing it, he realized it wasn't just any object, it was a metallic pod. The pod hissed and began to retract and open, bathing the beach in a vivid green glow. Inside was a strange device unlike anything Izuku had ever seen. It resembled a watch, sleek and futuristic, with green and black accents, and a central dial glowing with the same bright green hue. It seemed far more advanced than anything on Earth. Izuku whispered to himself, wondering what a watch was doing in outer space. The heat from the impact lingered in the air, but his curiosity overcame any sense of danger. He slowly extended his hand toward the device, the eerie green light reflecting in his wide, emerald eyes. Suddenly, the green glow intensified, and to his shock, the device leaped out of its pod and latched onto his wrist. In a panic, Izuku stumbled backward, trying to shake it off, pulling and prying at the device, but it wouldn't budge. Realizing the watch wasn't going to come off easily, he calmed himself enough to start fiddling with the faceplate. His fingers grazed over the smooth surface until he found what seemed to be an activation button. The faceplate popped up with a soft click, the hourglass symbol vanishing and being replaced by a bright green light that nearly blinded him. Izuku shielded his eyes, squinting against the sudden brightness. After a few moments, the light dimmed, and he lowered his hand, catching his breath. Hovering above the faceplate, made of what looked like green holographic light, was the image of a jellyfish-like creature. Izuku remarked on the strange appearance of the jellyfish, but his curiosity piqued as he turned the dial, revealing another figure. This one appeared to be a man engulfed in flames. He thought to himself that while this was fascinating, it didn't help him remove the device. Maybe if he pressed this. As he pressed down on the dial, he widened his eyes as he felt engulfed in a green light. It was sudden, as if his DNA was being altered. He felt no pain as his body transformed. When he opened his eyes, he found himself as a plasma-based life form, surrounded by green flames. In a panic, he ran around the beach, seeing the ocean and diving in, hoping the water would extinguish the flames. The small waves washed over him, creating steam as they put out the flames. Izuku sighed in relief, only for the flames to reignite, causing more steam to rise. Realizing that his body didn't feel like it was on fire, he calmed down and took a deep breath. He emerged from the water, feeling some mild pain from the waves. As if guided by instinct, he created a fireball in his palm, his eyes widening in disbelief. He realized he had a quirk, and a fire one at that. What else could he do? A long-forgotten memory surged to the surface. The countless times he had desperately tried to breathe fire like his father but had failed miserably. He stomped his foot on the ground, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a massive wave of flames that melted the trash before him. The flames burned a brilliant green, reminiscent of his father's. He closed his mouth, fighting back tears of joy, realizing he was just like his dad. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as All Might landed in a superhero pose. A scowl etched across his face as he glared at the alien before him. "A Prionite, what have you done with young Midoriya?" All Might demanded, his voice filled with authority. Midoriya's heart raced with fear as All Might's fierce gaze felt like that of a villain. He had never seen this side of the pro-hero, and it sent chills down his spine. "WW8. All Might, it's me," he exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice. The pro-hero showed no signs of backing down as he cracked his knuckles and began advancing toward the alien. In a moment of urgency, Midoriya realized he had to act quickly. "One for all," he shouted, hoping to reach the hero. All Might halted, his expression shifting to one of curiosity as he looked at the fiery alien. "You planned on giving me one for all. I know about your injury. So please, for the love of everything, don't attack me." All Might's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young Midoriya?" he asked, waiting for some form of clarification. The fiery alien nodded, a sense of urgency building within him as he noticed the symbol emblazoned on his chest. So the rumors are true. The Omnitrix is real. This has become more complicated than I thought. Later, All Might sat beside Midoriya, who was still in his pyronite form, around a campfire. The dark night was illuminated by the orange flames of the fire and the green flames flickering from Midoriya's body as he recounted how the mysterious device had latched onto him. "It's getting late. Mom must be so worried about me," he said, glancing at the flickering flames. "Well, we can't exactly have you show up looking like this. Your mother will have questions that we don't have answers for," All Might replied. "Yeah, I guess it would be pretty bad if I showed up looking like a monster in front of her." "You're not a monster, you're an alien," All Might corrected gently. Midoriya looked confused. "I mean, just look at yourself. What else could you be? Anyway, we should focus on figuring out how to turn you back." Midoriya immediately panicked, trying to think of a solution but coming up empty. "Well, young Midoriya, you've studied a lot about quirks. How do transformation types usually revert back?" All Might asked. Midoriya put a finger to his chin, recalling his extensive knowledge of quirks. "There are generally two ways. One, there's a time limit. It can vary from 10 minutes to several hours, depending on a person's stamina and physical condition." All Might nodded thoughtfully. "Your recent training has significantly increased your stamina. Even after training for more than 3 hours today, you don't seem fatigued." Midoriya continued, "The other way is through mastery of the quirk. But usually, people revert back if they're knocked out or completely exhausted. It's been over an hour since you transformed, so I believe it's the latter," All Might reasoned. "At this rate, you could stay like this for several more hours." "Hours?" Midoriya exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. "What are we going to do?" "I have an idea. But it might hurt. A lot." With a puff of smoke, All Might transformed into his hero form. Midoriya quickly realized his intentions as the pro-hero cracked his knuckles. Midoriya gulped nervously, sensing the impending pain. "This is going to hurt, isn't it?" With a powerful smash, All Might delivered a right hook, sending the boy flying. As Izuku landed, a green flash illuminated the area. All Might looked over to see the boy knocked out, now back in his human form. "He'll be out for about an hour. I should inform 𝗎𝗎. If the Omnitrix is here, then he won't be far behind." All Might pulled out his phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, someone answered. "Toshinori. To what do I owe this call?" "𝗎𝗎, we may have a problem. I recently met a quirkless boy with an incredible amount of heroic potential." "I see. You're planning to give this young man, the boy's name is Izuku Midoriya," All Might interrupted. On the other end, 𝗎𝗎 froze, his eyes widening as if he'd seen a ghost. His cup of tea slipped from his grasp. "I see. If he's anything like him, then I believe you've made the right choice. I do miss that man. His constant muttering," 𝗎𝗎 mused, momentarily lost in thought. But he quickly snapped back to the present. "Well, something extraordinary happened today. Do you remember Hisashi's last mission? I wasn't given all the details since I'm not exactly a plumber." "Yes, I remember," 𝗎𝗎 replied. Hisashi was tasked with protecting a piece of DNA technology from 𝗲𝗏𝗪𝒽's clutches. The battle raged across the galaxy, and after 𝗲𝗏𝗪 disappeared, rumors spread that the DNA technology was, in fact, the Omnitrix, the most powerful device in the universe. But no one has ever confirmed its existence. Well, the rumors are true. The Omnitrix does exist, and it's attached to one Izuku Midoriya. 𝗎𝗎 closed his eyes, processing the information. "That's troubling. Please bring him to you. Tomorrow. Early morning, if you can." "Understood." All Might hung up, only to hear a groan from Izuku. All Might thought to himself that he might have hit him a little too hard as he walked over to the boy, picked him up, and proceeded to the young hero's home while Midoriya snoozed on his back. The next day, the birds were chirping and people were waking up to the start of their day. Izuku Midoriya also woke up, beginning what could only be described as a strange day. As he stared at the strange device latched onto his wrist, the events of the previous night replayed in his mind. Guess it wasn't a dream, Midoriya thought with curiosity, examining the black and green device. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching him. Pressing the 2 rings on the Omnitrix, it popped open, revealing a holographic figure of the flaming alien form from last night. Cool. Izuku turned the dial and was surprised to see another alien form. This one had 4 arms and seemed to possess immense strength. He kept turning the dial, discovering a silhouette of a jellyfish and continuing through the rest, finding a total of 10 different forms within the watch. There are a total of 10 forms, and based on yesterday, they probably each have unique abilities, he muttered to himself. Midoriya got out of bed, grabbed his phone, and found a message from All Might. Young Midoriya, please come to you. At your earliest convenience. We need to discuss the matter of the strange device. Make sure you arrive by 10:30. Checking the time, Midoriya's eyes widened. It was already 9:50. See, he shouted, rushing to take a quick shower. After putting on clothes and grabbing his red shoes, he bolted out the door. Izuku, where are you going? You haven't had breakfast yet. His mother called. Sorry, Mom. He had to meet someone, and as he sprinted down the street, he checked the time again, realizing he was running late. Panic set in as he thought about disappointing All Might. Just then, like a miracle, his best friend, Kevin Levin, pulled up in a green muscle car. Midoriya stopped in awe, admiring the vehicle as Kevin grinned widely. Wow. You actually fixed it. You rebuilt it from scratch. Midoriya exclaimed. With a smug grin, Kevin nodded, proud of his achievement. It had taken him 2 years, but all his hard work had paid off. Even though he might not get into any high school, he had a friend willing to give him a chance. Once he showcased this high-powered car, things would surely improve for him. Midoriya admired the car, feeling a swell of pride for Kevin's accomplishment. It looks incredible. Can I get a ride? Sure, but do you mind dropping me off at 𝐒𝐻𝐁? Kevin raised an eyebrow, curious about the request. Please. Midoriya pleaded, clasping his hands together. Kevin shrugged, thinking it was just one of Midoriya's quirky requests. All right, hop in. As they sped down the road, Midoriya held on tightly, panic evident on his face. He asked if Kevin knew how to drive. With a confident smirk, Kevin replied, pushing the car to full speed as if to prove his skills. While Kevin seemed to be enjoying himself, Midoriya looked like he might faint. A few minutes later, Midoriya felt overwhelmed, while Kevin burst into laughter. I thought I was going to die, Midoriya groaned. Don't be a baby. A little thrill won't hurt you. Now get out, I've got things to do. Kevin said, still grinning. Midoriya waved at his friend as he exited the car. Just then, a booming voice caught his attention. You arrived on time, just as I asked. All Might called out, standing nearby with a serious expression. All Might handed Midoriya a visitor pass, his eyes narrowing slightly as he glanced at Levin. That was your friend Levin, wasn't it? Midoriya nodded, his gaze fixed on the sleek green muscle car. Yeah, he has an amazing quirk, osmosis. But he doesn't want to be a hero. All Might's gaze lingered on Levin, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He cleared his throat before turning back to Midoriya. Osmosis allows him to absorb anything. That's quite a powerful ability. Midoriya's confusion deepened as he asked what that meant. All Might's expression turned serious, his voice low. We'll discuss that later. For now, let's focus on your visit. As they walked toward the 𝐒𝐻𝐈 building, All Might cast Levin a sidelong glance, concern clouding his eyes. Midoriya, oblivious to the tension, marveled at the campus, exclaiming how incredible it was. All Might smiled, his demeanor lightening. Hopefully, you'll become a student here soon. For now, let's head to the principal's office. We can't waste time. Hours later, Midoriya underwent extensive testing as the heroes examined the watch and its connection to him. Recovery Girl had conducted a thorough checkup, taking BLD samples and other fluids. Midoriya felt a mix of emotions, ecstatic to meet 2 pro heroes, Power Loader and Recovery Girl, and thrilled to get their autographs, yet the tests were far from comfortable. As Recovery Girl reviewed her notes and the gathered data, both she and Power Loader stood beside Midoriya. The device has completely fused with you, Recovery Girl said, her tone serious. Midoriya looked confused and a bit worried, asking if that meant it was permanent. Power Loader chimed in, explaining that while it resembled a watch, it was not merely attached to his skin. It had latched onto his bones and merged with his DNA. Midoriya blinked in shock. So far, the device seems permanently attached to you, Recovery Girl added. But it has also enhanced your healing abilities. Your body has changed, your stamina and all your physical capabilities have improved. All Might, who had been quietly observing, asked how much Midoriya had changed. Recovery Girl responded that while he would still need to train physically, in about 4 months, he could reach what they considered peak human condition for someone his age. Midoriya was taken aback by the timeline. All Might thought to himself that with that progress, he could give Midoriya one for all much sooner than originally planned. Just then, a new voice spoke from the doorway, requesting to test Midoriya in his alien forms. Midoriya turned to see a hybrid figure resembling a dog, bear, and mouse, instantly recognizing Principal 𝗎𝗓. And you must be Izuku Midoriya. It's an honor to meet you, 𝗎𝗓 said with a smile. Tashinori, I'd like to speak with you in private. All Might nodded as 𝗎𝗓 led him out. Before leaving, the principal turned back to Midoriya, asking him to meet them in the training room afterward for testing the Omnitrix. Midoriya blinked in confusion, asking what the Omnitrix was. 𝗎𝗓 paused, realizing his slip-up, but then smiled. Well, that nifty watch of yours should have a name, don't you think? Midoriya nodded, not questioning one of the smartest beings on the planet. 𝗎𝗓 and All Might headed to the principal's office. Upon entering, All Might noticed a man sitting inside, looking as though he desperately needed coffee. The man had long black hair and wore a scarf. All Might recognized him instantly. Aizawa, All Might said. Oh, it's you, Aizawa replied in a bored tone. I thought this was a meeting for actual plumbers. All Might became defensive, stating that while he may not be an official plumber, he had helped out in the past. He mentioned that he thought all the plumbers had retired 5 years ago. Aizawa shrugged, explaining that they had, but he had been hearing rumors that Vilgax was back. For Hisashi's family's sake, he hoped. It wasn't true. 𝗎𝗓, seated at his desk, poured himself a cup of tea. He mentioned that 13 and the others couldn't make it, as Phil was off doing his own thing. After taking a sip, he continued, stating he had heard the same rumors about Vilgax's return and that the Omnitrix was on Earth. Aizawa, usually neutral, looked shocked for a brief moment, realizing the implications. It's on Earth. We need to track it down. If it falls into the wrong hands, he began, but 𝗎𝗓 interrupted, stating that All Might had already located it and that the Omnitrix was attached to Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa's mouth went dry as he processed the information. Midoriya. His son. 𝗎𝗓 nodded, and Aizawa quickly responded that they needed to put the kid under protection. 𝗎𝗓 calmly stated that they wouldn't be doing anything for now. They wanted to test the boy first, observe his actions, and then plan how to proceed. The pros nodded in agreement. All Might then asked if they should inform Midoriya about everything, the plumbers, the aliens, and everything his father had done. The immediate response from both 𝗎𝗓 and Aizawa was a firm no. All Might looked surprised. What? Why not? 𝗎𝗓 fixed him with a serious look, explaining that they couldn't tell the boy that his father didn't die in a car accident but was murdered. The same being who had taken his father's life was now coming to Earth for the device on his wrist. If he failed to defeat this being, the entire world could face destruction. The weight of such responsibility was daunting. All Might remained silent, contemplating 𝗎𝗓's words. 𝗎𝗓 continued, stating they would inform the boy when the time was right, but for now, it was too risky. Panic was the last thing they wanted. With a clap of his hands, 𝗎𝗓's smile returned as he expressed his hope that the boy would live up to his father. After changing, Izuku stepped out of the room and followed Power Loader to a vast gym. Upon entering, he noticed the spacious, enclosed area, perfect for a demonstration. Several pro heroes awaited him: Midnight, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, Aizawa, All Might, and 𝗎𝗓. Feeling the weight of their presence, Izuku bowed deeply in respect, expressing his honor at meeting them. Midnight chuckled, noting his energetic demeanor, while 𝗬𝗵𝗲 greeted him with a nod. Aizawa, less enthusiastic, sighed, urging them to proceed. Nizu, maintaining his composure, turned to Izuku and asked him to activate his quirk. Nerves gripped Izuku as he prepared to showcase the Omnitrix for the first time. With trembling hands, he pressed the device, and a holographic figure emerged. He cycled through the forms before decisively slamming down on the device. A brilliant green flash filled the room, compelling everyone to shield their eyes. When the light faded, Izuku had transformed. In his place stood a new alien form, blue-furred and muscular. Present Mike, confused, wondered where the boy had gone. The alien examined himself, curious about the blue fur covering his body. With a hint of disappointment, he muttered about hoping for a different form. Nizu observed closely, asking if he was still learning to control these forms. The alien confirmed that the powers had only manifested the day before, leaving him uncertain about their capabilities. Nizu suggested he try running to gauge his speed. The word run triggered something within the alien, instinctively pushing him into a runner stance. Without hesitation, he took off. The effect was immediate. A powerful gust of wind swept through the gym, causing Midnight to struggle with her glasses. Present Mic's jaw dropped, and his sunglasses shattered upon hitting the floor. Clothes ruffled, hair was blown askew, and several items toppled from the force of Izuku's speed. He became a blue blur, racing through the room at an incredible pace. Even All Might found it challenging to keep up as Midoriya zipped from one side of the gym to the other, leaving a whirlwind in his wake. When he finally came to a stop, his momentum carried him too far, and he stumbled, crashing into the wall with a loud thud. Despite the impact, he managed to express his amazement at the power he had just experienced. The gym fell silent as the teachers stared, their expressions a mix of shock and amusement. Midoriya looked around sheepishly, taking in the chaos he had caused, teachers with ruffled hair and misplaced glasses. He bowed deeply, apologizing profusely. The teachers quickly adjusted their appearances. All Might reassured him that his speed was impressive, while 𝗬𝗵𝗲 agreed, nodding in approval. Midnight, with a teasing tone, remarked that such speed might be a concern for some. All Might and Aizawa warned her, reminding her they had discussed this previously. Midnight defended her comments, stating that he wasn't her student. Izuku turned red with embarrassment as Nizu spoke up, indicating there were 12 flying drones. He wanted to see what Izuku could do, challenging him to disable them within 5 minutes. All Might expressed concern, questioning if that was too much for the boy. Nizu countered, emphasizing the importance of not coddling him. All Might glanced at Nizu before turning to his pupil, stating that it would only proceed if Izuku agreed. With an unsure nod, Izuku prepared as the drones began to surround him. The teachers stepped back, watching with concern. The alien gulped as the drones activated, their beeping filling the room. As they began firing, Izuku's legs trembled, fear evident on his face. He had never fought before. Kevin usually handled those situations. Even when Izuku attempted to help, he often ended up defeated. As he braced himself for impact, he realized the bullets hadn't hit him yet. Opening his eyes, he noticed they were approaching in slow motion. Momentarily surprised, he thought about how slowly they moved. However, his legs still shook uncontrollably, paralyzing him with fear. Memories of being belittled flooded his mind, how everyone had called him Deku, labeling him weak and other hurtful names that chipped away at his pride and self-confidence. On the verge of giving up, a few words echoed in his mind, "You too can be a hero." With renewed determination, Izuku opened his eyes, which glowed green like emeralds. Suddenly he blasted off like a bullet, dodging the barrage of attacks aimed at his previous location. The teachers watched in awe as Izuku faced the 12 drones, which fired relentlessly. With incredible agility, Izuku dodged every attack, leaping off walls and backflipping to avoid the hail of bullets. Not a single shot grazed him. The teachers were stunned, but Aizawa and Nizu wore disappointed expressions. Aizawa pointed out that Izuku was merely evading attacks, and time was running out. Nizu checked the timer, noting that only 2 minutes and 50 seconds remained. Determined to test Izuku's limits, 𝗎𝗎 increased the drone's firepower, equipping them with missiles. Aizawa questioned if he would continue running, emphasizing that he had been dodging for over 3 minutes. The teacher's words struck deep. Aizawa expressed his frustration, suggesting that despite All Might's praise, Izuku was just a boy with power but no potential. A missile launched unexpectedly, catching Izuku off guard. He stumbled backward as the blast hit the ground. The harsh words stung, and Izuku struggled to regain his footing. Everyone witnessed his struggle. Aizawa turned away, dismissing Izuku as unworthy of attention. But then, Izuku breathed, standing tall, determination clear on his face. Aizawa paused, his gaze snapping back to Izuku. The boy declared with passion and fiery spirit that he had potential and would become a hero, his words echoing in the hearts of those around him, reminiscent of a beloved pro-hero and an old friend. As missiles armed themselves, the speedster rose, wiping blood from his cheek, leaving everyone puzzled. Midnight expressed her concern, questioning why he wasn't fleeing. Even All Might seemed ready to intervene, urging the boy to run. Instead of retreating, Izuku crouched into a running stance. With a sudden surge, he launched forward with a sonic boom, prompting everyone to cover their ears. He charged toward a missile, leaped into the air, seized it, and hurled it back at the drone, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The crowd watched in awe as Izuku faced the remaining drones. Without hesitation, he sprinted at full speed, capturing another drone to use as both shield and weapon. As 2 drones opened fire, he dashed forward, employing the captured drone to block the bullets. He collided with them at full force, leaping onto one drone before slamming it into another, dismantling both with precision. The speedster pressed on without pause. More bullets rained from a nearby drone, but he utilized the damaged drone as a shield once more. 2 other drones approached from opposite sides, ready to strike. Acting swiftly, he tossed the broken drone like a frisbee at the drone ahead, then backflipped just in time as the remaining drones shot each other down. Breathing heavily, he noticed 4 drones still in the air. He urged himself to think, recalling every hero he had studied, especially those with speed quirks. Determination surged within him as he questioned whether he was fast enough. He bolted forward, rapidly closing the gap between himself and the drones. As he gained speed, a powerful wind swirled in his wake. He ran faster, forcing the drones together until they collided with a loud crash. The sheer velocity created a vortex, kicking up dust and debris, causing the teachers to shield themselves. The windstorm roared through the room, obscuring visibility. Finally, Izuku came to a halt, slightly dizzy. As he steadied himself, the remnants of the drones clattered to the ground, their destruction complete. A loud beeping emanated from the Omnitrix, and a flash of green light enveloped him, reverting him to his human form. He collapsed, breathing heavily, but managed to rise to his feet. 𝗎𝗎 clicked the stopwatch, glancing down with a smile, noting there were 50 seconds remaining. Aizawa muttered, a rare grin forming on his face, while All Might marveled at Izuku's newfound coolness. Still feeling dizzy, Izuku asked how he had performed. 𝗎𝗎 responded with a bright smile, stating he had done excellently and with time to spare. 𝗎𝗎 then addressed All Might, indicating that since the device was attached to Izuku's wrist, it would be All Might's responsibility to teach him. The room filled with surprised expressions. 𝗎𝗎 continued, explaining that this would serve as a testing ground, and how they trained Izuku over the next 7 months would impact the results during the exams. Aizawa agreed, noting their limited time due to responsibilities but acknowledged that All Might would have ample opportunity to assist, given his injury. Midnight chimed in, recalling Aizawa's recent decision to expel his entire class, which left Izuku in shock. Aizawa shrugged, reminding everyone of his duties as a teacher and pro-hero. He added with a grin that if Izuku failed, it would reflect poorly on All Might as a teacher. All Might remained composed, assuring everyone that Izuku would pass the entrance exam with flying colors, but emphasized the need for swift preparation. One of the plumbers ominously warned of the challenges ahead, mentioning Vilgax. Izuku nervously smiled, suddenly realizing something important. He had returned to normal. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 remarked on his surprise, and Izuku explained that he had remained in alien form for an hour until All Might had intervened. The room turned to All Might, who fidgeted awkwardly, defending his actions as the only solution to prevent Izuku from appearing at home as a giant fireball. Aizawa expressed his annoyance, questioning the logic behind knocking him out. Nizu, with a menacing aura, requested they find a better method for Izuku to revert to human form. Both All Might and Izuku shivered in response, agreeing to seek a better solution. Izuku then excitedly shared his realization that each transformation seemed linked to his condition. If he was unwell or fatigued, he would revert back to human form. As the day drew to a close, Izuku and All Might stood on the beach, concluding their training session. Izuku noted that moving the trash had become significantly easier, his stamina, strength, and speed all noticeably improved. All Might declared the training session complete and suggested they focus on how Izuku could transform back. He inquired if Izuku knew any quirk users specializing in transformation. Izuku hesitated, admitting he didn't really know anyone, though he had classmates who wanted nothing to do with him. All Might pondered whether Izuku had tried tapping the faceplate while transformed. Frustrated, Izuku revealed that was the first thing he had attempted. All Might advised that until they figured it out, it would be best to avoid transforming unless absolutely necessary, especially to prevent his mother from discovering him in the form of Heat Blast. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the name, and All Might explained it was his fire transformation, suggesting he give names to distinguish between them. Izuku nodded, acknowledging the logic. All Might proposed they start categorizing all of Izuku's transformations and testing their abilities the following day. Izuku nodded eagerly, a bright smile illuminating his face. Suddenly, a powerful phrase resonated within him, feeling both cosmic and fitting: it's hero time. Izuku's transformations included Heat Blast, Diamond Head, Goop, Fast Track, Brainstorm, 4 Arms, Stinkfly, Ghost Freak, Amphibian, Spider Monkey. Standing on the beach, Izuku cracked his knuckles, ready to spend the day testing his transformations, with All Might observing nearby. Midoriya, dressed in his green jumpsuit, met All Might's gaze, and the pro-hero nodded in acknowledgement. Midoriya returned the gesture, expressing his determination to explore the capabilities of his new forms. He pressed the button on the Omnitrix, and the dial popped up, revealing a holographic silhouette. With resolve, Midoriya activated the Omnitrix, enveloped in a bright green flash. As the light dimmed, All Might observed closely and recognized the transformation as a Tetraman. Midoriya, now transformed, marveled at his new physique, exclaiming in awe at his massive arms. He flexed, feeling the power coursing through him, towering over All Might, who was usually the largest figure in the room. Estimating his height, Midoriya realized he stood around 12 feet tall, feeling stronger than ever before. He noted the resemblance of this form to All Might, contemplating its potential strength. With excitement, he prepared to leap, and All Might quickly cautioned him to stay within the beach's limits. Midoriya nodded and launched himself into the air, creating an explosive shockwave that sent debris flying. All Might braced himself as the ground shook from the impact when Midoriya landed on the far side of the beach, sending a cloud of sand into the air. All Might, breathing heavily, approached Midoriya, checking on him. Midoriya, filled with enthusiasm, lifted a truck from the trash pile with ease, exclaiming how incredible it felt. All Might advised against using this form for cleaning, explaining that while powerful, it was better suited for combat rather than endurance training. Midoriya, surprised by the mention of combat, asked who would train him. All Might, with a booming laugh, transformed into his muscular form, radiating confidence. He encouraged Midoriya to prepare for a sparring session, and though Midoriya felt nervous, he raised his 4 arms, ready to face the challenge. All Might instructed him to breathe deeply and remain calm, emphasizing the importance of not showing fear. As Midoriya steadied himself, the tremors in his hands subsided. All Might then demonstrated a quick punch, and Midoriya instinctively dodged, surprising both himself and All Might when he countered with a solid punch that caught All Might off guard. All Might, impressed, acknowledged the hit and encouraged Midoriya to withstand a punch in return. With remarkable speed, All Might closed the distance and unleashed a powerful blow, creating a shockwave that sent debris flying. Midoriya braced himself, arms raised, and to both their astonishment, he remained standing after the impact. Emboldened, Midoriya pushed back against All Might, adopting a fighting stance, though his inexperience was evident. All Might acknowledged his strength but noted the lack of experience. In an instant, he launched a punch that connected with Midoriya's stomach, forcing the air from his lungs. Midoriya struggled to rise as All Might's swift combinations sent him back down. With a final punch, All Might launched Midoriya across the beach, scattering debris everywhere. The Omnitrix flashed green, enveloping Midoriya in emerald light, reverting him to his human form. All Might nodded in approval, praising Midoriya for lasting longer than most opponents. Midoriya, groaning and clutching his stomach, expressed gratitude, feeling honored. All Might, still grinning, reminded him of the transformations left to test, filling Midoriya with a sense of foreboding about the day ahead. A few moments later, Midoriya reviewed his training plan from String 1 for all while munching on a dumpling. Suddenly, he heard the familiar beep of the Omnitrix and stretched his arms, declaring his readiness. As he dialed the Omnitrix, he skipped past the forms he had already used and activated a new transformation. Looking down at his new form, Midoriya remarked on his seafood-like appearance. All Might groaned in annoyance, recognizing the transformation as cerebrocrustacean, known for their condescending nature. Midoriya, adjusting to his new abilities, suggested a more fitting name, Brainstorm, as he began to generate electricity from his brain, sending sparks dancing around him. With newfound determination, Midoriya realized he needed to focus on improving his endurance rather than traditional exercises, setting the stage for his next training phase. My transformations demand stamina, and improving my endurance will enable me to sustain these forms for longer periods. All Might nodded in agreement, though the alien's condescending tone was a bit grating. They needed to focus on enhancing durability and muscle density to help acclimate to the overwhelming power of One for All. With this strategy, the alien calculated that he could be ready to receive the quirk 2 months before the entrance exam. During that time, he would also refine his ability to use One for All when he returned to his human form. All Might grinned at the crab-like alien, who was now carefully adjusting the plan with a pen. However, Brainstorm's expression shifted to annoyance. All Might felt as if he were a student called to the principal's office. The alien pointed out that the original plan had been for him to receive One for All in 10 months. All Might confirmed this, but Brainstorm continued, indicating that the adjustments suggested he intended to grant the quirk on the day of the entrance exam. All Might gulped, realizing the implications. The alien expressed concern about receiving such a powerful quirk without any combat training, warning that using it unprepared could lead to severe injuries before the exam even began. He hoped he was mistaken, as such an oversight would indicate a lack of foresight. All Might insisted that everything would be fine, but Brainstorm, annoyed, unleashed a concentrated blast of electricity toward him, causing All Might to twitch in discomfort. As the sun began to set, a flash of green light illuminated the beach, revealing Midoriya lying on the ground, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Lacking knowledge about the Omnitrix, he could only transform back to normal by completely exhausting himself, which he had done through all the transformations. The beach was scattered with pale crystals embedded in the sand, and some appliances lay melted and covered in green slime, while others were caught in a web-like substance. Black scorch marks dotted the sand, remnants of lightning strikes. All Might stood nearby, covered in scorch marks, his clothing tattered and splattered with green goo. He had also reverted to his normal form. He remarked that they had figured out what all the transformations could do and promised to allocate a day for each transformation for Midoriya to work on. Exhausted, Midoriya could only manage a weak thumbs up. All Might advised him to avoid transforming, especially if he didn't know how to turn back, as he wouldn't want to show up to class as Ghost Freak. Midoriya nodded but looked concerned at the mention of Ghost Freak. He explained that transforming into him felt strange, as it was like being someone else, similar to how some professionals felt when wearing a mask. All Might acknowledged that Midoriya seemed to gain a slight confidence boost, though Brainstorm made him come off as condescending. Midoriya groaned in embarrassment, apologizing for that aspect. He continued, explaining that with Ghost Freak, It felt like he was hijacking someone else's body, and that entity didn't appreciate it. A moment of silence followed, broken only by All Might's shivering. He reassured Midoriya that he didn't need to worry about it for now. Midoriya nodded uncertainly as his phone rang. He answered, letting his mother know he would be home soon before heading back. As he walked home, he struggled to keep his eyes open, yawning frequently. When he finally returned home, he barely had the energy to collapse onto his bed, instantly falling asleep from exhaustion. The next morning, Midoriya's mother called him to wake up, urging him not to be late for school. He groaned, turning in bed before finally waking up, resigned to another day of being treated like an outcast, the whispers about him being quirkless echoing in his mind. Then a realization struck him. He had a quirk, which meant he could show everyone that the nickname Deku, which had caused him so much pain, didn't define him. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reminding himself that just because he had a quirk didn't mean he had to flaunt it like Kaken. He had nothing to prove, and Kevin's status served as a good deterrent against bullies. As he put on his uniform, he ensured the Omnitrix was hidden under his sleeve. After a quick breakfast and a kiss on his mother's cheek, he heard the familiar horn of a car. Spotting Kevin in his muscle car, he waved back. Kevin shouted for him to hurry up as Midoriya hopped into the car, hesitating briefly, knowing Kevin's reckless driving style. After fastening his seatbelt, he gave a shaky thumbs up. As they sped off, Kevin noticed the unusual watch on Midoriya's wrist. He asked about it, and Midoriya's heart raced as he tried to hide the Omnitrix, earning a suspicious look from Kevin. He stammered that he liked it and had gotten it 2 days ago, which Kevin found super weird but fitting for him. Midoriya laughed nervously, but Kevin continued to pry. He noticed the symbol on the watch, but their conversation shifted as they arrived at school. Walking through the halls, the boys ignored the stares and whispers from other students. Upon reaching the lockers, Kevin's expression darkened at the sight of Izuku's locker, which was vandalized with cruel messages in bright red and black marker. Messages like, "Quirkless freak," and "You'll never be a hero," taunted him, the locker bearing the marks of countless insults, scratched and dented as if it were a target for the students' pent-up aggression. Midoriya's heart sank as he absorbed the hurtful words, feeling the familiar sting of their cruelty. Yet, a memory of the one person who truly believed in him pierced through the negativity, All Might. Whispering the hero's name to himself rekindled a flicker of determination within him. Kevin clenched his fists in anger, ready to confront the bullies, but Izuku shook off the pain. He grabbed some books, a newfound resolve strengthening his posture as he made his way to class. Upon opening the classroom door, a hush fell over the room. Students glanced at him, some surprised by his lack of reaction, while others pointed and jeered, calling him a quirkless loser. Normally, such taunts would elicit a painful response from him, but today he felt a sense of strength rising within him. Everyone noticed the tears he tried to conceal, but today felt different. This time, he squared his shoulders and confronted the insults directly, as if the words simply bounced off him. Kevin smiled, confident in his friend's resolve. He addressed the group of students, asserting that no matter how hard they tried to bring him down, they would never succeed. Frustrated, the group glared at him before walking away. Midoriya waved goodbye to Kevin and headed back to class. As the school day concluded, Izuku stepped out of the building, recalling Kevin's words about meeting at his car. He scanned the area, feeling a mix of confusion and concern when he spotted a group of students surrounding Kevin's vehicle, their expressions filled with malice. They mocked Kevin, calling him a freak and discussing how they couldn't break him but could easily vandalize his car. One of them mentioned that Tsuruo was distracting Kevin, giving them ample time to cause trouble. Izuku's legs trembled as he approached, pleading with them to leave the car alone. The group turned to him, erupting in laughter at his attempt to stand up for his friend. One of the bullies struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. The bully grabbed him by the collar, threatening him and asserting that he would hurt him worse than anyone else could imagine. Feeling a surge of determination, Izuku grabbed the bully's arm, insisting they leave the car alone. The onlookers were taken aback by his unexpected bravery, but the thug retaliated, throwing him aside with ease. The bully taunted him, questioning what he could possibly do about it. Just then, Izuku heard the familiar beep of the Omnitrix, as if it were reminding him of his options. He quickly glanced at the group before running away to find a hiding spot. The bullies laughed at his retreat, calling him a loser, but Izuku wasn't fleeing out of fear, he was searching for a place to transform. Eventually, he found a secluded area where he could prepare for what was to come. He encouraged himself to transform into Ghost Freak and scare the bullies away from Kevin's car, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves as he activated the Omnitrix. A holographic figure of Heat Blast appeared, and after scrolling through the options, he stopped at the Spectre. Determined, he pressed the button on the Omnitrix. In a flash of green light, he transformed but was surprised to find himself as Fast Track instead of Ghost Freak. Heart racing, he hugged the corner, watching the boys prepare to vandalize the car. With a burst of energy, Fast Track declared it was hero time and shot out of his hiding spot like a bullet. One of the bullies barely had time to react before Fast Track delivered a swift punch, sending him staggering back. Fast Track weaved through the group with incredible speed, leaving them bewildered. Kevin emerged from the school, a smile spreading across his face as he witnessed the chaos unfolding. Fast Track's rapid movements were too quick for anyone to track, and his strikes sent several bullies tumbling to the ground. Confusion spread among the thugs as they shouted in disbelief, trying to comprehend what was happening. Fast Track continued to dart around, delivering quick jabs and kicks that left the bullies sprawled on the ground, utterly humiliated. When he finally stopped, the thugs were tangled together, unable to recover from the surprise attack. Fast Track stumbled but quickly regained his composure, pretending nothing had happened. He quipped about the embarrassing situation, glancing at the bullies who were now too ashamed to respond. The onlookers stared at the blue and black figure in astonishment. Kevin noticed the symbol on its chest and felt a mix of curiosity and relief as the thugs fled, humiliated, while laughter erupted from the crowd. Kevin called out to Fast Track, who turned, panic flashing across his face upon hearing his voice. He waved shyly before darting away, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Kevin stood there, trying to process everything that had just occurred. Fast Track zoomed through the streets at an incredible speed, struggling to control his momentum as he attempted to slow down. A girl with earphone jacks as earlobes was walking home, about to catch the train when a sudden gust of wind rushed past her, blowing her hair and jacket slightly. Surprised, she looked around but saw nothing, muttering in confusion. Nearby, a guy with spiky blonde hair and a tail was about to enter a gym to train for the UA entrance exam. He glanced down the street, astonished to see a blue and black blur racing past. A girl with an unexpressive face, dressed in her school uniform, was also walking home when a gust of wind lifted her skirt, which she quickly pressed down, assuming it was just a random breeze. Above the city, a man with red wings soared through the sky, assisting in rescue efforts. He felt something moving at incredible speeds and caught a glimpse of the blue streak dashing through the streets, smiling at the impressive speedster below. Meanwhile, a man in white armor was tying up some thugs with his teammates, waiting for the police to arrive. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rushed by, nearly knocking off the armored man's helmet. He grinned, impressed by the speed of whoever was racing past. Fast Track, however, was struggling to maintain control. He muttered to himself, trying to slow down, but lost control and crashed into a pile of trash cans, sending debris flying. Dazed, he lay there for a moment, trying to regain his bearings. As he attempted to stand, a voice called out, asking if he was okay. Fast Track looked up, blinking to clear his vision, and recognized the armored figure standing above him. Excitement bubbled within him. As he realized it was 𝗔𝗵𝗄, a hero he admired. 𝗔𝗵𝗄 chuckled, noticing the awe in Fast Track's eyes and acknowledging his fame. Fast Track expressed his admiration for 𝗔𝗵𝗄 and the Iida family hero agency, excited to meet someone so renowned. 𝗔𝗵𝗄 dismissed the concern with a laugh, assuring Fast Track that he wasn't there to arrest him. He pointed out that crashing into trash bins wasn't the smoothest move. Fast Track sheepishly admitted that stopping wasn't his strong suit at the moment. 𝗔𝗵𝗄 offered to help, suggesting that a fellow speedster could assist him. Fast Track's eyes brightened with excitement at the offer but then hesitated, wondering if 𝗔𝗵𝗄 was too busy. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 smiled, emphasizing that one could never be too busy to help someone in need, especially to avoid further mishaps with trash bags. Fast Track, feeling embarrassed, agreed to the help. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 explained the importance of grinding to a stop when moving at high speeds, advising him to keep his feet at a steady angle to slow down gradually. Fast Track listened intently, nodding as he absorbed the information before taking a runner's stance. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 watched closely as Fast Track sped off, ready to assist if necessary. Onlookers were captivated by the sight of the two speedsters racing down the street. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 encouraged Fast Track to grind to a stop, and Fast Track managed to come to a smooth halt, breathing with joy at his accomplishment. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 approached, thoroughly impressed, and praised Fast Track for his quick learning. Fast Track expressed his gratitude, excited about how this newfound speed would help him excel in the entrance exam for UA. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴, curious, asked about Fast Track's age, and was surprised to learn he was only 15, noting that he didn't fit the typical teenager mold, even with his mutation-type quirk. Fast Track blushed slightly as he clarified that his quirk was actually a transformation type, allowing him to take on different forms. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 was intrigued and noted that Fast Track hadn't fully embraced his speed yet, which would affect his techniques. He recognized Fast Track's potential, impressed by his precise and flexible movements. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 encouraged him, explaining that speed was crucial in emergencies, as people often needed help quickly. He emphasized that Fast Track could be the hero someone desperately needed in various situations, highlighting the versatility of his quirk. Fast Track realized the impact he could have if he mastered his forms, feeling motivated to become a versatile hero. Before he could express his gratitude, they heard distant shouts from women nearby, calling for help as thieves had stolen something. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴, ready for action, noted that they were needed. Fast Track eagerly agreed to join him, and 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 invited him to take down the villains together. Fast Track nodded, and 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 encouraged him to keep up as he took off, leaving Fast Track momentarily stunned before he followed. They arrived at the scene to find 3 individuals in purple costumes, one of whom was holding stolen items. The anger of the nearby women made the situation clear. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 was recognized by one of the women, causing the thieves to panic. As they attempted to escape, 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 stepped forward but found himself stuck on one of the purple spheres that had been thrown. Fast Track seized the opportunity, darting forward to snatch the bag from the thieves, his face contorting at the sight of the stolen items inside. The thieves protested, claiming they had earned the items, but Fast Track quickly dodged their attempts to hit him with more spheres, moving with incredible speed. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 managed to free himself and swiftly subdued the 3 thieves with quick strikes. Fast Track then turned to the bushes, hoping to find the person responsible for throwing the spheres, but they had already fled. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 called for Fast Track to find some rope to tie up the thieves, and he quickly complied. After tying up the thieves, who were now unconscious, 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 turned to Fast Track, curious about his name. Fast Track introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, transforming back to his usual self as the green light of the Omnitrix enveloped him. The women rushed over to thank 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴, completely overlooking Midoriya, who felt a bit left out. As the stolen items were returned, a beeping sound from the Omnitrix signaled Fast Track's transformation back to his regular form. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 playfully commented on Midoriya's appearance, which he had heard before, but Midoriya remained unfazed. A girl with vines for hair stepped forward, expressing her gratitude for the retrieval of her belongings and condemning the thieves. Midoriya was too flustered to respond, but 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 assured her that it was no trouble at all. It was what heroes did. As the girl walked away, 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 reached into his armor and pulled out a card, holding it out to Midoriya. Midoriya's eyes widened in disbelief. 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 saw real potential in the young boy and believed he could achieve greatness one day. If Midoriya ever wanted to join the Iida family hero agency, they would be happy to have him, as they valued teamwork in their mission to win the day. Midoriya looked at the card, tears welling in his eyes. This was the first time a hero, aside from All Might, had acknowledged him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he accepted the card with trembling hands, vowing not to let 𝗓𝗍𝗄𝐴 down. The pro chuckled before taking off with a wave goodbye, leaving Midoriya smiling at the card. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 wiped the sweat from her brow as she took a shortcut home. She had been warned that her usual route was risky. Reports of troublemakers and scuffles with speedsters like 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 had surfaced. After a long training session at her dojo, she was not in the mood for any trouble. None of the boys at the dojo had posed a real challenge that day, too intimidated by the thought of being beaten by a girl or too prideful to fight seriously. As she walked, she felt the familiar weight of her gym bag over her shoulder and the coolness of the towel draped around her neck. Suddenly she noticed 4 men staggering toward her, their breath heavy with alcohol. They leered at her, clearly having other intentions. One of them grinned, declaring it was their lucky day, and commented on her appearance in a way that made her blood boil. Kendo firmly told them to leave her alone, warning them that they would regret it if they didn't. The men laughed, dismissing her threat, but Kendo stood her ground, ready to defend herself. Before she could take action, a scrawny boy with messy green hair stepped forward, looking nervous yet determined. Kendo frowned, unimpressed. This was not the hero she had expected. The thugs laughed at the boy, but he insisted they back off. The leader's expression darkened, and he prepared to attack, his fist transforming with jagged rocks. Kendo sighed, ready to intervene, but to her surprise, the boy dodged the attack with impressive agility and landed a punch that knocked the thug out cold. Izuku gasped in disbelief at his own success, but his moment of triumph was short-lived. One of the other thugs took advantage of his distraction, delivering a blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Kendo had seen enough. Before the remaining thugs could react, she sprang into action. The first thug swung at her, but she ducked, grabbing his wrist and expertly tossing him aside. The second thug charged, but she sidestepped and struck him with a swift elbow to the ribs, followed by a spinning kick that sent him to the front. The last thug hesitated, fear evident in his eyes, but Kendo didn't give him a chance. She moved with lightning speed, dodging his wild punches and disarming him with a series of precise strikes before delivering a powerful knee to his midsection, leaving him gasping for breath. Izuku, still recovering from the earlier punch, stared in awe at Kendo. She had taken down the remaining thugs in mere moments, barely breaking a sweat. She glanced down at him, unimpressed by his attempt to help, and asked if he was all right. Despite his bloody nose, he managed to nod in response. Kendo smiled at him, her demeanor relaxed. She acknowledged that her martial arts skills had come in handy but made it clear that she hadn't needed his assistance. Izuku felt embarrassed, scratching the back of his head as he realized he hadn't contributed much. Kendo assessed him thoughtfully, noting that he seemed plain but had the marks of someone who had faced challenges before. She walked over to her gym bag and pulled out a pamphlet, scribbling something down. She introduced herself and handed him the pamphlet, explaining that her grandfather ran a dojo nearby. If he wanted, he could come train there. Izuku stared at the pamphlet in confusion, realizing that learning martial arts could enhance his fighting style, especially for his transformations. Kendo raised an eyebrow, intrigued when she learned he had a transformation-type quirk too. Izuku, surprised by her interest, admitted he was still learning about it. Kendo suggested that if he came to the dojo, they could exchange transformation secrets, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Izuku nodded eagerly, but then glanced at his phone, panic rising as he realized he had to leave. As Izuku ran down the street, he felt a rush of excitement after his encounter with Kendo. She had called out to him, offering her number, and he couldn't help but smile as he boarded the train to 𝗵𝗃 Prefecture. The realization that he had spoken to a girl filled him with joy, and he couldn't contain his laughter, even if it drew curious glances from those around him. Meanwhile, Kevin Levin found himself in a dark room, confronted by a voice that echoed ominously. It urged him to embrace a power he couldn't comprehend, a hunger that demanded to be satisfied. Frustrated, he pushed back against the voice, recognizing it as a lingering remnant of his father's influence. He refused to be like the man who had caused him so much pain, and as the darkness closed in around him, he jolted awake, drenched in sweat and fear. A week had passed since Izuku discovered the Omnitrix, and he had been diligently training, sharing his progress with All Might, who was enthusiastic about the idea of martial arts training. With the Omnitrix, they could now incorporate this new element into their schedule. Standing nervously outside the dojo, Izuku took a deep breath before stepping inside. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, and he observed the students sparring. Itsuka Kendo spotted him and approached, accompanied by an elderly man with a cane. Seeing her in her training gi made Izuku blush, and he stammered a greeting. The old man circled Izuku, scrutinizing him closely. Kendo appeared slightly embarrassed but remained silent. After a moment, Izuku asked what the man was doing, to which a nearby boy explained that he was assessing him. The man then confronted Izuku directly, delivering a blunt critique of his character. The group fell silent at his harsh words, but he quickly shifted his tone, recognizing the resilience within Izuku. He saw a spirit that had been tested but remained unbroken, though he cautioned that Izuku's lack of confidence could hinder his growth. Izuku listened in stunned silence as the man continued, comparing him to a candle that needed to be ignited. He then turned to Kendo, instructing her to help Izuku grow stronger. Both students were taken aback by the challenge, but Kendo accepted her role with determination. As she took Izuku by the wrist, pulling him along with surprising strength, he marveled at the various training equipment in the back room. After some initial measurements and questions, Kendo assessed his physique, noting his lack of experience around girls, which made him blush and stutter. Handing him a gi to change into, Kendo tried to ease the tension by asking about his school. They discovered they both aimed for UA, sharing their dreams of becoming heroes despite the doubts of others. Izuku felt a sense of camaraderie with Kendo, who was equally passionate about her quirk. Once he donned the gi, Izuku stepped out, feeling a bit oversized but ready to train. Kendo encouraged him to begin with stretches, and he froze momentarily, surprised at the idea of stretching alongside her. Shaking off any distractions, he focused on the training ahead, determined to improve. As they resumed their training, Izuku stumbled during a maneuver, landing awkwardly on the ground. Groaning, he rubbed his back but quickly regained his composure, ready to continue. Kendo encouraged Izuku to push himself harder, her hands firmly placed on her hips and a determined expression on her face. Izuku lay on the ground for a moment, taking a deep breath before getting back up. He rubbed his backside, feeling a bit defeated. For the past 3 hours, Kendo had been challenging him to improve his skills, and she recognized that he had a long way to go since their first fight. Kendo sighed, wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. She grabbed a towel, dabbed her face, and tossed a bottle of water to Izuku. It was time for a break. As they settled down, Izuku seized the moment to ask a question that had been on his mind. He fidgeted, scratching the back of his head. He stuttered as he attempted to speak, causing Kendo to raise an eyebrow. From the perspective of others, it seemed like he was about to confess something significant. A voice from across the room teased about Kendo finally getting a boyfriend, prompting her to roll her eyes and dismiss the comment. She turned back to Izuku, who was still struggling to find the right words. He finally managed to ask if she could show him some tricks with her transformation quirk. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Kendo, with a playful smirk, set her bottle down and demonstrated her ability by making her hand grow larger. Izuku watched in amazement. Curious, he inquired how she reverted back to her normal size. He explained his own struggles with transformations, noting that he could only return to his original form when he was exhausted. Kendo assured him that it was simple, she just thought about wanting to return, and it happened effortlessly. Izuku nodded, determination etched on his face. He focused on the Omnitrix, pressing the button with a mix of excitement and nervousness, drawing Kendo's attention. Suddenly, a burst of green light enveloped him, capturing everyone's gaze. Kendo instinctively shielded her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was taken aback. Where Izuku had stood was now a towering, four-armed alien. The alien introduced himself as 4 arms, his voice booming. He muttered to himself, trying to revert back to Izuku, but after a moment of struggle, he slumped to the ground, admitting that it hadn't worked. Kendo, wide-eyed, recognized him and asked if he could turn back, her voice a mix of awe and concern. Izuku, still in his alien form, explained that he was stuck until he got tired. Kendo expressed her surprise at his transformation quirk, not expecting such a drastic change. He shared that while 4-Arms was strong, another form he called Fast Track was better for speed. Kendo was astonished to learn that he could transform into 10 other heroes. She expressed her confusion about how someone with such an impressive quirk could be so timid. Izuku flinched at her words, apologizing softly. Kendo reassured him, saying it was refreshing to meet someone with such a powerful quirk who wasn't arrogant. She glanced down at her own hands, feeling a hint of disappointment in her tone. The alien insisted that her quirk was amazing, capable of both offense and defense, and that she could protect others. Kendo couldn't help but laugh at the 4-armed alien's enthusiasm for her quirk, despite his intimidating appearance. As she observed him, she wondered how someone with such potential could lack confidence. Noticing the Omnitrix symbol on his wrist, she suggested he try pressing the dial again. Izuku, still feeling defeated, mentioned he had already tried. Kendo encouraged him to give it another shot while following her advice. 4-Arms stood up and approached the dial, muttering as he touched it. In a brilliant flash of green light, he transformed back into Izuku, much to the disappointment of the onlookers. Relief washed over Izuku as he realized he was back to normal. He thanked Kendo, who was eager to return to training, emphasizing that he had a lot of work to do. She expressed interest in sparring with 4-Arms in the future, her enthusiasm evident. Izuku, slightly blushing, agreed to her suggestion. As the day came to a close, he headed home, reflecting on his recent training. After expressing his longing to learn martial arts to all might, the pro hero had adjusted his schedule to dedicate time for Izuku's training. On his way home, Izuku took a moment to write in his notebook about Kendo and her quirk, meticulously documenting every detail, even if there wasn't much to note. Upon arriving home, he was met with a shocking sight that made his blood boil. His car was wrecked, a tag reading "Freaks of Ādriya" attached to it. Dropping to his knees, he instinctively absorbed the ground as black electricity crackled around him. A voice that eerily resembled his late father's echoed in his mind, lamenting the destruction. Izuku felt a surge of anger. This wasn't just a car. It represented months of hard work and his aspirations for a better future. Everything he valued had been vandalized. He resolved that if no one else would take action, he would ensure those responsible faced the consequences. Izuku and Kevin were filled with a fiery determination, vowing to take down the obstacles in their way. As they prepared for action, a surge of energy crackled around them, hinting at the power they were about to unleash. It was a typical Saturday afternoon when Izuku, unaware of the eyes watching him, began his training by the beach. Kevin, observing from a distance, was intrigued by his friend's unusual behavior. Just as he was about to approach, he noticed Izuku fiddling with the device on his wrist. Curiosity piqued, Kevin watched in amazement as Izuku pressed down on the Omnitrix, engulfed in a brilliant green flash that transformed him into a crab-like creature. Kevin was taken aback, witnessing Izuku, now in the form of Brainstorm, channeling electricity to lift and organize trash into neat piles. Moments later, Izuku reverted back to his original form, continuing his cleanup efforts as a thin, blonde man observed from above. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Kevin decided to confront Izuku. He was astonished to learn that his friend possessed a quirk, something he had never suspected. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he contemplated the possibilities of their newfound partnership. All Might, the legendary hero, acknowledged Izuku's progress, expressing pride in his ability to transform. Izuku, filled with enthusiasm, credited his friend Kendo for helping him unlock this potential. All Might, however, voiced a humorous concern about Izuku's romantic prospects, recalling the chaos his own father had faced in similar situations. Just then, Kevin made his presence known, startling both Izuku and All Might. He inquired about a speedster who had saved his car, connecting the dots between the hero and Izuku's transformation. Unable to deny the truth, Izuku nodded, revealing that his quirk had only recently manifested. Kevin's skepticism turned into excitement as he learned more about Izuku's abilities. All Might quickly intervened to clarify the nature of Izuku's transformation quirk, emphasizing its uniqueness. Kevin marveled at the idea of having multiple forms, something he had never encountered before. As the conversation continued, Kevin suggested they take a break from training and head to the mall instead. Izuku hesitated, feeling guilty for abandoning his responsibilities, but ultimately agreed, sensing the weight of Kevin's request. After a brief time skip, Izuku excitedly shared details about his transformations, referring to them as aliens. Kevin, still trying to wrap his head around the concept, was impressed, realizing that Izuku had played a crucial role in saving his car. The two friends began to discuss the potential of their combined powers, envisioning themselves as an unstoppable team of heroes. However, Kevin's demeanor shifted as he reminded Izuku of the responsibilities that came with having a quirk, expressing frustration over the restrictions they would face. Izuku listened intently, trying to understand Kevin's perspective. Just then, Kevin's expression brightened as he heard a faint cry for help. The urgency of the situation ignited a spark within Izuku, who felt compelled to respond. Kevin suggested a shortcut through a narrow alleyway, and Izuku, trusting his friend, followed him. As they ventured deeper into the shadows, the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Izuku's keen ears picked up a feminine voice pleading for assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the sound, with Kevin close behind, both determined to make a difference. A girl in a middle school uniform stood resolutely, her purple hair flowing around her as she faced a group of boys wielding weapons. Ear jacks protruded from her ears, crackling with static. She shouted, filled with defiance, urging them to leave her alone. One of the thugs sneered, calling her mutant some and threatening to ruin her pretty face. The girl retorted, questioning whether it really took so many to confront just one girl. The thug responded, reminding her of the trouble she had caused for one of their friends, which had made them very angry. She shot back, labeling their friend a creep and asking if they understood what "no" meant. As the confrontation escalated, Kevin observed from a distance, astonished by her bravery. He wondered about the odds of encountering someone like her. While the thugs prepared to attack, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 seemed to be devising a plan, though she appeared uncertain about her next move. Izuku reached for the Omnitrix, but Kevin stopped him, questioning his intentions. Izuku pleaded to help, insisting that he had a quirk now and could make a difference. Kevin reminded him of the laws regarding quirk usage and the consequences of breaking them, warning that one wrong move could label him a villain before he even began his hero journey. Conflicted, Izuku glanced at the girl pressed against the wall. Her eyes, though brave, revealed a silent plea for help. Without hesitation, he activated the Omnitrix, and a green flash caught everyone's attention, including the thugs. From the bright light, a ball of green slime shot through the air, landing between the girl and her aggressors. Izuku transformed into 𝗬𝗓, the slimy alien. With a stretchy fist, 𝗬𝗓 slammed one thug against the wall, leaving him stuck in goo. Another thug swung at 𝗬𝗓, but he dodged effortlessly and countered with a slime WHP, sending the villain crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, a third thug approached from behind, only to be overwhelmed by the girl's ear jacks, causing him to fall to his knees in distress before receiving a swift kick. As the dust settled, two more villains collided, their heads knocked together, and they crumpled to the ground. Kevin stepped forward with a smirk, acknowledging his support for Izuku. The girl approached, twirling her earphones, thanking them for saving her and urging them to leave before they got in trouble for using their quirks. Izuku nodded, transforming back into his human form, and wished her well as they departed. As they walked away from the scene, Kevin remarked that someone had to take action since no heroes were present. They needed to punish the thugs for their behavior, considering what might have happened if they had done nothing. Izuku countered that they had broken the law and fled the scene. Kevin insisted that staying would have led to their arrest, emphasizing that they had acted in the heat of the moment. Izuku suggested they could claim it was self-defense, but Kevin reminded him that while the girl had acted in self-defense, they had intervened looking for a fight. He challenged Izuku's belief that playing by the rules would lead to success, arguing that the rules were often ineffective. Izuku felt uncomfortable, avoiding eye contact as Kevin pressed on, reminding him of the harsh treatment he had faced in the past. Kevin asked if Izuku still wanted to be a hero, to which Izuku nodded hesitantly. Kevin pointed out that heroes not only protect people but also hold villains accountable for their actions. He then surprised Izuku by rummaging through a pink purse he had found, tossing a cell phone to him. Izuku protested, but Kevin expressed his frustration with a world that praised bullies while punishing those who were different. He proposed that they fight back and show everyone what they were capable of. Extending his hand for a handshake, Kevin asked Izuku to join him as partners. Just as Izuku hesitated, a girl with short brown hair and hazel eyes appeared, accusing them of taking her belongings. Desperate, she pleaded for the return of her money, explaining her family's struggles. Kevin grabbed Izuku's arm, and they began to run. The girl chased after them, her voice cracking as she begged for help. As she reached the street, she saw the boys fleeing and continued to plead, but Kevin quickly opened a manhole and jumped in, sealing it behind them as the girl struggled to follow. Tears began to well in her eyes as she whispered a soft denial, ceasing her struggles and allowing her emotions to surface. As Midoriya navigated the sewers, he heard the faint sobs of the girl, which tugged at his heartstrings. He felt a wave of shame wash over him, disgusted by his own actions. He muttered to himself that they had gone too far. Kevin, distracted, didn't catch his words. Midoriya pressed on, expressing his concern for the girl's distress and insisting they needed to return what they had taken. Kevin, however, dismissed him, asserting that he intended to keep the money. Midoriya pleaded with him, stating that they were acting like villains. Kevin's expression grew more unhinged as he responded, revealing his frustration with their school and his longing for revenge. Midoriya tried to reason with him, but Kevin's anger escalated. He proclaimed that he would show everyone what a real villain was like. Midoriya, feeling the tension rise, warned Kevin to calm down, but Kevin's wild demeanor only intensified. In a moment of desperation, Midoriya declared that he would stop Kevin himself. Kevin, fueled by rage, absorbed the ground beneath him, his hands igniting with flames from a fire quirk he had previously acquired. Midoriya quickly activated the Omnitrix, transforming into Amphibian. Amphibian unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning at Kevin, sending him crashing into a wall, leaving a mark on his chest. Kevin retaliated, morphing his hands into maces and swinging them at Amphibian, who skillfully dodged the attacks. As Amphibian wrapped his tentacles around Kevin, he sent a surge of electricity through him. Kevin, in pain, absorbed the energy before breaking free. Amphibian watched in horror as Kevin, now a blend of various abilities, soared above, preparing to unleash chaos on the railways. An explosion followed, and as a train sped toward disaster, Amphibian felt the weight of responsibility crash down on him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he blamed himself for Kevin's powers and the impending danger to innocent lives. Desperation filled him as he recalled 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓's words. He took a deep breath, focused on the Omnitrix, and transformed into a blur of black and blue, sprinting faster than ever before. As he approached the train, he noticed it dangerously tilting off the tracks, the terrified cries of passengers echoing in his ears. Without hesitation, he burst into the train, shattering the glass doors with a powerful kick. Inside, he spotted a woman paralyzed by fear. He quickly grabbed her and propelled them both out of the train just as it began to descend into chaos. Fast Track re-entered the train, urging everyone to evacuate as the sound of destruction echoed behind him. He dashed back inside, rescuing the last passenger, a girl in a middle school uniform. As they landed safely, he rolled to absorb the impact, cradling her in his arms. He checked on her, his voice steady amidst the chaos. The girl opened her eyes to see his piercing green gaze, feeling a sense of safety in his presence. A hint of disappointment washed over her as he gently released her to prepare for another rescue. Onlookers marveled at the speedster, capturing the moment on camera as he darted through the chaos, saving lives without seeking recognition. Meanwhile, Fast Track ran, lost in thought, recalling 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓's words about justice and accountability. Panic surged through him when he realized he had lost his phone. A realization struck him hard as he narrowed his eyes, understanding that Kevin might have used it to alert others about a fight, knowing he would be vulnerable without him. He raced toward 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵, bursting through the gates to find his bullies and classmates trembling in fear as Kevin loomed over them, flames dancing around his hands. Midoriya transformed back, approaching Kevin with a friendly demeanor. He called out to him, trying to defuse the situation. Kevin reassured him that they wouldn't be harmed anymore, but his anger was palpable. Midoriya urged Kevin to reconsider, insisting they could return to a better path. But Kevin's harsh tone silenced everyone as he moved closer to the frightened students. In a moment of determination, Midoriya activated the Omnitrix again, transforming into a four-armed alien. He seized Kevin from behind, channeling a massive surge of electricity. The tension in the air was thick as he called out to Kevin, urging him to stop. Kevin expressed his reluctance to cause harm, but confusion mixed with relief washed over the onlookers as four arms intervened, preventing Kevin from unleashing his fury on his tormentors. Redirecting his energy blast upwards, Kevin felt a surge of power coursing through him, causing his arms to swell. With newfound strength, he delivered a powerful uppercut, sending the alien flying back. Transforming into four arms, he appeared different, less refined. Izuku sensed the impending confrontation and braced himself for the inevitable clash. Four Arms declared his intent to defeat Izuku, cracking his knuckles as he rose to his feet. Kevin, taken aback, shook his head in disbelief. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the two adversaries prepared to engage, an eerie silence enveloping the scene, broken only by Kevin's unsettling laughter. Then they charged at each other. Their fists met with a thunderous impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the ground. The earth trembled, fissures spreading like spiderwebs. The students stumbled back, fear gripping them as the ground quaked beneath their feet. Kevin unleashed a fierce uppercut, but Izuku absorbed the blow, shaking it off despite the force that pushed him back, leaving marks on the pavement. In retaliation, Izuku landed a solid right hook, the connection echoing as Kevin was sent sprawling across the courtyard. He crashed to the ground, sliding several feet before finally stopping, the earth shaking beneath him. Stunned, Kevin recoiled as Four Arms attempted another punch, only for Kevin to catch his wrist. With a fierce headbutt, he struck Four Arms, causing a painful reaction. Four Arms stumbled, disoriented, and Kevin seized the moment, unleashing a barrage of punches. Each blow landed with significant force, leaving the onlookers in awe as they witnessed the boy they had tormented for years fighting back. One of them whispered in disbelief, questioning how the quirkless kid, once a target, was now defending them. Amidst the chaos, Kevin shouted in frustration, demanding to know why Izuku would go to such lengths for those who had bullied him. Four Arms, battered and bleeding, struggled to respond but managed to express his disdain for his tormentors while revealing his determination to protect others. With a surge of rage, he unleashed a powerful uppercut, sending Kevin flying across the courtyard once more. As Four Arms leaped into the air, he came crashing down, creating a shockwave that shattered the ground and formed a crater around Kevin. The impact sent him hurtling through the air, his cries drowned out by the sound of concrete breaking apart. Four Arms stood tall, victorious, but the transformation faded, revealing Izuku Midoriya, exhausted and injured. His shirt was stained, his knuckles bruised, and his face bore the marks of battle. As he stumbled towards the distant sounds of Kevin, his legs gave way, and he collapsed, fatigue overwhelming him. In his final moments of consciousness, he thought of Kevin, his friend. Hours later, Izuku awoke to the bright lights above him. He murmured All Might's name, still disoriented. All Might greeted him with a reassuring smile, confirming that he was awake. Izuku inquired about the time that had passed, and All Might informed him that it had only been a few hours. He mentioned the news of a blur saving a train, indicating that Izuku's mother was worried but unaware of his quirk. Concern washed over Izuku as he asked about Kevin. All Might fell silent, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily. He revealed that there was no sign of Kevin, he seemed to have vanished. Tears filled Izuku's eyes as he lamented his inability to save his friend, feeling the weight of his failure as a hero. All Might, standing tall, began to speak about the bullying Izuku had endured, acknowledging the challenges he faced. He praised Izuku for protecting those who had mistreated him, emphasizing that his actions demonstrated his worthiness for his quirk. A small smile appeared on Izuku's face just as the door opened, revealing a policeman and his mother. Detective Tsukachi introduced himself and explained that Izuku would not face punishment for the fight, framing it as self-defense. He reassured Izuku that he was acquitted from legal repercussions but would need to attend mandatory counseling sessions due to his quirkless status. Grateful, Izuku thanked the detective. The detective informed him of the investigation at the school, granting him 2 days off. 𝗏𝗏 approached her son, her eyes red from crying, and expressed her concern. Izuku reassured her, explaining that he was still learning about his quirk and didn't want to worry her. 𝗏𝗏, always protective, embraced him tightly, expressing her pride in him. As Izuku glanced at the counter, he noticed a damaged pink flip phone, a reminder of the girl who had suffered because of him. Guilt washed over him, and he resolved to make amends. Wiping away his tears, he promised himself to share everything about his quirk once he fully understood its capabilities. 𝗏𝗏 then noticed 𝗓𝗏𝗏, and the two exchanged greetings, with 𝗓𝗏𝗏 acknowledging Izuku's unique situation. Having multiple quirks was something rarely seen. The mention of possessing 10 powerful quirks caught everyone's attention, especially since the individual had been training diligently. One woman expressed her amusement at the thought of the boy, who always wore an excited smile, possibly meeting his hero, 𝗓𝗏𝗏. Izuku and 𝗓𝗏𝗏 exchanged glances, with Midoriya whistling innocently. 2 days later, as Midoriya returned to school, he took a deep breath while entering the hallways, bracing himself for the usual taunts. Instead, he was met with admiration. Although people were still pointing at him, the whispers he heard were filled with praise, calling him their hero and noting that he was somewhat charming. The rumors of his recent battle with Kevin had spread quickly, but some, like Bakugo, refused to believe that Deku had a quirk. Bakugo dismissed the idea, insisting that Midoriya was still the same quirkless nerd who couldn't do anything. Despite Bakugo's harsh words, Midoriya chose to ignore him, a decision he would come to regret in the future when the results were revealed. As Izuku approached his locker, he was surprised to find it spotless, with all the previous markings scrubbed away. When he opened it, a letter fell out. Recognizing the handwriting, he realized it was from the girl who had once broken his heart. The letter expressed gratitude for his help and an apology for the past. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he read her words, vowing to move forward and not let his past define him. He refused to be known as Deku. He was determined to find his own identity beyond being the quirkless kid he once was. Just then, Yubi, a classmate with a finger quirk, approached him to express his gratitude for saving his life, apologizing for past actions. Midoriya offered a sad smile, assuring Yubi that everything was fine as he moved on, contemplating how to repay the girl he had wronged. During class, he noticed 2 classmates discussing something, and he couldn't help but be drawn to a flyer on their desk. He asked to see it, and they handed it over. The flyer advertised a competition for those with strength quirks, offering a grand prize of $10,000. Midoriya's eyes lit up at the thought of earning money quickly. Meanwhile, 𝗓𝗏𝗏 stood at a beach littered with trash, reflecting on its gradual improvement. His thoughts were interrupted by Izuku running toward him, breathless and clutching pamphlets. He excitedly recounted his plan to find the girl he wanted to repay, mentioning how he had repaired her phone and could track her location. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 acknowledged the boy's determination but pointed out the risks of entering an underground fighting arena, especially since Midoriya was still registered as quirkless. He explained that while the arena was legal, it attracted dangerous participants who often fought to the extreme. Midoriya insisted that he needed this experience not just for the girl but for himself, believing that engaging in such battles would prepare him for future threats. After some deliberation, 𝗓𝗏𝗏 reluctantly agreed, recognizing the importance of Midoriya's resolve. Days passed, and the all-out brawl was about to commence. Midoriya had applied the day before, standing in line with 𝗓𝗏𝗏, who was in his slim form. When they reached the applicant manager, he reviewed Midoriya's files and expressed skepticism about his participation in a strength quirk tournament. Midoriya nervously explained that he was entering on behalf of a client, hoping to convince the manager of his intentions. The manager remained doubtful, but a man passing by, dressed in a green overcoat and smoking a cigarette, seemed intrigued by their conversation. Midoriya pressed on, determined to make his case. Midoriya was approached about signing on behalf of his client. After completing the paperwork, he glanced at the document in his hand, astonished that everything had gone smoothly. As he walked inside, he reflected on the moment. The sun had set some time ago, and 𝐒𝐵 was fast asleep. Izuku checked the time and quietly left his bed, careful not to disturb his mother. He thought about how, despite having a quirk, she still treated him like he was fragile. If she knew he was heading to an underground fighting arena, she would certainly advise against it. As he reached the door, he slipped on his iconic red shoes, closed the door softly behind him, and began to run into the dark night, preparing to face opponents who were likely larger and more experienced than he was. He felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, thinking to himself that he might not make it out unscathed. Navigating through the dark corridors, he spotted a bright light at the end of a tunnel. As he stepped through, the sight before him left him in awe. The arena was packed with spectators eagerly watching the fights. In one corner, a fighter with rock-like skin was battling an opponent resembling an alligator, delivering a decisive punch that sent the latter sprawling. Midoriya was thrilled at the opportunity to observe various quirks in action. Among the crowd, he thought he recognized some professional heroes, even though they weren't in their usual costumes, making it difficult for him to be certain. The announcer's voice boomed, introducing the next match. The anticipation in the crowd was palpable as a towering figure, resembling a sumo wrestler, entered the arena, flexing and roaring. He demanded to know where his opponent, known as 𝗲𝗏𝗏, was, eager to claim victory. The audience erupted in cheers, and Midoriya noticed a woman with white hair and bunny ears watching intently. The announcer then spotted Midoriya, who was preparing to transform in his locker room, and called out to him, asking where his warrior was. Flustered, Izuku stammered that his fighter was just a bit nervous and that he would fetch him. The immovable object, the towering fighter, mocked Midoriya, claiming that if his opponent was as timid as he was, the match would be an easy win. Feeling smaller than usual, Midoriya felt the weight of the crowd's laughter as he retreated into the dark tunnel. He quickly activated his Omnitrix, and from the shadows emerged a massive, muscular figure that silenced the crowd. With a confident stance, 𝗲𝗏𝗏 introduced himself, addressing the immovable object's earlier taunts. The challenger charged, but 𝗲𝗏𝗏 easily dodged the attack, delivering a powerful blow that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. The referee began counting, and the audience erupted into cheers as 𝗲𝗏𝗏 was declared the winner. In the crowd, a man wearing a bird mask observed with interest, contemplating the potential of recruiting new fighters. Another figure, with a sinister smile, watched 𝗲𝗏𝗏 leave the arena, eager for a worthy challenge. For the next 2 hours, 𝗲𝗏𝗏 dominated his matches, defeating opponents of all shapes and sizes with ease. A spectator noted that while 𝗲𝗏𝗏's movements were somewhat unrefined, his incredible strength had carried him far in the tournament. 𝐒𝐻𝐼ght, watching from the stands, felt a mix of pride and concern for his successor, knowing that tougher opponents were on the horizon. 𝗲𝗏𝗏 faced a crab-like fighter who lunged at him, but he swiftly countered, sending the challenger flying out of the arena. After the match, 𝗲𝗏𝗏 waved to the cheering crowd, and the announcer encouraged him to show off his strength as he exited the arena. He checked the tournament bracket, realizing he would soon face even more formidable opponents. In his assigned room, enjoying the privileges that came with his success, Midoriya activated the Omnitrix, engulfed in a flash of green light. When he returned to his normal form, he was startled by an unfamiliar voice. A man who bore a striking resemblance to 𝗏𝗏𝗏, albeit in a disheveled state, sat nearby, grinning. The man commented on Midoriya's quirk, suggesting that he should consider backing out of the tournament. Izuku, taken aback, insisted that he wouldn't quit, despite knowing that his strength was his only advantage. The man recognized the determination in Midoriya's eyes and understood that he was not one to back down easily. Izuku knew that his upcoming opponents were formidable, but he was determined to give it his all. He was reminded that one of them was notorious for defeating opponents with a single blow, while others would plead for mercy. The man beside him smiled, revealing his enthusiasm for the young hero's optimism. He mentioned that Izuku had about 2 hours before he needed to return, and he intended to impart some valuable lessons during that time. Izuku felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach as he hesitated, unsure about the man's intentions. The man introduced himself as Knuckle Duster, A vigilante from 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗔𝗂𝘗. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise. He had seen Knuckle Duster's exploits online and was in awe of his abilities. He began to ramble about the hero's strength and impressive feats, but was abruptly interrupted when Knuckle Duster playfully tapped him on the head, bringing him back to reality. With no time to waste, Knuckle Duster focused on training Izuku, teaching him various combat forms and strategies. After their session, Izuku stepped out of the training room, ready for his next challenge. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena, hyping up the crowd for the arrival of 4-Arms. The towering hero faced an opponent who, while not much larger, still had a commanding presence. As the opponent swung down with great force, 4-Arms swiftly rolled away, causing a massive cloud of dust to rise. The opponent searched for him, but 4-Arms had already leaped onto his shoulder, wrapping his arms around the villain's neck in a tight grip. Despite the villain's desperate attempts to shake him off by crashing into the walls, 4-Arms held firm. Eventually, the opponent's struggles ceased, and he collapsed to the ground, leaving 4-Arms to catch his breath as the audience erupted in cheers. All Might, watching from the stands, applauded the display of skill. The announcer declared 4-Arms the victor, and clips of the fight quickly spread across social media platforms. Meanwhile, Kendo had just woken up and wandered downstairs for a drink. She noticed something captivating on her phone and asked herself if she could catch some exciting footage before it was taken down. As she scrolled, she learned about the fighters in the underground arena, including Rappa, known as the Immovable Object, and Mr. Poker. When she discovered that 4-Arms was also fighting, her expression shifted dramatically. She rushed to her room, quickly changing into her workout clothes and sprinting out of the house, ignoring her mother's calls to return. Back in the arena, Izuku was nervously hydrating and preparing for his next opponent. He watched as Rappa easily overwhelmed his previous adversary with a single punch, leaving them begging for mercy. Izuku felt a wave of dread wash over him as he realized the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, the door to his room burst open, and his opponent entered, looking for 4-Arms. Izuku, feeling the pressure, nervously explained that 4-Arms wasn't available for autographs. The man, unimpressed, demanded that 4-Arms not hold back in their upcoming battle, expressing his longing for a fierce fight. Izuku's heart raced at the mention of a fight to the death, and he stammered that 4-Arms likely wouldn't agree to such terms. The opponent dismissed his concerns and left, leaving Izuku feeling anxious and overwhelmed. As the announcer called for the next match between Rappa and 4-Arms, Izuku felt a surge of determination. He reminded himself that he couldn't run away from his problems any longer. In the arena, the atmosphere was electric as the two fighters faced off, each radiating confidence. Rappa's psychotic grin contrasted sharply with 4-Arms' resolute demeanor. The anticipation in the air was palpable as 4-Arms declared that he was not a killer, despite Rappa's eagerness for a brutal showdown. The stage was set for an epic clash, and the crowd was ready to witness the battle unfold. Right here, right now. As the bell rang, Rappa immediately charged toward 4-Arms, his speed surprising the alien. With his fist pulled back, he launched a powerful punch, but 4-Arms raised his arms in defense. The impact sent the alien flying back, his feet dragging along the ground before he crashed into the wall with a loud thud. A moment of silence followed, broken only by the sounds of 4-Arms grunting as he pulled himself from the crater in the wall. He raised his fists and spat out some BLD, tauntingly challenging Rappa, asking if that was all he had. The audience erupted in cheers, though not as loudly as Rappa, who charged again. 4-Arms dodged the attack and retaliated with an uppercut, grabbing Rappa's arm and tossing him aside. Rappa quickly recovered, but 4-Arms raised all 4 of his arms and slammed them down. Rappa narrowly dodged the attack, then ped back his fist and landed a punch on 4-Arms' face. The alien quickly recovered, seizing Rappa's hand and slamming his head into the ground. Rappa managed to escape the grip, backflipping to safety. As they exchanged blows, the fight continued for what felt like 5 intense minutes. Rappa couldn't shake the feeling of exhilaration coursing through him. He wondered what was happening within him. He felt alive, his instincts screaming, and his heart racing like never before. He hadn't felt this way in a long time and was eager to finish the fight. 𝗵𝗃 wiped BLD from his mouth, inexplicably smiling as he felt the thrill of battle. Rappa's grin widened, and a small laugh escaped 𝗵𝗃. He challenged Rappa to give it his all. Hesitant but determined, Rappa charged once more, their fists colliding with a resounding boom. The ground beneath them cracked as they exchanged relentless blows, neither warrior willing to back down. BLD spilled across the arena, and Miruko in the stands grinned, eager for a piece of the action. Rappa felt his strength waning, his arms growing heavy. With a powerful right hook followed by an uppercut, 𝗵𝗃 shook Rappa to his core. Unable to continue, Rappa looked at 𝗵𝗃, asking him to finish the fight. 𝗵𝗃 raised his fist, slamming it down onto Rappa's head, creating a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. Though Rappa would have preferred a swift end, 𝗵𝗃 adhered to his principles and spared his life. A moment of silence fell over the arena. The spectators were stunned. 𝗵𝗃 stood atop Rappa's fallen body, raising his fist in victory. The referee began counting, slapping the ground. 1, 2, 3. 𝗵𝗃 wins. The crowd erupted in excitement. Later, 𝗵𝗃 found himself in the infirmary, where a woman with pink hair began treating his injuries. He remarked on how difficult it was to maintain his form. As her hands glowed green, he felt his bruises healing. After wiping the sweat from her brow, she handed him his prize money, and he accepted it with pride. As he stood to leave, he was suddenly stopped by a familiar voice. Looking down, he recognized Miruko, even though she wasn't in her hero costume. She complimented his performance, playfully poking his chest, causing him to blush. She teased him about being shy and suggested he would make a great sidekick. 𝗵𝗃 stammered, noting that she typically didn't take on sidekicks or interns. Miruko seemed impressed by his knowledge and asked about his story. Before he could respond, the Omnitrix beeped, prompting him to walk away. However, she grabbed his shirt, insisting he stay. She expressed her interest in his fight, but before they could continue, Midoriya appeared, surprising her with his sudden presence. Miruko released Midoriya before playfully slamming him against the wall, demanding he explain himself. Midoriya nervously revealed he was registered as quirkless. Miruko commented on the difficulties of being quirkless, and Midoriya acknowledged the truth of her statement. She then questioned his own abilities, and he explained that he had only recently discovered his powers and was hoping to gain experience before attending UA. Miruko found his ambition intriguing and promised that if he impressed her at UA, she might offer him an internship. Midoriya hesitated, wondering if her intentions were truly as innocent as they seemed, given her reputation. She laughed, assuring him that she would help him become stronger. As she left, Midoriya pondered why everyone seemed to call him wimpy lately. Entering his locker room, he was startled to find a couple of individuals in bird masks waiting for him. One introduced himself as Kai Chisaki, and Midoriya felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Chisaki expressed interest in 𝗵𝗃, noting Midoriya's youth and quirkless status. He offered a proposition for 𝗵𝗃 to join the Yakuza, suggesting it would be beneficial. Midoriya declined, insisting that 𝗵𝗃 would not be interested. A tense silence filled the room as he contemplated his options. Chisaki handed him a card, indicating that if he changed his mind he should reach out. As they departed, Midoriya felt a mix of relief and apprehension, unsure of what would come next. Leaving a frightened Midoriya, who was breathing heavily, he glanced at the prize money before rushing out. Uraraka had endured a challenging week. First, her money and phone were taken from her. She thought about her parents and how much they did for her. She couldn't ask them for more. Although she had enough money for the next 2 weeks, it still weighed on her mind. Suddenly, she heard a voice call out to her. Turning around, she saw the boy who had been involved with the one who stole her money. Her expression hardened as she felt disdain for him. She demanded to know what he wanted, her voice dripping with venom, causing him to flinch. He claimed he had come to apologize and handed her a brown envelope, which left her confused. When she opened it, her eyes widened in shock at the sight of the money, 1,502,250. 00 Japanese yen as an apology. Both she and All Might, who observed from a distance, stared at the boy in disbelief. In unison, they exclaimed their astonishment at the amount. The boy insisted he was sorry for what he had done and assured her that he had earned the money, so there was no need to worry about it being stolen. Uraraka was taken aback and protested, unable to believe he expected her to accept such a large sum. She insisted it felt wrong, even as she quietly admitted to herself that she wanted to take it. The boy explained that he had won a tournament, and when she asked how he had come into such a fortune, he confirmed it was indeed the prize money. He expressed his regret for causing her distress and presented her with her phone, which she had repaired after accidentally damaging it. She examined the device, noting the light bruises and bandages on his face, realizing he must have felt guilty about the incident and was trying to make amends. After a moment of awkward silence, she decided she could not accept all the money. Instead, she would take only what he owed her. He insisted she take double as a gesture of goodwill. Then, she suggested they exchange numbers, sensing he was a decent person and hoping they could become friends. He hesitated but eventually agreed, expressing a preference for her company over his former friends. As they walked together, Uraraka introduced herself, and he nervously shared his name, Izuku Midoriya. They exchanged favorite colors, with her favoring pink and him choosing green, which led to playful banter about his appearance. Midoriya felt a blush rise to his cheeks at her teasing. When she asked about his favorite hero, he learned that she admired 𝗬𝗏, which sparked a lively discussion. Suddenly, an angry girl with orange hair approached Midoriya, her presence radiating intensity. She confronted him about participating in an underground tournament, expressing her concern for his safety. Uraraka watched in shock as the girl playfully scolded him, treating him like a younger brother. Midoriya, overwhelmed by her reprimand, found himself tearing up, while Uraraka couldn't help but laugh at the scene. 2 months later, after Izuku discovered the Omnitrix, life had changed significantly for him. School had become more bearable, and he had formed genuine friendships with Uraraka and Kendo. They enjoyed spending time together during their free PRDS. At the beach, Izuku was training with All Might when he asked for a day off. He explained that it was his mother's anniversary, the day she met his father. All Might, surprised, acknowledged how difficult it could be to bring up lost loved ones. Izuku shared that he had saved up to buy tickets to a concert for his mother, hoping to make her happy. All Might's face lit up with recognition when he heard the band's name. He reminisced about his own experiences with the band and shared a fond memory of a friend from his past. However, when Izuku inquired about the friend, All Might's expression shifted, revealing a bittersweet sadness as he confirmed that the friend had passed away. He had saved Izuku more times than he could remember, and a pang of guilt washed over him. He felt the need to apologize, but All Might reassured him gently, saying there was no need for that. Izuku was surprised to learn that the band had come out of retirement for one last show on Saturday, which he planned to attend with his mother. All Might approved of the idea, encouraging Izuku to enjoy the time with her. However, All Might's tone shifted back to his usual energetic self, reminding Izuku that just because he had the next day off didn't mean he could slack off today. With renewed determination, Izuku gritted his teeth and pulled harder, dragging the fridge, and All Might, across the sand, sweat pouring down his face as he pushed his limits. By the afternoon, Izuku was prepared for his daily sparring session. After training, he usually sparred with Kendo to assess his progress, and today was no exception. As they stepped onto the mat, they bowed to one another and took their stances. Kendo teased him about getting beaten again, but before she could finish, Izuku launched a swift kick, pushing her back slightly. She laughed, ready for the challenge. Izuku unleashed a series of punches and kicks, which Kendo skillfully blocked and dodged. He reminded himself to close the gap as he lunged at her, but she easily tripped him. Rolling back onto his feet, he attempted another set of punches, only for Kendo to block them effortlessly. She pointed out that he was telegraphing his moves, landing a solid kick to his stomach that knocked him down. Undeterred, Izuku tackled her to the ground, standing over her with a triumphant grin, only for Kendo to swiftly kick his legs out from under him and regain her footing. Kendo playfully acknowledged that she might have underestimated him, offering her hand to help him up. As he accepted her assistance, she complimented his improvement, teasing him about being an easy read. Izuku, filled with enthusiasm, admitted that he still felt a bit clumsy but was determined to keep getting better. Kendo admired his relentless spirit, noting that most guys would feel embarrassed or give up after losing, but Izuku saw her as an equal and fought with all his might. This drive inspired her to push herself as well. Ochako, who had joined them, expressed her eagerness to train hard for the entrance exam, motivated by Izuku's attitude. Izuku scratched his head sheepishly, expressing his hopes that they would all succeed. The girls turned to him, sensing his lack of confidence. Ochako cheered him on, insisting he had what it took, while Kendo reinforced that his quirk and strategic mind were a formidable combination. They both recognized his strength, which he seemed to overlook. Izuku felt his face heat up from their praise, thanking them sincerely. He then remembered that he wouldn't be available this Saturday, explaining that he and his mother were going to a concert she had been eagerly anticipating. Kendo expressed her disappointment at missing training, but Izuku reassured her that they would continue when he returned. As they walked together, chatting and laughing, they enjoyed the sunny afternoon. Later, Izuku and his mother, Inko, stepped off the bus and entered the vibrant atmosphere of the music festival. Inko's eyes sparkled with excitement as she took in the surroundings, her face radiating joy. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the sight of his mother's happiness. It had been a long time since he had seen her like this. Inko expressed her gratitude, reminiscing about the place where she had met his father and the love they had shared there. She paused, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill, and laughed lightly, her voice thick with emotion. She encouraged Izuku to enjoy the festival and playfully suggested he find a girlfriend, hinting at her longing for grandkids. Embarrassed, Izuku groaned, his face turning crimson as Inko giggled and wandered off into the crowd, leaving him to explore on his own. After a while, the tempting aroma of churros drew him to a stand. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him, and Izuku turned to see All Might, dressed in oversized hippie clothes and sunglasses, quickly covering Izuku's mouth to keep him quiet. Once they had paid for the churros, they walked away together. Izuku asked All Might why he was there, and All Might, in a more casual tone, revealed that he was a huge fan of shag carpeting and had come to see their final show. Izuku found this revelation cool and felt more relaxed around his mentor. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see Kyukajiru, a girl he recognized. She casually acknowledged him, recalling how he had helped her a few months ago. Izuku, feeling nervous, downplayed his actions, but Ghirou expressed her longing to thank him properly and took the opportunity to escape her parents for a moment. As they walked together, Izuku noticed Girou's leather jacket adorned with stickers and the name Deep Dope. Curious, he asked about the band, and Ghirou admitted they were niche but had a dedicated fanbase. She mentioned they were inspired by shag carpeting, although their music was quite different. Izuku expressed interest in checking out their songs, but Ghirou dismissed it, insisting it was fine if he didn't. Izuku's attention was drawn to her earphone jacks, and before he could stop himself, he asked about her quirk. Ghirou was surprised by the question, and after some stammering, Izuku explained his fascination with quirks. Ghirou blushed slightly, admitting that no one usually complimented her quirk. She explained that she could channel her heartbeat through her earphone jacks to create vibrations and sound waves, but then noticed Izuku pulling out a notebook and scribbling notes. Encouraged, Ghirou continued to share details about her super sharp hearing. Izuku, intrigued, asked if loud noises ever hurt her, sharing his own experiences with overwhelming sounds. When he revealed one of his forms, Spider Monkey, Ghirou raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Izuku then showed her another notebook filled with sketches of his various forms, and she was amazed. Without hesitation, Izuku activated the Omnitrix, and a bright light enveloped him. As the light faded, Ghirou stared in awe at his transformation into Diamond Head. Just as she expressed her amazement, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Something hurtled down from the sky at incredible speed, crashing into the ground and sending a shockwave that stirred up dust and debris. Reacting quickly, Diamond Head summoned crystalline barriers from the ground to protect the nearby bystanders from the impact. His instincts were on high alert as the dust cloud thickened. Kyuka called out to him, and he momentarily registered the nickname, Green, before focusing on the situation at hand. As the dust began to settle, two glowing red eyes emerged from the debris, signaling that the chaos was far from over. A mechanical whir echoed ominously as a hulking mantis-like robot emerged from the smoke, its towering frame imposing against the backdrop. The machine's cold, insect-like body shifted with metallic precision, its sharp limbs clicking as it moved. It focused intently on Diamond Head, its gaze unwavering as its weaponized arm began to charge with an eerie red glow, preparing to unleash an attack. Diamond Head braced himself for impact, instinctively ready to counter, but before he could react, a deafening roar filled the air. A massive shockwave followed a powerful punch, obliterating the mantis robot in an instant. The sheer force sent debris flying in all directions, and when the dust settled, All Might stood tall, his fists still extended from the devastating blow, fragments of the destroyed machine raining around him. Diamond Head stared at the hero, admiration and surprise evident in his gaze as he stepped closer to the wreckage. He expressed his awe, noting that he had never seen anything like it before. All Might's expression tightened for a brief moment, recognizing the machine with a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. However, his signature smile quickly returned as he turned toward the gathered crowd, determined to keep them calm. He announced with booming confidence that everything was fine and encouraged everyone to return to having fun, flashing a thumbs up to reassure the civilians while his mind raced with thoughts of what this attack could signify. Ghirou grabbed Diamond Head's hand, pulling him back to reality. She suggested they leave before more of those machines appeared. Diamond Head agreed, quickly touching the Omnitrix module to revert to his normal self as Ghirou led him away. As they blended into the crowd, All Might's smile faltered for a moment. His sharp eyes scanned the wreckage one last time. Unnoticed by anyone, a small drone, damaged but still operational, crawled away from the destroyed mantis, retreating quietly into the shadows. Ghirou excitedly flipped through Midoriya's notebook filled with sketches of his various alien transformations, marveling at his abilities. He chuckled nervously, expressing hope that it would be enough to gain admission to you. Gyrou's excitement dimmed slightly when she realized he was applying for the prestigious school. Midoriya confirmed his determination, sharing that it had always been his dream to become a hero and that he would do his best. Gyrou's gaze lowered, her thoughts clouded with uncertainty. She had been avoiding a serious conversation with her parents about her own aspirations of becoming a hero. While music was her passion, she couldn't shake the longing to be a hero too, but she feared disappointing her family. Midoriya inquired if she planned to apply for the hero course, prompting her to question his assumption. He recalled how she had protected a quirkless kid, noting that her quirk was impressive and that he assumed she wanted to be a hero. Ghirou sighed, crossing her arms as she explained that she simply didn't like bullies and had helped because it was the right thing to do, even if it had put a target on her back. Midoriya empathized, recalling similar experiences, but quickly shifted to a hopeful tone, insisting that she would make a great hero. Ghirou looked away, her voice quieter as she expressed that bringing hope to people was just a dream for her. Midoriya's sudden intensity surprised her as he leaned in, passionately declaring that she had the heart and the quirk to be a hero. He emphasized that her act of protecting someone simply because it was right already made her a hero in his eyes. Ghirou blinked, caught off guard by his sincerity and how close he had gotten, feeling her resolve waver for a moment. Then, she burst into laughter, breaking the tension and teasing him about not knowing her well enough to think she could be a hero. Midoriya shrugged with a smile, confident in his belief. Ghirou shook her head, still chuckling as they continued walking, their conversation flowing naturally. Neither of them noticed the small drone in the distance, dragging itself across the ground with its red eyes scanning the area, locking onto its next target, a nearby weatherman standing with a robotic assistant. As they walked, Midoriya pointed out a band he spotted in the distance, asking if Deep Dope would be playing. Ghirou panicked, nervously fidgeting with the jacks hanging from her ears, insisting that he wouldn't like their music. Midoriya, undeterred, expressed his interest in hearing them perform. Ghirou reluctantly agreed, bracing herself for the worst as they joined the audience. As the band began to play, all of Gyrou's nervous energy melted away. The song titled Heroes are dope resonated with Midoriya, who found himself tapping his foot to the beat. He glanced at Jiraiya, who was fully immersed in the music, headbanging and rocking out with the crowd. Midoriya couldn't help but smile, caught up in her enthusiasm. When the song ended, he was still swept up in the excitement, exclaiming how amazing it was to hear them live. Jiraiya smirked, agreeing that experiencing it in person was on a whole different level. Midoriya expressed his longing to hear more, surprising Jiraiya when he confirmed he actually liked the band. Just as he was about to ask for more recommendations, a sudden scream erupted from the audience, warning of a villain. A massive water monster materialized, its glowing red eyes scanning the terrified crowd. The creature loomed ominously, tendrils of water swirling as it prepared to strike. Meanwhile, All Might, in his weaker form, had encountered Izuku Midoriya, and they began discussing Izuku's progress. Izuku expressed her gratitude, noting that her son had been smiling in a way he never had before. He was always so eager to train, and she couldn't quite understand why. However, she had a feeling it had something to do with him. He constantly sought to bring joy to those around him, never wanting to disappoint anyone. But she believed he was the first person in a long time to genuinely make him happy. All Might smiled warmly and nodded, expressing that he felt the same way. He believed that the young man would become the greatest hero. Izuku looked at him thoughtfully, her smile softening. She noted that he was the first person to believe in her son like that in a long time. All Might, surprised, wondered if Izuku's father had also believed in him. Izuku's smile widened, tinged with nostalgia as she recalled a painful memory. She remembered the day they learned Izuku was quirkless. He had been crying in her arms, devastated. His father had flown across the country to comfort him, assuring him that he could still be a hero even without a quirk, and that he would be the first and greatest quirkless hero. Izuku chuckled softly at the memory but noted that after his father's passing, Izuku seemed to suppress those memories. He rarely spoke of him, at least not to her. All Might frowned slightly, realizing that Izuku had never really mentioned his father, recalling only a brief mention during a conversation about a concert. Before All Might could ponder further, their conversation was interrupted by distant screams coming from the nearby concert. Izuku's eyes widened as she noticed a massive water creature in the distance. All Might quickly tried to maintain his composure, apologizing and claiming he needed to excuse himself. He rushed off before she could respond. Finding a hidden spot, he tore open his shirt to reveal his hero costume beneath, reminiscent of Superman. He declared it was time to act like the young hero would say, it was hero time. With that, he transformed into his powerful form and launched himself toward the water monster. Meanwhile, Izuku and Jiraiya barely managed to dodge as a massive water tentacle slammed down between them, sending shockwaves through the ground. The once crowded concert arena was now filled with panicked screams as the crowd scattered in every direction, trying to escape the chaos. Izuku tumbled across the stage, rolling with Jiraiya in his arms. Her face flushed briefly, but there was no time to react as another tentacle lashed toward them, forcing them to separate and scramble in different directions. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku spotted All Might rocketing through the air. With incredible speed, All Might collided with the towering water monster. However, the creature, a giant made entirely of water and towering over the concert arena, barely reacted. All Might shot through its body, emerging on the other side as the monster reformed effortlessly. Izuku muttered to himself that the creature was far too large. It wasn't like the slime villain that All Might could simply punch. He couldn't land a hit on this creature. Then he noticed the thin cloud of steam rising from where All Might had passed through. An idea sparked in his mind. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward All Might, who was preparing for another attack. He called out to All Might, his voice strained over the panicked cries and the sound of crashing water. He insisted he had an idea. All Might paused, turning to face his protégé, urging him to seek safety. Izuku, filled with determination, insisted that if All Might continued to push his time limit, he wouldn't be able to fight much longer. He was confident he could handle it and knew how to stop the monster. All Might hesitated for a moment but then asked what Izuku's plan was. Izuku quickly explained that they needed to turn the water into steam. He could generate enough heat as heat blast to evaporate it. All Might's eyes widened in realization, a proud smile forming on his lips. However, Izuku expressed concern about not wanting to harm whoever was controlling the creature. All Might reassured him that he had ensured everyone was safely out of the water behemoth. Izuku was unsure how to proceed, but All Might encouraged him to go supernova, to generate intense heat as heat blast. Izuku questioned whether he could reach such temperatures, but All Might reminded him that speed equaled intensity. The faster he spun, the hotter he would become. All Might glanced at the core of the creature and then back at Izuku, urging him to show what a true hero could do. Izuku nodded, feeling the weight of the moment as he ran toward the massive water creature. The Omnitrix on his wrist glowed as he rapidly cycled through forms, finally landing on Heat Blast. With a decisive motion, he activated the transformation, engulfing himself in a bright green flash. When the light faded, Heat Blast stood in his place, his entire body radiating emerald flames. Without wasting a moment, he shot into the air, leaving a fiery trail behind him as he flew toward the towering monster. The audience, still panicked but captivated by the sight, watched in awe as Heat Blast circled around the creature, flames flaring hotter and brighter with each passing second. Izuku felt the intense heat building inside him as he spun faster and faster, creating a fiery tornado around the giant water monster. The flames wrapped tightly around the creature, trapping it within the swirling vortex of green fire. The water monster attempted to lash out, its enormous tentacles striking the walls of fire, but the heat was unyielding. Steam began to rise, thick clouds of vapor billowing into the air as more and more of the water evaporated. From the stage below, 𝐒𝐻𝐢 stared up in awe, recognizing the green flames as Midoriya's heat blast. The monster continued to shrink as the flames intensified. The once massive figure of water became a boiling mass of steam, trapped within the vortex. Izuku pushed his powers to the limit, spinning even faster, the flames around him reaching their peak intensity. With a final burst of heat, the water monster was completely evaporated, steam filling the air and obscuring everyone's vision. Breathing heavily, Heat Blast descended, landing back on the concert stage, his body still radiating heat. The area was filled with steam, making it difficult to see as Izuku caught his breath. The battle was over, but the intense heat and energy he had expended left him drained. All Might's concerned voice echoed through the steam, asking if Izuku was okay. Izuku wiped the sweat from his brow, still trying to catch his breath, and assured him he was fine, having just never reached such temperatures before. The Omnitrix blinked green, signaling its cool down, before reverting Izuku back to his normal form in a flash of emerald light. He muttered to himself, trying to make sense of the chaos, reflecting on how they had faced a giant robot and now a water monster. "What's going on today?" 𝗓𝗄's voice cut through the thick steam as she hurried toward Midoriya. All Might smiled, pointing at the remnants of the weather machine. He assured Midoriya that he would handle the situation before it caused any more trouble. He encouraged Midoriya to enjoy himself, suggesting he might want to spend time with his girlfriend, jokingly betting on Uraraka or Kendo. Midoriya's face turned bright red, insisting that she was not his girlfriend. All Might laughed heartily, giving him a friendly pat on the back and teasing him about it before rushing off, leaving Izuku feeling flustered in the steam. As the mist began to dissipate, 𝗓𝗔 finally spotted him. She exclaimed in disbelief, questioning his actions. Midoriya sighed, shaking his head slightly, admitting that he had been asked that before. 𝗓𝗔 smirked, crossing her arms and teasing him about being an All Might fan. Midoriya nodded, still blushing, and shared that All Might had been his idol since childhood. As they continued their conversation, a shadowy figure observed them from a distance. The weatherman from earlier crept forward, retrieving the robot's head, which was now fused with strange technology, similar to the robot they had encountered before. He murmured to the head, confused by its altered state, and quickly vanished into the shadows with the remains, unnoticed. A few hours later, Kyotoku's booming voice interrupted the moment, demanding to know Midoriya's intentions with his daughter. Midoriya froze in fear, wide-eyed, while Mika playfully slapped her husband's arm, trying to ease the tension. "Midoriya, overwhelmed with embarrassment, could only stammer, prompting laughter from 𝐒𝐭 and All Might, while 𝐒𝐭𝐻 tried to hide her own blush. The concert for shag carpeting was in full swing, with the crowd dancing energetically. However, both Jiryu and Midoriya felt awkward, attempting to blend in after the earlier encounter. Kyutoko cheered enthusiastically, oblivious to his daughter's embarrassment. Jiryu groaned, mortified by her father's choice of words. As the lights dimmed, excitement surged through the crowd. The band began to play the song Jiryu had been eagerly anticipating. Her eyes lit up as she pointed out that it was the opening to Twister Alley. Midoriya, still recovering from the earlier awkwardness, blinked in surprise. Suddenly, the weather took a drastic turn. Dark clouds rolled in, and heavy rain fell, accompanied by a fierce wind. Midoriya expressed concern, questioning if it always felt like a tornado when that song played. The winds intensified, swirling violently as the crowd turned to see the source. A vortex formed at the center of the storm, spinning with alarming force. The air crackled with energy, and as the storm cleared, a massive weather monster emerged, a towering figure made of dark, swirling clouds, with glowing red eyes that locked onto Midoriya. Jiryu urged them to run, her voice trembling with fear. Midoriya called for 𝗂𝐭𝐻, grabbing her hand as the crowd scattered in panic. 𝗂𝐭𝐻's parents exchanged worried glances, and she remarked on the bizarre weather, likening the monster to a combination of every natural disaster. The monster's eyes glowed with malice as it growled, revealing its intent. All Might recognized the voice instantly, feeling a chill run through him. He muttered the name 𝗲𝗏𝗏, preparing himself for the confrontation. A sudden gust of wind swept through the venue, lifting everyone off their feet. Midoriya and Jiryu clung to the railings, but the force was overwhelming. All Might, in his weakened state, was the first to be swept away. Midoriya yelled in surprise as he and Jiryu were pulled into the air. 𝗂𝐭𝐻 screamed, desperately trying to hold onto Midoriya, but the force separated them. They landed HRD on the outskirts of the venue, Midoriya gasping as he scrambled to his feet and helped Jiryu up. All Might struggled to stand, and Midoriya called out in panic. All Might assured him they would face this challenge together, adopting a serious expression. He encouraged Midoriya to think of it as training, grinning as he transformed back into his muscular form. A bolt of lightning struck the ground where they had been, but All Might's quick actions saved them from harm. Kyutoko muttered that he recognized the song, and Mika echoed his sentiment, her eyes wide with fear. Midoriya wasted no time activating the Omnitrix, transforming into 4 arms with a burst of green light. His massive figure stood beside All Might, ready for battle. All Might instructed Midoriya to follow his lead, preparing a powerful technique he had learned from an old movie. He called it the New York City Smash and pulled his fist back. 4 arms mirrored him, pulling back all 4 of his massive arms before unleashing a powerful clap. The shockwave tore through the air, slamming into the weather monster and sending it reeling back. The creature let out an enraged roar, but the damage was evident. Its form flickered, the red glow in its eyes dimming as it struggled to maintain its shape. They continued their relentless assault on the towering weather monster, the air charged with tension and power. 4 arms' fists struck the creature's watery body with tremendous force, each blow resonating like thunder, while All Might's iconic punches tore through the storm, causing the monster to stagger with each impact. As they fought, Mika suddenly realized something. She had been hearing a strange humming from the monster and the water creature earlier in the day. She quickly pieced together the unsettling connection, recalling a conversation between All Might and Midoriya about the Weatherman's robot. 𝗂𝐭𝐻 immediately recognized the situation. It was likely a rogue weather machine malfunctioning and attacking everything in sight. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the instrument section of the festival, her heart racing. Her parents, Kyutaka and Mika, looked on in confusion. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝐭 stood frozen in fear, watching her son battle the monstrous storm creature alongside All Might, her hands trembling as she witnessed her child fighting for his life. Kyutaka called out in rising panic, urging 𝗂𝐭𝐻 to leave. 𝗂𝐭𝐻 turned sharply, determination evident on her face. She explained that the weather robot was powering the monster and emitting a humming sound. She needed to create a sound on the opposite end of the spectrum. Her parents exchanged astonished glances, impressed by her quick thinking. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 grabbed 3 guitars, each one perfectly tuned to her needs, and sprinted toward where 4-Arms and All Might had just crashed to the ground. The impact of their battle had left a crater, and the 2 heroes were momentarily dazed, trying to recover from the disorienting blow. As they dodged lightning bolts and the monster's wild attacks, 𝗂𝐭𝐲 approached them, shouting over the chaos. Both heroes turned in surprise as 𝗂𝐭𝐲 threw the guitars toward them. Arms caught them effortlessly with his massive hands, though he looked puzzled. All Might stood beside him, equally confused but trusting the young hero in training. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 explained that she had programmed the frequency into the amplifier and that they needed to get inside the creature and strum the guitars to disrupt its power source. 𝗵𝐼 gasped as she watched her son, the towering 4-Arms, hold the guitars. She struggled to comprehend that this massive, alien-like hero was her sweet Midoriya. All Might noticed her concern and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, promising that her son would be fine. He flashed his signature smile, which always calmed civilians, and assured her he would keep the monster busy while Midoriya got inside to rock the creature into 𝗬𝗵𝗲. Midoriya, still in his 4-Arms form, approached his mother and gently placed one of his giant hands on her shoulder. He reassured her that he would return, his deep voice filled with warmth despite the dire circumstances. With a confident smile, he turned and leaped into the air. 4-Arms soared through the stormy sky, the wind whipping around him as he aimed for the monster's head. Lightning crackled around him, but he pressed on with determination. Below, All Might cracked his knuckles, preparing to face the creature head-on. He declared that the fight was with him and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that connected with the monster's torso, the impact resonating through the air. The ground quaked as All Might unleashed a rapid series of blows, each one landing with tremendous force. The monster reeled back, struggling to maintain its form under the relentless assault. As All Might kept the creature distracted, 4-Arms reached the monster's upper body and plunged his massive hands into the swirling mass of water. His muscles strained as he forced his way inside, swimming through the creature's watery body despite the pressure and turbulence. He finally emerged atop the creature, having torn through its massive head to pull out a large, twisted bus that had been lodged within. Beneath the wreckage, the rogue weather robot came into view, sparking and humming as the monster's core. With determination, 4-Arms swung a bass guitar in each hand, illuminated by a flash of lightning. The thunderclap echoed through the sky as he struck the first chord. The deep, powerful notes reverberated through the air, drowning out the storm. The crowd below watched in awe as 4-Arms played, his fingers moving swiftly over the strings. Even Deep Dope, observing from the sidelines, recognized the brilliance of the moment. Midoriya was not just playing, he was the song, commanding the rhythm of the fight. As 4-Arms continued to play, the familiar beeping of the Omnitrix cut through the music. His form shimmered with green light, and in an instant, Midoriya returned to his smaller, human self. Breathing heavily, he realized that the previous fight must have worn him out more than he thought. Before he could gather himself, the monster lashed out, a massive water 𝗬𝗵𝗲 striking him with force and sending Midoriya flying off the creature's head. The onlookers gasped in horror as they watched the teenage hero plummet through the sky. All Might shouted in panic, and 𝗵𝐼 screamed her son's name, her heart racing. But to everyone's surprise, Midoriya didn't crash to the ground. Instead, the wind seemed to lift him, carrying him back into the air. He twisted mid-flight, grabbing onto a nearby hosepipe that was flapping in the wind. With a quick glance around, Midoriya expertly swung himself through the air, his movements fluid and precise as he launched toward the monster again. All Might watched in amazement, recognizing the moves as those of Spider Monkey. 𝗂𝐭𝐲, among the spectators below, stood in stunned silence. Midoriya, without any of his usual transformations or superpowers, was still fighting with everything he had. He swung, dodged, and pushed forward, relying solely on his wit and raw determination. Her heart raced, filled with admiration and inspiration as she witnessed him fight so fearlessly. With a final swing, Midoriya landed back on the monster's head, resolute in his determination. He grabbed the guitar still hanging from his shoulder and strummed it with all his strength. The machine inside the monster screeched in frustration as the sound waves disrupted its core. Midoriya declared that the creature had ruined his mom's special day, strumming even harder. The monster convulsed, its watery form beginning to collapse as the machine lost control. The crowd watched in awe as the creature began to implode, its body disintegrating under the relentless sound. The guitar strings snapped one by one, but Midoriya continued to play until the last possible moment. His final strum was enough to send the weather machine into complete overload, causing the entire monster to collapse like a wave crashing against the shore. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 felt her breath catch. If someone like Midoriya, shy, nervous, and without his usual forms, could stand up to such a powerful foe, wielding only music as his weapon, it ignited something deep within her. As the monster disintegrated, Midoriya leaped from its collapsing form, sprinting across the crumbling mass of water and metal. He slid along its surface, skillfully dodging falling debris as he made his way toward safety. However, when he reached the edge, he realized there was nowhere left to go. Panic surged through him as he fell through the air, arms flailing. Just as the ground rushed up to meet him, a pair of strong arms caught him. Midoriya blinked in surprise, looking up to see All Might grinning down at him. All Might expressed his admiration, commenting on Midoriya's unexpected agility. Midoriya, confused, wondered what he meant. All Might chuckled softly, realizing that Midoriya had subconsciously adopted some movement patterns from his alien forms. Before Midoriya could respond, All Might gently set him down. Almost immediately he was enveloped in a warm embrace from his mother, who was visibly emotional. She clung to him tightly, tears streaming down her face, making it seem as though it was raining again. Despite feeling flustered, Midoriya managed to smile and reassured her that he was fine now that he had a quirk. 𝗏𝗏 pulled back slightly to meet his gaze, her expression a mix of sternness and love. She insisted that she would always worry about him, quirk or no quirk, because she was his mother. Midoriya's heart swelled with warmth despite the chaos surrounding them. Their heartfelt moment was interrupted by 𝗬𝗏, who pointed out that they should find the robot before it caused more trouble. After a few minutes, Midoriya and All Might approached the machine, which buzzed ominously, crackling with static. A voice emerged from it, sending chills down Midoriya's spine as it ominously declared its intent to come for him. Midoriya, feeling uneasy, stammered about whether he should be worried. All Might reassured him that everything would be fine as long as he was there. Just then, members of the Deep Dope band approached, praising Midoriya for his impressive performance during the battle. The leader handed him a guitar, saying someone with his skills deserved it. From a distance, Midoriya noticed 𝗬𝗏's envious expression and suggested that the guitar should go to her instead, as she had come up with the plan to defeat the monster and was a big fan of their music. 𝗬𝗏 blushed as she was called over, and the band members acknowledged her contribution, handing her the guitar. She was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude. As the band prepared to leave, 𝗬𝗏 grabbed Midoriya's arm, eager to talk to him. They found a quieter spot away from the music, and 𝗬𝗏 shared her concerns about her parents wanting her to follow in their footsteps in the music business. She expressed her longing to become a hero who brings joy to others, feeling conflicted about disappointing her parents. Midoriya empathized with her, sharing that his mother also worried about him becoming a hero. He encouraged her, believing that her parents would support her dreams. 𝗬𝗏 was inspired by Midoriya's bravery during the battle and decided to apply for UA, hoping to see him in class. They both felt a surge of determination to work hard. Just then, a message from Midoriya's mother interrupted their moment. He realized he needed to leave, waving goodbye to 𝗬𝗏 as he sprinted away. She called out to him with a playful nickname, leaving him puzzled as he departed. As 𝗬𝗏 began to strum the guitar, she suddenly realized she hadn't gotten Midoriya's number and felt a pang of regret, noting that he was quite cute. It was now October, with UA's entrance exam only 4 months away. For middle schoolers, it marked the start of the second term. However, Izuku noticed something was off about Midoriya. During afternoon training, he appeared more exhausted than usual. His movements, once sharp and quick, had slowed, and he struggled to catch his breath. Today was no different. All Might observed from a distance, concerned about Midoriya's condition. After several sparring sessions, Midoriya timed out again, collapsing onto the sand, struggling to breathe. Uraraka glanced at Kendo, worried about Midoriya's well-being. Kendo studied him closely, noticing his fatigue. She called out to him, suggesting they spar. Midoriya, breathless and weary, agreed, attempting to regain his footing. His stance felt unsteady, and his hands trembled as he prepared for the match. Kendo wasted no time, throwing a straightforward punch, testing his resolve. It should have been easy for Midoriya to evade the attack, but his feet felt heavy, and his eyes struggled to track the movement. The punch brushed against his shoulder, causing him to stumble back, his breath catching as his body failed to respond in time. Before he could regain his footing, Kendo swept his legs out from under him. He fell softly onto the sand, gasping for air as his back hit the ground. Kendo pinned him down with one hand, concern etched on her face. She quietly expressed her worry, noting that he had been pushing himself too hard. Midoriya winced and turned his head away from her gaze. Kendo insisted he look at her, and reluctantly, his tired green eyes met hers. She could see the exhaustion written all over his face, his brows furrowed in fatigue. She acknowledged his eagerness but cautioned him that he was overdoing it. Right now, he could barely last a minute in their sparring session. She reminded him that if he continued this way, he would struggle during the entrance exam. It was essential for him to take care of both his body and mind, or he would only set himself up for failure. Midoriya, his breaths shallow and ragged, admitted that he understood. He felt the weight of the competition against hundreds of applicants pressing down on him. He was determined to catch up, not just to pass but to excel. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he expressed his longing to be the best hero he could be, willing to push himself to the limit to prove others wrong. Ochako watched him, her heart fluttering at his passion. Kendo, stepping forward, helped him to his feet and dusted him off. Without warning, she delivered a light but firm punch to the side of his head, causing him to stumble slightly. Kendo scolded him for being reckless and pulled him closer, their faces just inches apart. Midoriya felt his cheeks flush, but he lacked the strength to pull away. Kendo shared her own experience of wanting to give her all, emphasizing that he needed to recognize when to take a break. She pointed out that he could barely stand on his own and struggled to maintain his form. Midoriya, his vision blurred from exhaustion and tears, looked down at his trembling hands. His body felt heavy and strained. He slumped in defeat, and Kendo's grip on his collar loosened as she sighed. She reiterated the importance of knowing when to rest, warning him that pushing himself too hard would only lead to injury and failure. He nodded, too drained to argue. Kendo smiled slightly, patting him on the shoulder before helping him stand upright. All Might approached, his voice light but filled with concern. He offered to adjust Midoriya's training plans to make them more manageable. Midoriya muttered weakly, feeling his knees give out again. All Might chuckled softly, but before anyone could respond, they heard a faint snore. Midoriya had finally succumbed to exhaustion, lying limp in the sand, his chest rising and falling slowly. Ochako remarked on how hard he had been working, feeling a renewed determination to match his effort for her own family. Kendo smiled at the sight of Midoriya, even as she brushed the sand from herself. All Might offered to take Midoriya home, but Kendo insisted she would carry him back herself, smirking as she lifted him onto her back. As she adjusted his weight, she reflected on her role as his martial arts teacher and how she should have recognized the signs of his overexertion. Uraraka offered to accompany them, concerned about the darkness settling in, but Kendo assured her she could handle it. Uraraka insisted on joining, noting that Kendo couldn't fight effectively while carrying Midoriya. Kendo sighed but admired Uraraka's determination, agreeing to let her come along. All Might watch them leave with a smile, reminding them to ensure Midoriya took the week off to recover. As they walked away, All Might thought to himself about Midoriya's drive. He understood the boy's longing to push himself, but he knew that they had time, and it was crucial not to break before the journey truly began. The next day, Midoriya awoke to sunlight streaming through the curtains, his body protesting with every movement. Every muscle ached, and he felt utterly exhausted. Realizing he had overslept, he panicked about being late for training, but as he attempted to jump out of bed, his legs buckled beneath him. He felt weighed down by the relentless training, dark circles under his eyes and his skin pale. He noticed a small note on his phone, recognizing Kendo's handwriting. It read that All Might had advised him to take the next 2 days off, and knowing him, she had planned a trip to the mall. At 1400 hours, Midoriya's eyes widened as he realized his friends were arriving in just 15 minutes. Somewhere in Kyoshi Ward, a man in a brown business suit knocked forcefully on the door of a dilapidated apartment building. The windows were cracked and boarded, the walls crumbling, and the walkway was uneven. He called out for 𝗓𝗄𝐻, demanding entry. When there was no response, he used a key to unlock the door and stepped inside. The apartment was a chaotic mix of dirty tanks and cages filled with various animals: fish, lizards, birds, and rodents. A flickering TV cast an eerie glow in the corner of the room. The man grimaced at the overwhelming smell, commenting on the state of the place as he carefully navigated through the clutter. At the far end of the living room, he paused to observe a large frog hopping in its terrarium, unaware of the figures sneaking up behind him. Suddenly, he turned in surprise to face an elderly man with greenish skin, unkempt white hair, and ragged clothing. The landlord straightened his tie, attempting to regain his composure. He reminded 𝗓𝗄𝐻 that he was still his landlord, despite the 6 months of unpaid rent. 𝗓𝗄𝐻, dismissive, claimed his funds were dedicated to research and ordered the landlord to leave. The landlord, noting the disarray around him, warned 𝗓𝗄𝐻 that he and his animals would be out on the street if he didn't pay up. 𝗓𝗄𝐻 smirked and opened the terrarium, carefully retrieving the large frog. He then strapped on a peculiar device made from household items and electronics, which looked like a helmet with antennas and a control panel on his chest. The landlord laughed at the sight, but his amusement quickly faded as 𝗓𝗄𝐻 activated the device, sending a pulse of energy toward the frog. To the landlord's horror, the frog began to grow larger. 𝗓𝗄𝐻, with a maniacal grin, declared that he was quirkless but not powerless. The frog lunged at the landlord, and 𝗓𝗄𝐻's laughter filled the room as he reveled in his brilliance. He pondered how to showcase his genius to the world, realizing he needed a better power source for his device. Just then, an announcement echoed through the mall about a new petting zoo, and 𝗓𝗄𝐻's wicked grin returned. Meanwhile, Midoriya, Uraraka, and Kendo strolled through the mall, enjoying their time together. Midoriya felt a mix of excitement and embarrassment at being out with girls instead of his mother. Uraraka noticed his flushed face and asked if he was okay, prompting him to apologize and change the subject. Kendo excitedly mentioned wanting to check out motorcycles, specifically a new model that could accelerate quickly. Midoriya and Uraraka exchanged confused glances, amused by Kendo's enthusiasm. Kendo then grabbed their arms and began to pull them along, leaving Midoriya blushing at the thought of holding hands with a girl. Unbeknownst to them, a girl with pink hair and horns entered the mall with friends, followed by a boy with black hair. They excitedly planned their shopping spree, with one friend expressing gratitude for Mina's past heroics. As the groups dispersed, a man in a trench coat entered, muttering about the genius of Dr. 𝗓𝗄𝐻. Back with Midoriya, the trio visited a nostalgic superhero shop filled with vintage merchandise. Midoriya's eyes sparkled as he discovered an old comic book his father had left him. Uraraka eagerly asked to borrow some comics, expressing her longing to read the original stories. Kendo chimed in about her favorite hero, the Hulk, while Uraraka pondered her choice, finally admitting to liking Spider-Man for his nerdy yet strong persona. Kendo playfully pointed out that Uraraka had just described Midoriya, causing her to blush and deny any connection. Midoriya, still captivated by a display of Captain America's shield, joined in the conversation, guessing that Kendo's favorite hero was Captain America. Izuku felt a strong connection to someone who had once been weak yet fought for what was right. Despite being the weakest, that person never wavered in their beliefs, and Izuku aspired to be like them. Kendo and Uraraka exchanged glances, their smiles widening as they admired Izuku's passion. Suddenly, Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he spotted something that made his heart race. he exclaimed in excitement upon seeing the movie he had been missing from his collection. With determination he dashed toward the display, but as he reached for the movie, he accidentally bumped into someone else who was also trying to grab it. They both stumbled back, momentarily bewildered. Izuku's gaze shifted to the girl standing in front of him, who had a round face and a short equine muzzle. Her thick, wavy blonde hair framed her features beautifully, and her large, round Prussian blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had tall, lyre-shaped pale tan horns atop her head, and her calves resembled those of a horse, complete with brown hooves and a short horse tail. They stared at each other, surprised by the unexpected encounter. Being the selfless person he was, Izuku offered the girl the movie, insisting she could have it. The girl shook her head, insisting she didn't need it, but she handed him the movie with a bright smile. Kendo and Uraraka exchanged confused glances, wondering what was happening. The girl then expressed her concern, realizing she might have said something wrong. Izuku, though not fluent in English, noticed something unusual. Ever since he found the Omnitrix, he had been able to understand languages better, even catching snippets of old footage of All Might speaking in different languages. He ventured to ask if she was having trouble speaking Japanese, hoping to connect. The girl's eyes lit up with joy as she expressed her happiness at meeting someone who could speak English. She insisted he could have the movie, explaining that she already had several copies. Izuku was amazed by her collection and learned that her family had been collecting Marvel items since before quirks existed. However, she admitted to struggling with manga. Eager to help, Izuku offered his expertise in old shounen manga and anime. The girl introduced herself as Tsunotri Pony and quickly wrote down her number, suggesting they could help each other out. As she got closer, Izuku felt a rush of excitement and introduced himself, his heart racing. After their brief encounter, Kendo and Uraraka, who had been observing, rolled their eyes in unison, feeling a wave of envy wash over them. Kendo teased Izuku, trying to lighten the mood as they left the shop, the paper with Pony's numbers still clutched tightly in his hand. A few minutes later, they found themselves in the food court, enjoying some yogurt. Uraraka had a blissful expression as she savored her treat. Kendo reminded Izuku that she had predicted the day would be fun, but he felt a nagging sense that he should be training if he wanted to get into UA. Just then, he was approached by Yubi, accompanied by a familiar girl. Izuku quickly corrected himself when he realized he had almost used the nickname Deku. The girls exchanged confused glances, speculating about the nickname's origin. Izuku explained that it was a name given to him by a classmate who meant it as a joke, which brought frowns to their faces. Kendo expressed her disapproval of the nickname, while Ochako insisted she liked it and thought it would make a great hero name. Izuku blushed at the association of himself with the word cute, especially since he had feelings for Uraraka. He hesitated, memories of how people used to call him that flooding back, along with advice from a friend not to respond to it. He felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Kendo opened her mouth to protest, but Izuku spoke up, expressing his discomfort with the nickname. He explained that a good friend had advised him against it, and he felt it was best to follow that advice. The girls were taken aback by his response, but Kendo smiled, understanding his perspective. She suggested giving him a different nickname, one that sounded similar to Deku, but had a positive meaning. Izuku considered it, and Itsuka chimed in, saying it was a fitting name for someone who seemed capable of anything. Despite his modesty, Izuku found himself liking the new nickname. With a bright smile, he agreed to it, bringing a smile to Uraraka's face as well. Itsuka suggested a trip to the new animal petting zoo, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ochako eagerly agreed, bouncing on her toes. Izuku, feeling a bit nervous, asked if they could wait for him as he needed to use the restroom. The girls nodded, their smiles encouraging him. After a few minutes, just as he was about to exit, he overheard a man's voice echoing through the restroom. The man proclaimed that their time of triumph would soon begin and that the world would soon recognize the genius of Dr. Onimo. Izuku froze, his heart racing. He wondered if the man was talking to himself, but the next words sent a chill down his spine. The man declared that the mall would be the first to fall beneath his feet, laughing ominously. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the implications. The man continued, revealing his plan to turn all the animals in the mall into mutant pets before heading to Yaoyorozu's lab to steal a powerful invention. Izuku was taken aback. The man had just revealed his entire scheme. He stood atop the toilet, trying to get a better look through the stall partition. The man dramatically removed his trench coat and held up a small hamster like a trophy. He aimed a strange device at it, and Izuku watched in disbelief as the hamster began to grow larger, its form towering above him as it broke through the wall. Izuku's heart raced. This couldn't be happening. The man then commanded the creature to take out a spy, and Izuku's eyes widened in horror. With a surge of adrenaline, he jumped over the stall door and bolted out, the giant hamster's squeal echoing behind him. The creature charged forward, smashing through the restroom and sending debris flying. Panic erupted in the mall as people screamed and chaos ensued. Izuku sprinted, feeling exhaustion weigh him down. The monstrous hamster was not far behind, its beady red eyes locked onto him. As he turned a corner, he realized they were high up in the mall. Spotting the railing ahead, he made a quick decision and leaped off the edge, gripping the Endeavor flag that hung from the upper level. Time seemed to freeze as he swung down, feeling the wind rush past him. The mutant hamster barreled through the glass railing, sending shards flying as it lunged after him. Midoriya's heart pounded as he held tightly to the flag, and the beast crashed to the ground with a loud thud, creating a crater beneath its massive frame. Dust and debris erupted around it. Still gripping the flag, he swung back and forth before regaining his footing on the railing, gasping for breath. He realized he needed to call all might, his voice shaky and strained. Just then, his phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. At the food court, the atmosphere was light as the girls chatted and laughed, sharing stories about their day. Suddenly, a panicked voice broke through the cheerful noise, warning of a monster attack. An elderly woman, wide-eyed with fear, described a hamster monster chasing a green-haired boy. Uraraka and Kendo exchanged alarmed glances, quickly rising from their seats. When they confirmed the boy's appearance, dread washed over them. Kendo cursed, her fists clenching as they both reached for their phones to check on Izuku. Before they could dial, a rumbling echoed through the food court, drawing everyone's attention. Dr. Anemo stood atop a massive, mutated frog, declaring that his pets would bring the mall to its knees. The horde of mutated animals around him roared in response as pro-heroes burst onto the scene, ready to confront the monstrous threats. Panic erupted among the bystanders, many fleeing for safety. Dr. Anemo leaped off the frog with flair, confidently approaching a mutated bird. He gently petted its grotesque feathers and announced that it would need a hostage to ensure his victory. His gaze landed on a girl with pink skin and horns, and a malicious smile crept across his face. The bird sprang into action, using its claws to scoop her up from the ground. Her friends gasped and lunged to save her, but it was too late. A determined boy with black hair took off after the bird. Dr. Anemo hopped back onto his frog, which began to leap away, shaking the ground. The black-haired boy shouted for the villain to return the girl, and as Anemo soared through the skyline, glass rained down around him, accompanied by the girl's terrified scream. Meanwhile, Midoriya, still hanging onto the Endeavor flag, was jolted by the girl's cry. His heart raced as he saw Anemo fleeing with a captive. Determined, he muttered to himself that it was hero time. Letting go of the flag, he activated the Omnitrix, his fingers racing through the options until he pressed it down with purpose. A burst of green light surrounded him, catching the attention of Kendo, Uraraka, and other bystanders, who were momentarily taken aback. A horrid smell suddenly invaded their noses, causing Kendo and Uraraka to cover their mouths in disgust. Itsuka narrowed her eyes as a bug-like alien shot into the skyline, its wings buzzing loudly as it pursued the mutated bird. The girl in the bird's grasp cried out for help, her voice cracking in fear. She considered using her quirk to burn the bird but hesitated, realizing that it could drop her from the dizzying height. Panic gripped her throat as tears welled in her eyes, swept away by the gusts of wind and the sheer terror of her situation. She called out for help, fearing she might become a meal for the bird. Just then, a blur of movement rushed past her as Stinkfly collided with the side of the bird, causing it to stagger and sending the girl into a fresh wave of panic. She screamed, her heart racing. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shouted that he would save her, determination evident in his voice. The girl nodded, her heart pounding in sync with the chaos around her as the battle between the insect and the bird unfolded. They tore through the city, crashing through a billboard that advertised jeans, the vibrant colors shredded in their wake. Gathering her courage, she shot some goo into the bird's eye, her uncertainty evident as she stammered, questioning if she could trust him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 assured her he was ready to help, though confusion flickered in his voice. She then urged him to catch her, pouring acid onto the bird's leg. The sudden pain caused the bird to squawk in fury, its grip faltering as it dropped her. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 dove downward, catching her just in time and placing her securely on his back. The furious bird let out an enraged screech and began to pursue them. The girl screamed, clinging tightly to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 as he zigzagged through the air, narrowly avoiding the bird's sharp talons. As they flew, exhaustion weighed heavily on 𝗧𝗵𝗲. He knew his time was limited. They zipped through the city, barely missing the edges of buildings, until they crashed through the entrance of a dojo-like agency marked with a bold sign, Gunhead Agency. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 spotted a familiar figure waving frantically below. The girl recognized Kirishima and felt a surge of hope. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked if he was her friend, and she confirmed it, but her focus quickly shifted back to the chaotic chase. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 flew toward Kirishima and, in one fluid motion, dropped the girl into his waiting arms, urging them to get inside while he handled the bird. The girl watched in awe, emotions swirling within her as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 engaged the bird in a fierce battle. Suddenly, the familiar beeping of the Omnitrix signaled that 𝗧𝗵𝗲's time was up. In a burst of green light, Izuku tumbled onto the bird's back, gripping its feathers as the creature thrashed beneath him. From a distance, the girl watched, in surprise as the bug transformed back into Midoriya. Despite his exhaustion, his emerald green eyes shone with determination as he took control of the bird, forcing it to fly in chaotic loops. His hands were sore from the effort, yet he pressed on, flying past the girl and Kirishima. In that moment, their eyes locked, and the girl felt an intense warmth wash over her. She took in every detail of him, the messy green hair, the freckles on his cheeks, and the determination radiating from him. Her heart raced, a fluttering sensation making it hard to breathe. A soft blush crept across her cheeks as she thought about how incredible he was. She urged him to think, recalling that the villain had mentioned heading toward Yaoyorozu's tower. If he could destroy the device, perhaps all the animals would return to normal. As Midoriya steered the giant bird, it veered off course and crashed violently into a nearby building. The impact sent shards of glass raining down as the bird's massive form crumpled against the structure, dislodging Midoriya in the process. He was flung from its back and landed hard next to Dr. 𝗂𝗏, who groaned in pain, struggling to rise. Gritting his teeth, Midoriya's eyes locked onto the device that Dr. 𝗂𝗏 had been using to control the mutant animals. It lay on the ground, barely intact amidst the chaos. Without hesitation, he dashed toward it, grabbing a piece of fallen debris along the way. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as he reached the machine and swung with all his might, slamming the debris down onto the device. A blinding flash of energy pulsed through the air, sending a shockwave that knocked him back, but he quickly regained his footing. Dr. 𝗂𝗏 screamed in horror, his voice rising above the chaos as he watched his plans crumble. Anger twisted his features as he glared at Midoriya, who was breathing heavily and struggling to catch his breath. The villain spat that Midoriya had ruined his plans and vowed revenge. Before he could act, a squad of security guards burst onto the scene, expertly subduing the frantic doctor as he thrashed in frustration. A few minutes later, Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲 regarded Midoriya with a deadpan expression. He remarked that every time he saw him, it was after a disaster, teasing that he must be some kind of trouble magnet. Midoriya chuckled sheepishly, wiping dirt from his face and joking that it seemed to be his new quirk. 𝗬𝗏 sighed but smirked slightly, stating he would inform All Might to pick him up. Since Midoriya had been attacked first, they could chalk it up to self-defense. He noted that Midoriya had transformed back, meaning he had taken down the villain without his quirk, which technically wasn't illegal. However, they would likely have to say a different pro saved the day. Midoriya smiled tiredly and genuinely, expressing he wouldn't have it any other way. As they exchanged a brief smile, a tall, well-built man in his 40s approached, commanding attention with his sharp presence. Midoriya instantly recognized him and felt his nerves spike. He stuttered the man's name, Hiroto Yaoyorozu, instinctively straightening up. Hiroto, with his neatly combed black hair and onyx-colored eyes, was dressed impeccably in a tailored suit. He assessed Midoriya with a calm gaze before speaking, acknowledging him as the young man who saved his employees and his life. Midoriya nervously apologized for the damage, bowing his head slightly. Hiroto chuckled, a hearty sound that echoed in the empty space around them. He remarked on the unexpected events of the day, humorously noting that it had to be the strangest sentence he had ever said. Midoriya couldn't help but laugh, feeling some tension ease. The tall man extended his hand, and Midoriya quickly accepted it, feeling the weight of the gesture. Hiroto introduced himself, confirming that he didn't need to provide further details about his identity. Midoriya stammered that he certainly recognized him as one of the richest men in the Asia region, noting Yaoyorozu Industries' world-renowned work in technology, energy, and pharmaceuticals. Izuku expressed his excitement about helping with the construction of I-Island, his enthusiasm evident. Hiroto smiled, clearly entertained by the boy's knowledge, and inquired about his name. Izuku introduced himself, shaking Hiroto's hand with a hint of nervousness. Hiroto acknowledged Izuku's bravery, stating that he had saved not only his employees but also himself. He reflected on the potential consequences had he been unable to help, especially regarding his daughter. Izuku insisted there was no need for thanks, but Hiroto, surprised by the boy's humility, suggested that he could repay him somehow. Izuku firmly declined, stating that he had simply done what anyone would do. Hiroto was taken aback, as it was uncommon for someone to refuse a favor from him, given his status. He mentioned his wealth and offered to help Izuku gain admission to 𝐒𝐻 with a recommendation. Izuku's heart raced, but he remained resolute, expressing his longing to earn his place through his own efforts. He felt he owed nothing, even apologizing for any damage caused. Hiroto was momentarily speechless before a smile spread across his face, calling Izuku a strange young man. Izuku sheepishly acknowledged this, scratching the back of his head. Hiroto's gaze shifted to the unusual device on Izuku's wrist, the Omnitrix. It resembled a regular wristwatch but intrigued Hiroto. He took Izuku's hand to examine it closely, expressing fascination and curiosity about its material and structure. Izuku felt a rush of anxiety but nodded, trying to maintain a casual demeanor. Hiroto continued to study the device, noting its unique attachment to Izuku's skin and the unfamiliar material. Izuku forced a nervous smile, agreeing that it was indeed different. Hiroto handed Izuku a sleek business card, expressing his interest and inviting him to reach out if he ever needed assistance or wanted to discuss the device further. He hinted at wanting to know its origin, to which Izuku quickly responded that it was from China, concealing the Omnitrix behind his back. Hiroto chuckled, recognizing Izuku's secretive nature, and remarked on his strangeness before departing, leaving Izuku feeling a mix of relief and anxiety. Shortly after, All Might arrived, his commanding presence filling the area. Izuku, feeling the weight of exhaustion from the day's events, mentioned he might take a break for the week. Before he could say more, fatigue overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse. All Might caught him effortlessly, assuring Izuku that he had earned some rest and offering to take him home. 2 months later, All Might stood at the beach, contemplating Izuku's training progress. He expected Izuku to be ready to inherit his quirk soon but believed he could pass the entrance exam even without it, thanks to the Omnitrix. Just then, something caught his eye. The beach, once littered with trash, was now pristine. All Might could hardly believe what he was seeing. Before he could process it, a loud, triumphant scream echoed through the air. Izuku stood atop a pile of debris, his fists clenched and his body radiating determination. Sweat streamed down his face as he shouted, his bare chest heaving from exertion. The Omnitrix glowed brightly, and sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating him and showcasing the muscles he had developed through hard work. All Might watched in awe as Izuku's scream gradually faded, leaving him visibly drained. As Izuku staggered, All Might was there to catch him, preventing him from falling. Izuku, in a weak voice, expressed his accomplishment in cleaning the beach and asked if he was ready for the next step. All Might's booming voice filled the air as he praised Izuku, declaring that he had exceeded all expectations. He encouraged Izuku to be proud of his achievement. Though Izuku managed to stand, doubts crept into his mind. Old insecurities about his worthiness for the quirk and the legacy weighed heavily on him, but he kept these thoughts to himself. All Might may see him as a worthy successor, but Izuku felt he wasn't deserving. He called out to All Might, his voice downcast and barely more than a whisper. All Might, curious and slightly confused by Izuku's sudden change in demeanor, asked what was wrong. Izuku expressed his doubts about being worthy of the power he was offered, feeling that he had done nothing to deserve it and believing that someone else, a true hero, should have it instead. He rubbed his right arm with his other hand, avoiding All Might's gaze. The hero remained silent for a moment, observing Izuku's reluctance. He then exclaimed that he was giving the power to a real hero standing right in front of him. All Might believed he was making the right choice and asked if Izuku was indeed Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya chuckled softly, still feeling unworthy of the Omnitrix and One for All, questioning how a quirkless kid could be considered a hero. All Might passionately declared that within months of discovering the Omnitrix, Izuku had managed to save countless lives. Although his actions may have been illegal, All Might insisted that Izuku was a true hero and was on his way to becoming the greatest. He emphasized that Izuku had proven time and again that he was the right choice, fighting and saving lives not for personal gain but to help others. Tears began to well in Izuku's eyes as he felt a reassuring hand on his shoulder. All Might encouraged him to look around, stating that he saw all of Izuku's qualities clearly. He reminded Izuku that this was only the first step in his journey and that he had already made impressive progress. All Might urged him to believe that he deserved this opportunity. Izuku was on the verge of tears as All Might reminded him that there is a difference between luck and reward. He explained that while luck is random, a reward is earned. All Might reassured Izuku that he deserved this quirk after all his hard work, having put in the effort to earn it. He affectionately ruffled Izuku's hair, solidifying their bond. Izuku reflected on the memories of the past months, fighting to save the school he disliked, meeting new friends, and helping others. He clenched his fist and declared his determination to become an even greater hero than All Might, vowing to live up to his expectations. All Might smiled, seeing so much of his own past in Izuku. All Might acknowledged that Izuku still had a long way to go before inheriting his full power but expressed confidence that he could achieve it. He then prepared to transfer the power, and Izuku straightened up, ready for the moment as the Omnitrix tightened around his wrist. All Might presented a strand of his hair to Izuku, insisting that he needed to eat it to complete the transfer. Izuku stared at the hair in disbelief, slowly realizing that All Might was serious. He expressed his surprise and disgust, but All Might chuckled, explaining that this was simply how the transfer worked. Izuku hesitated but eventually brought the hair to his mouth, forcing himself to swallow it despite his discomfort. With the transfer complete, All Might informed Izuku that they had 2 months until the entrance exam. He planned to set up a proper training spot, needing Recovery Girl on hand and considering renting some isolated land for their sessions. Izuku was surprised and asked why they couldn't just train at you. All Might explained that they needed to avoid drawing attention to themselves, as it could lead to rumors that would complicate things for Izuku. Izuku nodded in understanding, realizing the importance of keeping their training discreet. All Might told him to relax and wait for the transfer to take effect, promising to call him when everything was ready. Just then, a voice called out, startling both of them. All Might quickly sped away before the girl could see him. Uraraka approached, initially excited to catch up with Izuku, but her breath caught in her throat as she noticed him. She stopped in her tracks, her face growing warm as she took in the sight of Izuku, his muscles glistening in the sunset. Izuku greeted her, but Uraraka stood frozen, her heart racing as she struggled to look away from him. She muttered to herself about his impressive physique, feeling overwhelmed by thoughts she wasn't prepared for. Flustered, she squeaked out a request for him to put on a shirt. Confused, Izuku reached for his shirt nearby and pulled it on, noticing her flushed cheeks and fidgeting demeanor. He asked if he had done something to make her uncomfortable. Uraraka awkwardly deflected, claiming it was just the sunset that was hot, insisting that nothing else was affecting her. Izuku chuckled lightly, scratching the back of his neck as he put on his shirt, unaware of the effect he had on her. Achiko snapped out of her daze, quickly shaking her head. She expressed her concern about the written exam, wringing her hands as she worried about the possibility of failing the entrance. Izuku, stepping closer with determination in his eyes, reassured her that she would not fail. Achiko instinctively took a step back, her heart racing at his intense gaze. She appreciated his enthusiasm but wanted to be prepared for the worst. Shifting on her feet, she tried to calm her nerves. Izuku excitedly reminded her that she had increased her quirk limit to 3.5 tons. Achiko smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and acknowledged that it was thanks to him. However, she still worried about messing up the practical exam and losing her chance at you. Looking down, she fidgeted with her sleeves, expressing how important it was to her. Passing the written exam would at least give her a shot at the general studies course, and she could still prove herself during the sports festival to transfer to the hero course. Izuku's eyes widened with excitement as he leaned in, surprised to learn about the possibility of a second chance. Achiko shared that Kendo had a friend at U, who informed her about it. Izuku's grin widened, and he suggested they study together to help each other with their weak points. Achiko agreed, nodding enthusiastically as she finally relaxed a bit, promising to let him know when she wanted him to come by. Izuku nodded eagerly, his eyes bright with anticipation. He offered to bring his notes and practice exams for their study sessions and suggested inviting Kendo too. Achiko mentioned that Kendo was busy with her dad that week, waving it off and smiling as her embarrassment faded. She said her goodbyes, promising to bring snacks next time, perhaps mochi. As she turned to leave, neither of them noticed the Omnitrix on Izuku's wrist glowing blue and spinning silently for a few minutes before returning to its usual green color. A week later, Midoriya sat in the pickup truck, watching the road as All Might drove them toward their destination. The drive felt longer than it was due to the quiet stretch. When the truck finally stopped, Izuku looked out to see what appeared to be an abandoned city. Recovery Girl was expected to arrive soon, though she might take her time since it was her weekend. Toshinori stepped out of the vehicle to stretch his legs, leaving Izuku to lean back in his seat, lost in thought. It had been a week since All Might had given him the power, and he had been training hard every day. He mumbled to himself about not feeling any changes after consuming All Might's hair, feeling a bit silly for remembering the act. Doubt gnawed at him, but he wondered how One for All would react with the aliens. His gaze drifted to the dashboard, where an old photograph caught his eye, slightly sticking out from the glove compartment. Curiosity got the better of him, and he pulled it out. The photo showed a much younger All Might standing with two unfamiliar people. All Might, with his trademark smile and messy blonde hair, wore the uniform and proudly displayed a gold medal around his neck. To his left stood a muscular woman with long black hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a black bodysuit with a white cape and yellow gloves, her arm around young All Might's shoulders, clearly excited. To All Might's right was a tall, broad-shouldered man with light gray hair, wearing a dark domino mask and a yellow suit, grinning as he playfully ruffled young All Might's hair. Before Izuku could ponder their identities, All Might's voice boomed from outside, calling for him to come out. Flinching, Izuku hurriedly shoved the picture back into the glove compartment and stepped out of the truck, taking in the surroundings. They were in the mountains, standing in what appeared to be an old military base. The area looked worn down, with buildings lined up in uniform rows and large dirt and concrete streets cutting through the space. The crumbling walls had gaps and cracks, suggesting years of neglect. Izuku asked All Might where they were, intrigued by the eerie atmosphere. All Might explained that they were at Kataku no Chi, an old military base abandoned around the time the Quirk era began. Izuku's eyes widened at the thought of such ancient history. All Might shared that with some help from Nizu, they had been able to buy the entire property. Izuku was astonished at the news. All Might's tone turned serious as he faced Izuku, explaining that One for All was not just any quirk, it grew stronger with each user, amplifying their natural abilities. He lightly poked Izuku in the chest, emphasizing that his One for All was already stronger than when he had it. Izuku felt a lump in his throat as the weight of All Might's words settled on him. All Might continued, noting that the situation became even more unpredictable with the presence of aliens. He warned that some forms, like Heat Blast, could already go supernova, and if One for All interacted with that level of power, the results could be catastrophic. With Izuku's lack of control, they needed places like you and this abandoned base. He gestured to the wide-open space around them, explaining that here, Izuku could train without worrying about damaging property or putting anyone at risk. Izuku nodded slowly, understanding the importance of isolation and control. Just as he processed everything, the sound of a car approaching reached them. Recovery Girl's vehicle pulled up, and she stepped out, ready to begin their training. Recovery Girl had agreed to come on weekends, which meant that was the only time they could train using One for All. This was crucial, especially considering how often Izuku would push himself to his limits. His mentor's voice trailed off, leaving Izuku curious about the unspoken words. As they walked toward the training base, Izuku raised an eyebrow, prompting All Might to brush it off with a sheepish grin, advising him to ensure he had a good pain tolerance. Izuku swallowed nervously, realizing that the upcoming weeks might be even more challenging than he anticipated. A few minutes later, Izuku found himself standing in the middle of an abandoned base, the remnants of an old military city surrounding him like a forgotten battlefield. All Might and Recovery Girl stood at a safe distance, observing him closely. A knot of nerves tightened in Izuku's stomach as he surveyed the vast, empty space. All Might's booming voice broke the silence, calling out to Izuku to activate One for All for the first time. Izuku blinked, uncertainty clouding his expression as he wondered how to accomplish that. Recovery Girl, standing nearby, rolled her eyes and scolded All Might for not providing clear instructions. Toshinori chuckled awkwardly, realizing his oversight. He straightened up and raised his fists, encouraging Izuku to focus, pull his arm back, clench his muscles, and shout, "Smash!" Izuku nodded, a mix of excitement and apprehension in his eyes. Recovery Girl shook her head, muttering that she had a feeling this kid would become a regular patient. Facing the open field, Izuku took a deep breath, his heart racing. He stared at his right hand, clenching it into a fist. His experiences with his alien transformations gave him a sense of familiarity with the power surging through him, but this felt different. He whispered to himself to think of it as another transformation, determination solidifying within him. Suddenly, he felt a rush of energy coursing through him, hotter and more intense than anything he had ever experienced. His arm began to swell as the power of One for All surged into his muscles, veins standing out like a network of glowing lines across his skin. The energy felt overwhelming, raw, and wild, like a tidal wave ready to break free. With widened eyes, Izuku unleashed a powerful smash, swinging his fist forward with all his might. The moment his punch connected with the air, a shockwave erupted, causing the ground to tremble beneath him as if the earth were recoiling from the force. The shockwave tore through the open field, uprooting chunks of earth and debris in a wide arc. The wind pressure was so immense that nearby buildings, already fragile from years of neglect, were instantly damaged, roofs blown off and walls collapsing as dust and rubble filled the air. All Might raised an arm to shield his eyes, his grin widening in awe as he witnessed the scene. As the winds began to settle, a stillness enveloped the base. In front of Izuku lay a clear, deep path in the dirt, marking the trajectory of his punch. All Might lowered his arm, eyes wide with pride and amazement, remarking on the incredible feat it was only Izuku's first attempt. Breathing heavily, Izuku felt the adrenaline begin to fade. The excitement of using such a powerful quirk for the first time had him grinning at his own demonstration. However, that grin quickly faded as a surge of pain shot through his arm, sharp and intense. He winced and dropped to his knees, clutching his arm in shock. His entire arm was red and swollen, clearly injured. Toshinori rushed over, concern etched on his face as he crouched beside Izuku. He asked if Izuku was all right. Izuku breathed heavily, wincing again as he attempted to move his arm, expressing that it felt as if he had severely injured it. All Might, with a grim yet proud tone, acknowledged the reality of the situation and helped Izuku back to his feet. Izuku stared at his injured arm, his face pale, realizing the extent of the damage from just one punch. All Might's expression softened as he explained that 𝗵𝗃𝗏 would come with challenges. This power was not something to be taken lightly. Izuku blinked, determination igniting within him. He understood that he needed to learn control. Just like with his transformations. Toshinori nodded, impressed by Izuku's resolve, explaining that he was either using 0% or 100% of his strength, with no in-between. With time and training, he would learn to adjust the output to match what his body could handle. Izuku absorbed the information, the concept of control swirling in his mind. All Might elaborated that the more Izuku trained with One for All, the better he would be able to manage it. However, he advised against using it with his alien forms until he could control it in his human form, as it could strain his body. Izuku nodded, his heart racing with excitement. He was determined to master One for All before the entrance exam in 2 months. Just then, Recovery Girl approached, arms crossed, expressing concern about All Might putting too much pressure on Izuku. She leaned in and gave Izuku a quick kiss on the cheek, causing his broken arm to glow with healing energy as it began to mend itself. Izuku flexed his fingers in amazement, watching as his arm was fully restored. He expressed his gratitude to Recovery Girl but soon felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, his legs wobbling beneath him. Recovery Girl explained that while her quirk accelerated healing, it drained stamina in return. Izuku realized he didn't feel completely drained, admitting he still had plenty of energy left. Recovery Girl mused that his device must have aided his recovery, but cautioned him not to rely on it too much. If one sustains too many injuries, whether large or small, their stamina can be depleted, leading to dire consequences. All Might cleared his throat and stepped forward with a cautious grin. He expressed that with Izuku's enhanced healing abilities, they could push him a bit harder in training, which would help him gain control of his quirk more quickly. He turned to Recovery Girl, scratching the back of his head and seeking her approval. Recovery Girl sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. She agreed that as long as they didn't push Izuku beyond his limits, a little extra training could be beneficial. However, she warned All Might to exercise caution. She straightened up, her tone softening slightly, and stated that she was willing to help Izuku or his quirk. The sooner he learned to control it, the better. She preferred not to have him as a regular patient once he started at UA. After he learned to use his abilities safely, he would need to rely on other forms of healing. All Might nodded respectfully in response. Recovery Girl then turned to Izuku, reminding him not to neglect his transformations. They would work on them to see if he could utilize One for All alongside them. Izuku nodded eagerly and activated his Omnitrix. The familiar dial appeared, and he began scrolling through the alien options. Suddenly, he froze upon encountering something unfamiliar. He turned the dial again, revealing another new alien. While his original 10 were still present, there were several additional options. Excitedly, he exclaimed that there were new aliens available, estimating that there were 9 more. All Might raised an eyebrow, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, suggesting that if there were 9 more, there could potentially be hundreds. The thought made Izuku gulp in surprise. He stammered, questioning how he had become so fortunate. All Might placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his voice calm yet filled with purpose. He reminded Izuku that while he had been gifted with incredible abilities, the true measure of his worth lay in how he chose to use them. He encouraged Izuku to train hard and make those abilities his own. Izuku listened intently, looking down at the Omnitrix and then at his own hands, contemplating the responsibility he now bore. All Might continued, encouraging him not to feel overwhelmed or unprepared. He believed that Izuku would soar to heights even he had never imagined. Everyone else could see it, but Izuku needed to recognize it within himself. When that moment came, All Might hoped he would be able to stand tall and declare his presence. As the weight of All Might's words settled in, Izuku felt a swell of emotion. His chest tightened, and he fought back tears, determined to prove himself. 2 weeks later, it was a quiet weekend at the military base. Izuku stood tense, aiming at an old, crumbling building. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Instantly, a powerful shockwave surged through the air, causing the building to crumble in a spectacular display of debris. Izuku winced as a sharp pain shot through his finger, which bent unnaturally from the impact. Despite the discomfort, he prepared for another shot. Ignoring the pain, he aimed at a second building and flicked again, unleashing another shockwave that tore through the air. The structure exploded into rubble, but the cost was immediate. His finger broke again, bruising and swelling rapidly. He clenched his teeth, sweat forming on his forehead as the pain surged through his hand. Before he could catch his breath, All Might dashed forward, moving like a blur. He playfully taunted Izuku, challenging him to react. Izuku squinted through the pain, focusing intently. Instead of rushing, he waited, tracking All Might's rapid movements. Just at the right moment, he flicked his finger, sending a shockwave that struck All Might with perfect timing, sending him into the rubble. Despite the agony, Izuku smiled, whispering to himself that he had managed to hit him. However, his fingers were now a painful mess, feeling as if they were on fire with each use of one for all. All Might pulled himself from the debris, dusting off his torn suit as he returned to his regular form. He acknowledged Izuku's improving accuracy with a pained smile, though he winced from the impact of the hit. Izuku, breathing and cradling his hand, nodded weakly. He admitted that he was still breaking his fingers each time. Recovery Girl appeared, her expression disapproving as she examined Izuku's hand. She pointed out that despite 2 weeks of training, his fingers were still suffering. She suggested that it might be time for All Might to admit he needed help in training Izuku. All Might protested, insisting that he was doing his best and was the only one who understood one for all well enough to guide Izuku. Recovery Girl frowned, reminding him that Gran Torino had helped him in the past. At the mention of Gran Torino, All Might visibly stiffened, his expression shifting from pride to apprehension. Izuku, confused, asked who Gran Torino was. All Might hesitated, revealing that Gran Torino had been his homeroom teacher and a close friend of his predecessor. He was the one who had taught All Might to control one for all. Izuku's eyes lit up with hope, expressing eagerness to meet Gran Torino. However, All Might's hands began to tremble, and he grimaced, expressing doubt about the idea. Recovery Girl, clearly frustrated, pulled out her phone, stating that if All Might wouldn't call Gran Torino, she would. She insisted that Izuku shouldn't have to keep injuring himself because All Might was too afraid to reach out. All Might's face paled as he snatched the phone from her hand, shaking with anxiety. He pleaded for more time, insisting that Izuku was doing well and just needed a little more time. His voice cracked as he struggled to maintain composure. Izuku watched in disbelief as his mentor, the symbol of peace, trembled at the thought of contacting his old teacher. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow, reminding All Might that Izuku's fingers were broken again. If he wouldn't call Gran Torino, she would have Nizu assign him as an assistant. All Might's face drained of color at the thought. Defeated, he pulled out his phone, dialing the number with shaking hands. Izuku gulped as Recovery Girl turned to him, warning that Gran Torino might seem like a cranky old man, but he was the real deal. Underestimating him could lead to worse consequences than just broken fingers. Izuku shuddered at the thought, and just then his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and saw a message from Uraraka, reminding him not to forget their meet-up the next day. He sighed, pocketing his phone. With the beach cleaned up, he could focus more on his training, but now there was nowhere quiet to practice. He muttered to himself, wincing as he flexed his fingers, still feeling pain despite the healing. At least he had time to study during the week and perhaps train with her and Kendo. His hand throbbed again, a reminder that even with Recovery Girl's help, his progress came at a painful cost. Moments later, after another healing session, Izuku was driven home to rest, while All Might trudged back to his place, the weight of his past catching up to him. All Might sat in his study, staring at the number on his phone with dread. His hand hovered over the dial pad, sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, after a deep breath, he dialed the number. The phone rang, and an elderly voice answered, gruff yet slightly senile. All Might face-bombed, feeling the sweat trickle down. Gran Torino chuckled on the other end, acknowledging that it had been a while since All Might had called. All Might straightened up in his seat, his voice growing serious as he spoke about a young man he had recently met. Quirkless, but he had shown more bravery than anyone he had seen in years, running headfirst into a dangerous situation to save a classmate. Gran Torino's voice shifted, becoming sharper as he expressed concern about the young man's recklessness and guessed that All Might was considering giving him one for all. All Might hesitated before admitting that he had already done so. For the past several months, the boy had been training to hold the power, but he needed help. Gran Torino, with a hint of amusement, pointed out All Might's lack of teaching skills and agreed to assist him, asking for the boy's name. When All Might revealed it to be Izuku Midoriya, Gran Torino's tone shifted, recognizing the name. All Might confirmed that Izuku was the son of a notable figure and mentioned that he also possessed the Omnitrix. Gran Torino fell silent, shocked by the revelation. He expressed concern that if the rumors were true, Izuku would become a target for many powerful foes. All Might sighed, acknowledging that he needed help and could not do this alone. Gran Torino scoffed, agreeing to help but emphasizing that he couldn't let All Might be the boy's only mentor. He promised to arrive in 2 days, maybe sooner if he felt like it. After the call ended, All Might let out a long, tired sigh, feeling the weight of his concerns for young Midoriya. Izuku stood nervously outside Ochako's home, his legs trembling as a blush crept up his face. He encouraged himself to be cool and not make a fool of himself. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. A loud thud followed by a quiet, ow, and some shuffling came from inside. When he identified himself, Ochako expressed surprise at his early arrival and invited him in. As he entered, Izuku noticed the small but cozy space adorned with posters of NASA and star charts. It felt homely, and he reassured Ochako that he would never think less of her because of her home. After a moment of hesitation, she opened the door, looking nervous yet self-conscious. They both sat at the table, and Izuku began pulling out books from his bag, ready to study for the upcoming exams. Ochako's usual cheerful energy returned as they opened their books, and she expressed her determination to prepare. Izuku unpacked some snacks, and they started studying. As they worked through problems, he noticed how quickly Ochako was going through the snacks but decided to keep quiet. Hours passed, and the table became cluttered with papers, books, and wrappers. Izuku stretched, feeling stiff from sitting too long. Ochako thanked him for the study session, admitting that the written exams were just as tough as the practical ones. Izuku reassured her that she was doing great and realized it was getting late. He suggested they continue tomorrow and maybe do some training if she was up for it. Ochako eagerly agreed, sharing her goal of increasing her limit to 4 tons, though she admitted it was embarrassing to have struggled in front of everyone. As they cleaned up, Izuku hesitated before asking her why she wanted to be a hero and what motivated her to apply to UA. The question caught Ochako off guard, and after some thought, she admitted that it was for the money. Izuku blinked, surprised by her honesty. She explained that her family owned a construction company that was struggling, and she hoped to use her quirk to help replace construction equipment. Understanding dawned on Izuku, and he listened attentively as she shared her aspirations. To save your family money, Ochako's eyes brightened as she nodded, a small smile appearing on her lips. She expressed her thoughts about wanting to help her family, acknowledging that her reason might not be as noble as Izuku's dream, but it was hers. Izuku smiled warmly, recognizing the sincerity in her eyes. He noted how much she cared for her family, and Ochako's expression softened as she recalled her childhood promise to her parents to support them. Her father's encouragement to pursue her happiness and dreams resonated with her. She quietly declared her determination to become a hero and earn money to help her parents live comfortably. 5 days later, Midoriya was on his way to All Might's home to begin his training with One for All. As he walked alongside All Might, he noticed something unusual through a broken wall in the dilapidated structure of an abandoned military base. An old man lying face down in a puddle of red liquid, with some food underneath him and a broken plate beside him, complete with a fork. All Might abruptly halted, alarmed by the sight. He transformed into his muscular form and rushed away, warning Midoriya not to underestimate the old man, despite his seemingly senile appearance. Midoriya was confused, questioning how the man could be alive. The old man then raised his head, revealing a surprisingly lively gaze, and declared that he was indeed alive. Izuku's heart raced as he processed the situation. The old man chuckled, brushing ketchup off his tattered clothes, explaining that he had tripped while carrying a plate of sausages covered in ketchup. Izuku found this odd, still trying to comprehend who this man was. The old man introduced himself as Gran Torino, prompting Izuku to introduce himself as well, still bewildered. Outside, All Might listened intently, feeling a mix of fear and nostalgia as he recalled his own training under Gran Torino. Though anxious about Izuku's upcoming training, he believed it was best for Gran Torino to guide the boy independently. Midoriya doubted he could learn anything from Gran Torino, thinking he might not be capable of teaching. Just then, a gust of wind snatched his phone away, and he looked up to see Gran Torino holding it with a mischievous grin. Gran Torino commented on how young people were always on their phones and mentioned that he had received footage of Izuku's training with All Might. He noted that while Izuku had a decent grasp of one for all, he was still reckless. Gran Torino expressed his intention to prepare Izuku for the challenges ahead, emphasizing the importance of proper training in the weeks leading up to the entrance exam. Before starting, Gran Torino asked Izuku about his control over One for All. Izuku explained that he had figured out how to limit its use to certain body parts and percentages but struggled with his alien forms. Gran Torino advised him to focus on using One for All with his own body for now, encouraging him to understand his own power rather than relying on his transformations. Gran Torino then declared it was time to begin training, stating that they would start with a challenge to see if Izuku could land a hit on him within 3 minutes using only One for All. Izuku hesitated, concerned about the potential for injury, but Gran Torino dismissed his worries and launched into action, creating a whirlwind of debris as he moved. Caught off guard, Izuku stumbled but quickly regained his footing in the dimly lit space filled with rusted machinery. He concentrated, feeling 8% of One for All flow into his hand, realizing Gran Torino had circled behind him. Just as he turned, he managed to catch Gran Torino before he could strike. Gran Torino taunted him about being a bit stiff, and Izuku prepared to deliver a powerful blow. However, Gran Torino effortlessly dodged, demonstrating agility that belied his age. As Izuku was thrown to the ground, Gran Torino stood on his back, clapping slowly. Izuku lifted his head, trying to shake off the impact. Gran Torino acknowledged his effort, and Izuku shared his percentage of control over One for All. Gran Torino nodded in approval, then pointed out that Izuku's movements were stiff, leaving him to ponder the reason behind it. Gran Torino encouraged Izuku to think about his training in his own time, mentioning that someone special wanted to meet up with him. A piece of advice was given: it was time to stop trying to emulate All Might. While it might work for the moment, it wouldn't last in the long run. As the boy received his phone back, he was reminded to text his friend. He felt a rush of embarrassment when he realized he had been called out. Midoriya glanced at the message from Uraraka, a smile forming on his face, but he quickly remembered the old man's words about impending threats. He hesitated before asking, curious about what was meant by those words. Gran Torino took a moment to consider, the atmosphere growing serious. He explained that Midoriya possessed immense power, a gift that often attracted challenges. Such strength rarely brought good news. Midoriya was left puzzled but determined to understand. Gran Torino shifted the conversation, expressing his hunger and encouraging Midoriya to enjoy his youth. He was told to go home and reflect on the advice given, with the promise of meeting again soon. Later, Midoriya found himself in Uraraka's cozy apartment, surrounded by the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the faint scent of cleaning supplies. Sitting cross-legged on the soft carpet, he was lost in thought, his notes scattered around him like fallen leaves. He pondered over the meaning of being stiff in his movements, tapping his pencil against his chin in concentration. Uraraka's voice broke through his thoughts, startling him. She pointed out that he had been zoning out all day, barely paying attention to her. Feeling sheepish, he apologized, scratching the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks. Uraraka suggested taking a break and offered to prepare something to eat. Midoriya hesitated, not wanting to intrude, but his stomach growled loudly, betraying him. Flushing with embarrassment, he instinctively tried to hide his midsection. Uraraka insisted he was her guest and reminded him that he would offer food if the roles were reversed. Reluctantly, he agreed to instant ramen, his excitement growing at the thought of food. As Uraraka moved to the kitchen, he felt warmth in his chest watching her. She assured him it was okay to enjoy the meal, emphasizing that friends help each other. Midoriya suggested she come over for dinner sometime, flustered by his own words. Uraraka's surprise was evident, and she quickly added that perhaps Kendo could join them, her cheeks turning pink. As they exchanged glances while she poured water into the bowls, a comfortable silence enveloped them, broken only by the microwave's beeping. Midoriya found himself mesmerized by the bowl of ramen spinning inside the microwave, lost in thought. Uraraka, crouching down, pointed out that watching it would only make the wait feel longer. Curiosity took hold and he leaned closer, asking her to explain how a microwave worked. She obliged, detailing how it generated heat to cook food evenly. Midoriya, suddenly inspired, flung open the microwave door and grabbed the steaming bowl, startling Uraraka. He declared that the bowl of ramen represented him, excitement radiating from him. Uraraka, bewildered, tried to process his enthusiasm. Midoriya realized he needed to embrace movement rather than overthink it. With determination, he felt energy surge within him, crackling with green electricity like an aura. Uraraka watched in awe, her expression a mix of admiration and confusion. When he hesitated to explain the source of his power, she placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he could share when he was ready. Midoriya smiled back, warmth spreading in his chest, but guilt lingered as he thought about the secrets he held from her and others who had shown him kindness. Standing before Gran Torino, Midoriya took a deep breath, feeling the familiar surge of power within him. All Might and Recovery Girl observed with a blend of pride and concern. As he activated One for All, green electricity erupted around him, shimmering with life, and he felt the energy flow through his body. Gran Torino crossed his arms, a smirk appearing on his face as he observed the young hero. He noted the boy's similarities to his mentor, All Might, who smiled wider at the determination shining in Midoriya's eyes. Midoriya focused intently, declaring in his mind that he could use 8% of One for All. Gran Torino clapped his hands together, his voice sharp and energetic as he announced their training plan. They had a few weeks before the entrance exam, and he intended to push Midoriya to his limits. Midoriya's face lit up with a determined smile, confidence surging through him. In the weeks that followed, Midoriya trained tirelessly under the watchful eyes of Gran Torino and All Might. He quickly learned two things. Gran Torino was intimidating, and training with both of them was incredibly challenging. The intense workouts left him exhausted, but each ache reminded him of his growing strength. As the entrance exam approached, Midoriya maintained his 8% usage of One for All, feeling the familiar tension and excitement building within him. He also developed a sense of camaraderie with his friends. Training with Uraraka and Kendo had proven beneficial, as they pushed each other to grow stronger. Pony, becoming more comfortable with the language barrier, would occasionally meet him at a quaint cafe where they practiced their English and Japanese over hot tea. Midoriya felt proud of her progress. At the Kendo dojo, Midoriya and Kendo faced each other on the sparring mat, ready for a match. After exchanging respectful bows, they settled into their fighting stances. Kendo dashed toward him with impressive speed, launching a rapid series of punches. Midoriya dodged and parried, moving fluidly to deflect her blows. As Kendo swung a right hook, Midoriya seized the moment, leaping into the air and twisting his body to aim a kick at her face. His foot connected, sending her stumbling back. She wiped a small trickle of blood from her lip and smirked, acknowledging his point. They reset, taking their stances once more and circling each other cautiously. This time, Midoriya launched the attack, delivering a barrage of precise kicks and punches. Kendo blocked each strike, her defense impeccable. Without warning, she dropped to her back, using the momentum to spring upward and send a sharp kick toward Midoriya's midsection, forcing him to retreat. Not giving him a chance to recover, Kendo charged again, flipping into the air as Midoriya dove beneath her, narrowly avoiding her kick. As she landed, he struck with a powerful kick to her stomach, sending her backward. Midoriya felt his confidence grow as he acknowledged his score. Kendo backflipped, landing gracefully on her feet, her fierce expression locked onto his. She warned him not to get cocky before rushing him again. Midoriya ducked and dodged her flurry of kicks, but one landed solidly across his face, causing him to stumble back. Kendo took advantage, sweeping his leg out from under him. Midoriya, ever agile, caught himself on his hands and backflipped into the air, aiming another kick at Kendo, who barely managed to dodge. As he landed, he swept her legs from under her, causing her to crash to the mat. Before she could recover, he pinned her down, their bodies close together. Both were breathing heavily, their faces flushed from exertion. Midoriya held her firmly, their faces inches apart, and Kendo became acutely aware of her racing heart. She stared into Midoriya's intense green eyes, feeling a strange warmth spread through her chest. Midoriya declared his victory, a triumphant grin on his face. Kendo blinked, momentarily surprised, before she acknowledged his win. However, her competitive spirit kicked in, and with a sudden burst of strength, she reversed their positions, pinning him to the mat. Midoriya gasped in surprise as his back hit the ground. Kendo teased him about needing to try harder if he wanted to win again. Midoriya protested that they were the same height, but she playfully argued that from her position, she was looking down on him. They both laughed, the tension easing as they pushed themselves off the mat, still catching their breath. After a few moments, they grabbed their towels and wiped the sweat from their foreheads, ready to call it a day. Later, as they changed back into their normal clothes, Kendo spoke up, her voice shy compared to her usual bravado. She insisted that Midoriya needed to get into you, or she would challenge him. Midoriya chuckled nervously, nodding in agreement. He expressed his hope to see his name at the top of the leaderboard, and Kendo blushed, trying to hide her embarrassment. As Midoriya turned to leave, Kendo called out, uncertainly suggesting they hang out after the results to compare their performances. He paused and nodded enthusiastically, hoping they would both pass. Kendo blushed again, playfully punching him on the shoulder and teasing that if she saw him every day, she would have more chances to challenge him. Midoriya grinned as he waved goodbye, confident in their friendly rivalry. Meanwhile, Ochako sat at her desk, reviewing the notes Izuku had left for her. He had gone over them with her earlier, and she focused on absorbing as much information as possible. However, her stomach growled loudly, reminding her that she hadn't eaten since lunch. She sighed and stood up, rubbing her belly. Ochako thought it was time to grab a bite to eat. As she stretched and surveyed the room, her gaze fell upon something new on the kitchen counter, a pair of neatly stacked bento boxes. Curiosity piqued, she approached the counter and picked up the top box, noticing a small note taped to the lid. Her heart raced as she recognized the handwriting. "You'll need the energy for tomorrow, Izuku." A warm blush crept onto her cheeks as a smile formed on her lips. Izuku had taken the time to ensure she had food to sustain her. The thought made her heart flutter. With eager anticipation, Ochako opened the first bento box. Inside was a beautifully arranged meal, perfectly seasoned grilled chicken, steamed vegetables, and a serving of fluffy white rice topped with sesame seeds. Her stomach growled in response, prompting a soft giggle from her. She settled at the table and began to eat, savoring each delicious bite. A sense of warmth filled her chest, knowing that Izuku had prepared it with such care. After finishing her meal, she turned her attention to the second bento box, which had another note, "For tomorrow morning." Carefully, she opened it to reveal a delightful breakfast assortment: fluffy tamagoyaki, a side of fresh fruit, and a small onigiri wrapped in nori. The sight of the second meal made her smile even wider, her heart swelling with gratitude. As she cleaned up, the warmth in her chest lingered. Izuku's thoughtfulness had not only satisfied her hunger but also made her heart race. She reflected on how much his kindness meant to her and whispered a heartfelt thanks, imagining their next meeting. Izuku felt ready for the challenges ahead. He had a solid grasp of One for All, comfortably utilizing 8% of its power. His stamina allowed him to maintain his alien forms for a good duration, and he had gained control over the new abilities that had recently emerged. Yet, despite his preparations, doubts began to creep in. Lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling, anxiety swirling in his mind. He considered looking up hero news but quickly dismissed the idea, fearing it would keep him up all night and leave him exhausted for the exam. He worried about disappointing All Might and never seeing his friends again. Just then, a buzz from his phone interrupted his anxious thoughts. He glanced over to see a message from Ochako. Their conversation flowed easily, filled with light-hearted banter and encouragement. Ochako reassured him of his strength and hard work, reminding him that all his efforts would pay off. As they exchanged messages, Izuku felt a sense of relief wash over him. The support from Ochako lifted his spirits, and he drifted off to sleep, knowing that all his training would be put to the test the next day. The following morning, Izuku stood at the entrance of 𝐒𝐻, his 𝐒𝐽𝐽 uniform crisp and his backpack securely strapped. He had been here before, but the sheer number of applicants made his heart race. Anxiety bubbled within him as he glanced around, reminding himself that training under All Might did not guarantee success. He needed to prove himself and show that he had earned his place. He whispered words of encouragement to himself, vowing not to let All Might down. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts, causing him to freeze. Bakugo stood before him, glaring with disdain. Izuku instinctively stepped aside, the years of bullying still fresh in his mind. Bakugo brushed past him, threatening to set him on fire if he didn't move. Izuku managed a nervous greeting, feeling a wave of relief as Bakugo walked away. With the exam looming ahead, he hoped to keep his anxiety in check. Determined, he shook his head and focused on the path ahead. He had worked hard to reach this point, and now that the exam was finally here, he was ready. Thanks to All Might and the Omnitrix, he was on the verge of becoming a hero. As he took a few confident steps, he tripped over his own feet, bracing himself for an inevitable fall. Just before hitting the ground, he found himself hovering inches above the pavement. A familiar giggle reached his ears, and he looked up to see Ochako gently placing him back on his feet. Embarrassment flushed his face. She greeted him with a cheerful smile, her fingers forming a pyramid as she activated her quirk. The solid ground beneath his feet felt reassuring. She remarked on the nerves they both shared, and Izuku sheepishly admitted his clumsiness, earning another giggle from her. Ochako quickly composed herself, her expression turning determined as she encouraged him to do their best. Izuku felt his nervousness ease as he matched her enthusiasm, raising his fist in solidarity. Just then, a familiar voice called out, urging them not to enter without the others. He turned to see Pony and Kendo approaching, both wearing bright smiles. Itsuka reached them first, slightly out of breath and bundled up in her uniform with a scarf around her neck. Her face was flushed from the run. She began to speak, her voice a bit breathless, expressing her awareness of Izuku's nerves. Suddenly, she moved a bottle toward him, her cheeks tinged with pink. It was a drink that her father had insisted she take before a tournament, claiming it helped with nerves, and she thought it might assist him as well. Izuku blinked in surprise before taking the bottle, their fingers brushing for a brief moment. He expressed his gratitude, and her heart raced at the contact, causing her to look away shyly. Pony then chimed in with enthusiasm, encouraging everyone to do their best. With a collective cheer, they headed inside, ready to tackle the exam. Upon entering the building, they were greeted by rows of tables adorned with banners in various languages. Pony waved goodbye to her friends and made her way toward the one marked United States. Shortly after, the written portion of the exam commenced. Izuku had come prepared, utilizing Brainstorm to jot down notes for later review once he transformed back. To his surprise, Brainstorm had accurately predicted many of the questions by analyzing past exams and mock tests. As Izuku answered each question, a confident smile spread across his face. It felt as though the alien's calculations had given him an advantage. He not only felt ready, but the notes he had shared with Ochako, Pony, and Itsuka had also benefited them. They were equally astonished by their understanding, thanks to his foresight. 2.5 hours later, Izuku was the first to exit the classroom, walking alongside a boy with glasses. His feelings about the exam were mixed, primarily surprised that Brainstorm had accurately predicted the questions, even the challenging ones. He muttered to himself about experimenting with how far he could predict outcomes using Brainstorm, jotting down a few notes in his new notebook, which bore the Omnitrix symbol. From a distance, Tsuyu, a girl with frog-like features, observed him thoughtfully. Her expression was neutral, but she seemed to be studying him closely. She noticed he had finished before everyone else and commented to herself that perhaps he shouldn't be muttering to himself. A few onlookers were already glancing at Izuku, intrigued by his early completion and quiet murmuring. Tsuyu approached him and lightly poked his shoulder. Izuku turned to her, his cheeks flushing upon realizing he was being addressed by a girl. She pointed out that his muttering was unsettling some people, but her tone was gentle enough that only he could hear, as she didn't want to embarrass him. He apologized, explaining that it was just how he processed things, thinking out loud to organize his thoughts. Tsuyu tilted her head slightly, understanding that everyone had their own way of handling stress. She introduced herself and wished him luck with the rest of the exam, offering him a small but kind smile. Izuku blinked and returned the smile, thanking her and wishing her good luck as well. Soon after, the rest of the students exited the classroom and began heading toward the auditorium. Izuku searched for his friends in the crowd but couldn't spot them. Deciding not to waste time, he followed the flow of students into the auditorium. Inside, he found his seat among the examinees, unfortunately sitting right next to his former childhood friend turned rival. As the lights came on, Present Mike took the stage, ready to kick off the next phase of the exam. He greeted the candidates with enthusiasm, but the room remained silent. Izuku couldn't help but bounce in place a little, feeling the excitement. Present Mike shrugged off the lack of response and continued, announcing that they would participate in a 10-minute mock battle in a simulated suburban city. After dropping the mic, they would be skirted to their designated battle centers. Izuku and Bakugo checked their exam cards, discovering that Izuku was assigned to Battle Center B while Bakugo was headed to Battle Center A. Bakugo realized they were being split up to prevent them from working together and snapped at Izuku to keep his eyes off his card, causing Izuku to flinch. Bakugo expressed his disappointment at not being able to face Izuku directly in the mock battle, and Izuku gave him a nervous glance. Present Mike continued, explaining that there were 3 types of mock villains in each battle center, with points awarded based on their difficulty. He emphasized the importance of keeping it heroic, as attacking other students was against you. Rules. Suddenly, a student stood up, raising his hand to ask a question. He was tall and muscular, with neatly parted dark blue hair and a stern expression behind his glasses. He pointed out a discrepancy in the exam printout, declaring that it was unacceptable for you to make such an error. He then turned his attention to Izuku, accusing him of being distracting with his muttering and suggesting he should leave if he wasn't taking the exam seriously. Izuku immediately covered his mouth, trying to shrink into his seat as a few people around him chuckled. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the tension, drawing everyone's attention to the speaker. Izuku's eyes widened when he recognized the girl. He muttered her name softly, Ju. She looked directly at him and questioned the necessity of calling out another student. She pointed out that he was likely just nervous about the exam, as they all were, and wondered if it was really necessary to embarrass him over something so minor. The boy retorted that Izuku was distracting, asserting that his constant muttering was inappropriate for such a prestigious setting. Ghirou calmly disagreed, stating that no one else seemed bothered by it. She then highlighted that the real distraction was the boy who had jumped up and demanded answers in the middle of an explanation. The boy stammered, trying to justify his interruption, but Ghirou reminded him that the explanation was about to be given before he interrupted. With a satisfied look, she sat back down, leaving the boy unable to respond and reluctantly taking his own seat. Present Mike then interjected, attempting to ease the tension. He ominously warned that while the previous villains were akin to simple obstacles, the 4th type was more like a trap. He cautioned that if they engaged with one, they would lose all the points they had earned. A wave of unease swept through the room, leaving even the boy who had asked the question silent and unnerved. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine but managed to gather his thoughts, reminding himself to avoid the 0-pointers. As everyone made their way outside to the buses, Izuku walked along, quietly muttering to himself about his strategy. He contemplated the various robots scattered throughout the city and the need for speed and power to take down as many as possible. He considered different options but felt a knot form in his stomach as he weighed the risks. His muttering was interrupted by a light chop to his head. Itsuka sighed and pointed out that he was muttering again. Izuku apologized, rubbing his head nervously. Itsuka lightly chided him, noting that his muttering could get him in trouble if others overheard his plans. She found it amusing rather than annoying this time, realizing it didn't bother her as much as before. Izuku flushed, acknowledging her point. Itsuka then asked which city he was assigned to, and he replied that he was headed to Center B. He turned to Uraraka, who was beside him, and asked her where she was going. She brightened up, saying she was going to the same place, and they would be sticking together. Itsuka raised her fist, encouraging them to all pass, declaring it was hero time. Izuku blinked, feeling flustered but smiling back as he fist bumped her. As they boarded their bus to Center B, Izuku's mind returned to strategizing. He tapped his chin thoughtfully, muttering under his breath again about the limitations of his power and the effectiveness of different forms. Suddenly, he was startled by a boy with glasses who approached him with purpose. Izuku stammered in surprise as the boy introduced himself as 𝗕𝗫𝐸 from Semi-Private Academy. Ida apologized for his earlier behavior, admitting he had let his nerves get the better of him. Izuku quickly reassured him that it was fine, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya from 𝐴𝐵𝐸 Junior High. Uraraka chimed in cheerfully, introducing herself as well. Ida wished them both good luck before returning to his seat. Feeling more at ease, Izuku pulled out his notebook to jot down some thoughts as the bus began to drive off. Beside him, Uraraka fanned herself, expressing her nerves about the upcoming exam. Izuku reassured her, though he felt anxious himself, encouraging her to stay focused. When the bus made its stop, Izuku took a deep breath, his heart racing as he prepared to activate the Omnitrix. Just then, Uraraka placed a hand on his shoulder, her expression serious. She encouraged him, saying they would pass if they worked together. Izuku admired her strength but expressed his longing to rely on his own abilities. Uraraka understood and smiled, playfully warning him that he better move quickly or she would steal all the points. From a distance, Ida observed their exchange, feeling inspired by their sportsmanship and determination. Izuku smiled at Uraraka, trying to calm his nerves as he took a drink from the bottle Itsuka had given him. With a determined expression, he declared that it was hero time, bringing his wrist to his face as he pressed the button on the Omnitrix. The device lit up, its colors flashing to life. Nearby, a blond boy watched Izuku with a condescending smirk. He had a support like Izuku. It was a shame he wouldn't make it. Another student remarked on Izuku's actions, crossing his arms and shaking his head. He noted how Izuku had been visibly nervous when called out for mumbling, suggesting he wouldn't handle the pressure of the exam. One of his friends dismissed the concern, rolling his eyes and stating that they shouldn't worry about him. They had seen how timid he was and figured he wouldn't even survive the first mock battle. A girl laughed, her voice laced with sarcasm, pointing out how nervous he had been when put on the spot. With that kind of attitude, he would be the first to be eliminated. Ochako felt her irritation rise with each mocking comment aimed at Izuku. She shouted for them to stop, clenching her fists and insisting they had no idea what he was capable of. A red-haired boy responded dismissively, smirking as he claimed the entrance exam wasn't for those who couldn't stand up straight. Izuku was just a wannabe hero who would embarrass himself. One of the boys snickered, suggesting that the more nervous Izuku was, the more entertaining it would be, prompting laughter from the group. Izuku ignored the other examinees as he scrolled through the holographic figures on his device, searching for a form with a wide-range attack that could take down robots throughout the city. His finger paused at the silhouette of a short alien resembling an EMP, and a confident smirk spread across his face. It was hero time. He slammed the Omnitrix down and was engulfed in a brilliant green flash, causing everyone around him to shield their eyes. The murmurs and laughter faded as their gazes turned toward him, captivated by the awe-inspiring transformation. As the light faded, the class blinked, their vision clearing to reveal 𝐒𝐻𝐁𝐵 standing before them. His small, almost childlike form left everyone stunned and speechless for a moment, unsure how to react. One examinee blurted out a question about the green-haired boy's whereabouts, while another pointed hesitantly at the tiny alien figure in the center. The red-haired examinee scoffed, crossing his arms arrogantly, dismissing 𝗂𝐻𝐻 as a threat due to his size. A quieter voice from the crowd agreed, but unease rippled through the group as they watched 𝗂𝐻𝐻 closely, their initial confidence beginning to waver. Then, without warning, 𝗂𝐻𝐻 began to split. Gasps echoed through the crowd as his form multiplied, quickly creating 10 identical copies of the small alien. The shock on everyone's faces grew as they realized what they were witnessing. The once diminutive figure now resembled a small army of 𝗂𝐻𝐻s, each moving in sync yet independently. Uraraka crouched down to his level, her brow furrowed in disbelief, expressing surprise that he hadn't chosen a more powerful form like Diamond Head or Heat Blast. 𝗂𝐻𝐻 calmly explained that spreading out across the city would allow them to hit more robots and not remain stuck in one spot. This strategy, he noted, would also increase their chances of scoring points. Iida, who had been silently analyzing the situation, stepped forward with a thoughtful nod, remarking on the brilliance of the strategy. The classmates who had mocked 𝗂𝐻𝐻 moments before exchanged uneasy glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. President Mick's voice echoed across the grounds, announcing the start of the exam. As the words left his mouth, the 10 𝗂𝐻𝐻s sprang into action, darting through the testing grounds with blinding speed. Uraraka quickly followed the group of small aliens, her face set with determination, while Iida surged ahead at full speed, his engines roaring to life. The other students stood stunned for a brief moment, trying to process what was happening, but President Mick's voice snapped them into motion, urging them to go. 𝗂𝐻𝐻 split into his duplicates, each taking different paths through the city. One turned right, dodging through alleyways, while another headed straight toward a horde of robots waiting just beyond the horizon. The original 𝗂𝐻𝐻 multiplied again, splitting into 5 more as they approached the first wave of enemies. Amidst the chaos, a massive three-pointer loomed above them, its missile launchers locking onto the group of small aliens. Without hesitation, the 𝗂𝐻𝐻s charged forward, racing toward the incoming threats. One of the 𝗂𝐻𝐻s prepared to unleash a sonic blast. Suddenly, a powerful sound erupted from him, sending shockwaves through the air and slamming into the robots, causing them to be hurled backward. The one-pointer was sent tumbling into the sky, while the 2 pointers crashed to the ground with clanging thuds. The other students gasped, watching in disbelief as 𝗂𝐻𝐻 smirked confidently. His duplicates continued to spread out, creating chaos on the battlefield. He echoed to himself that he had already scored 5 points, determination flashing in his eyes as he thought about getting into you. But the test was far from over. A 2-pointer leaped from a nearby building, its tail arcing down toward one of the 𝗂𝐻𝐻s. The small alien turned just in time, releasing another sonic scream that collided with the robot's tail, sending it off course and crashing into a building. A 1-pointer rushed in from another angle, barreling toward 𝗂𝐻𝐻 with its heavy arms swinging. Behind it, 2 3-pointers rolled into view, their missile pods glowing ominously. 𝗂𝐻𝐻 reacted quickly, flipping backward multiple times to avoid the attacks. As he did, he split into 3 more duplicates, all of them shouting in unison, creating a wall of sound. The sonic blast tore through the air, colliding with the missiles and detonating them mid-flight. Explosions rocked the area, but the sonic wall absorbed the brunt of the force, keeping the 𝗂𝐻𝐻s unharmed. Shrapnel fell from above, harmlessly bouncing off the sonic barrier, unable to penetrate it. Through the haze of smoke, the duplicates charged forward once more, unleashing a synchronized scream. The intensity of the sound shook the ground, powerful vibrations causing the robots to lose their balance. 2 2-pointers were sent reeling backward, colliding with a 3-pointer, while another three-pointer was propelled into a nearby wall, leaving sparks and dents in its wake. Several one-pointers were caught in the chaos, tumbling across the ground like debris in a storm. Breathing heavily, 𝗂𝗂𝐵 merged back together, taking a moment to catch his breath. He assessed the situation, thinking he had a good handle on things. Suddenly, a one-pointer aimed its arm at him, its barrel glowing ominously as it prepared to fire. 𝗂𝗂𝐵's eyes widened in alarm, too stunned to react in time. Just then, a massive three-pointer came crashing down, colliding with the one-pointer and pinning both robots beneath its weight. 𝗂𝗂𝐵 executed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the impact, his eyes scanning for his savior. He spotted Uraraka nearby, her hands raised. With a calm demeanor, she lowered her hands, and the now-weighted robots slammed into the ground with a final, resounding thud. 𝗂𝗂𝐵 let out a breath of relief, nodding gratefully toward her before refocusing on the battlefield. The exam was far from over. Ida confidently faced two-pointers, his kicks slicing through their frames with ease. His movements were fluid, showcasing his speed and 𝗕𝗫𝗄. However, from behind, a massive three-pointer emerged, its mechanical form casting a long shadow across the debris-strewn street. The machine locked onto Ida, launching a missile from its hidden compartment with a loud hiss. Ida's eyes widened as he saw the projectile racing toward him. A sharp, high-pitched sonic scream pierced the air before the missile could strike. The shockwave sent the missile spiraling off course, detonating harmlessly a few meters away. Ida glanced back to see 𝗂𝗂𝐵, one of the many scattered across the faux city. He nodded in appreciation before 𝗂𝗂𝐵 unleashed another blast, this one aimed directly at the three-pointer. The force of the sound ripped through the metallic shell, causing the machine's systems to crackle and fizzle before it collapsed into a heap of broken circuits. Across the city, various 𝗂𝗂𝐵s positioned themselves strategically. One of them glanced upward with narrowed eyes, assessing the situation as two-pointers and three-pointers clung to the sides of buildings, their robotic arms extending as if ready to strike. Their forms were intimidating, bodies crafted from cold steel, heads equipped with red sensor lights, constantly scanning for targets. The two-pointers had cylindrical arms ending in razor-sharp blades, while the three-pointers sported heavier artillery, their shoulder-mounted cannons humming as they prepared to fire. Some of the examinees struggled to fight back. A boy nearby cursed as his scale-like projectiles ricocheted harmlessly off the metal exteriors, expressing his frustration at their elevated positions. 𝗂𝗂𝐵 scratched his chin, deep in thought. He mused that if he were Heat Blast or Stinkfly, this would be easy, but as 𝗂𝗂𝐵, he needed to work with what he had. A smirk crept onto his face as an idea sparked. Without hesitation, 𝗂𝗂𝐵 duplicated himself, forming two more copies at his side. The trio grabbed each other's arms, spinning in place before launching one of them high into the air like a slingshot. As the airborne 𝗂𝗂𝐵 soared toward the cluster of two- and three-pointers, he angled himself downward and let out a sonic scream, shattering windows and disorienting the machines. On the ground, the other two 𝗂𝗂𝐵s added their own sonic blasts, the combined force propelling their airborne counterpart higher until he was eye level with the enemy. In mid-air, 𝗂𝗂𝐵 duplicated once more, multiplying into 15 identical versions of himself. The air filled with their sonic screams, an overwhelming barrage that sent the two-pointers sparking uncontrollably. Their red sensors dimmed as they short-circuited, plummeting toward the ground where they shattered upon impact. The three-pointers, though sturdier, faltered as the sound waves distorted their systems. A second barrage from the airborne 𝗂𝗂𝐵s caused them to explode, sending shards of metal raining down like confetti. Those watching from below stared in awe and horror at the scene unfolding above, their jaws slack as the 15 𝗂𝗂𝐵s hovered momentarily before merging back into one. As the remaining 𝗂𝗂𝐵 grabbed onto a nearby flagpole, he swung down gracefully, landing softly on the pavement. He encouraged his two counterparts still on the ground to go ahead, and they exchanged thumbs up before sprinting off, leaving the other examinees dumbstruck in their wake. The sound of 𝗂𝗂𝐵's sonic bursts echoed throughout the city, reverberating off the fake buildings. Everyone winced at the intensity, feeling the ground tremble beneath them. 𝗂𝗂𝐵 grinned as he balanced on the flagpole, muttering to himself that if each of his clones could at least score 20 points, he should pass without a problem. With a swift backflip, 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐫 propelled himself through a nearby window, landing inside a partially destroyed building. He remarked to himself that these robots were easier to take down than he had anticipated, noting that he hadn't needed to tap into All Might's power. Not that he could in this form, anyway. Every time he tried, he felt nothing. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled, followed by a dull explosion. Rushing to the window, 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐫 looked out and saw a boy hunched over and clutching his stomach, surrounded by an ominous circle of enemy robots. 1-pointers aimed their laser sights at him, 2-pointers brandished their bladed tails, and 3-pointers prepared their cannons. 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐫 didn't hesitate. He leaped through the wall, shattering the bricks around him, and surrounded the boy with a team of his duplicates. The robots immediately shifted their attention to the incoming 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐫s. Without a word, 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐫 dropped in front of the boy and covered his ears, urging him to do the same. The boy barely had time to react, shutting his eyes as a storm of sound erupted from the 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐫s. Sonic waves rampaged through the air, tearing through the robots with ease. The relentless force shattered them into fragments, their circuits sparking wildly before they disintegrated. As the noise subsided, the 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐫s merged back into one, standing tall with a satisfied smirk. At this rate, he thought to himself, he should be in good shape. However, his thoughts were interrupted as something hard hit the side of his head. He winced, rubbing the sore spot before looking down to see the remains of an eye from one of the destroyed robots. Confusion crossed his face as he looked around. Suddenly, a voice shouted at him, accusing him of stealing a kill, expressing annoyance that he had enough points already. 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐫 furrowed his brows, hearing quick footsteps running away, the faint rustle of clothing confirming his suspicions. An invisibility quirk, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the girl dashed through the city, her frustration palpable in her thoughts. She considered him a show-off and reflected on how she had underestimated him. As she continued running, she assessed her situation. He was already accumulating points, and with his sonic quirk, he could easily take out numerous opponents. She realized she needed to avoid him if she wanted any chance of passing the exam. 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐫, still puzzled, scratched his head in confusion, wondering what had just occurred. In the observation room, somewhere on campus, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The observers noted the promising talent among the new students, though only a select few would pass. They marveled at the diverse array of quirks and the proficiency displayed by many at such a young age. In a dimly lit room deep within the main building, over 50 monitors flickered to life, showcasing the actions of various individuals across all 7 zones. Most observers sat in a semicircle, their eyes glued to the screens, captivated by the unfolding drama. A hero clad in a sleek, space-themed costume remarked on the vast area, limited time frame, and intense competition that would bring out the best in the students. Another hero, dressed as an American cowboy, focused intently on a screen featuring a boy with purple hair, who seemed to be struggling in his pursuit of points. Nizu, seated in his imposing chair with a cup of steaming tea, noted the differences in how each student approached the exam based on their quirks. Some assessed situations from a distance, while others prioritized speed, racing from robot to secure points. A student with multiple arms surveyed the city from atop a building, while 𝗕𝗏 was a blur of motion, delivering powerful kicks that sent 1-point robots flying. Some students possessed generalist quirks, allowing them to adapt to various situations. One student emitted lasers, effortlessly dispatching the 1-pointers, leaving behind a trail of smoldering debris. Another voice highlighted a hunched blonde standing atop a mound of defeated villain bots, his body battered but determined. Suddenly, a sharp gasp broke the focused silence. Power Loader leaped from his chair, his voice filled with urgency as he exclaimed that over 60% of the robots in Center B had been destroyed, and the remains were barely salvageable. The room fell silent, tension crackling in the air. President Mike shrugged, suggesting that City B simply had the best fighters. 𝗵𝗃 insisted that the situation was far more serious, explaining that the majority of the examinees accounted for only 10% of the total 𝗵𝗏𝗏 defeats. One individual was single-handedly demolishing the drones, and the numbers indicated that this person would have to be a one-man army, showing no signs of slowing down. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the room as everyone turned their attention to 𝗵𝗃. Aizawa glanced at All Might, who was grinning widely. The atmosphere shifted as curiosity and concern filled the room. Aizawa asked if Midoriya was in Center B, his tone serious. The neutral judges looked at each other, unsure of who he meant, while only the 𝐸 staff recognized the name. One of the judges quickly pulled up Midoriya's file on the screen, and everyone leaned in, intrigued by his quirk. The judge read aloud in disbelief about Midoriya's ability to change his body into different forms, each with its own powers. The astonishment in the room grew as they realized the unprecedented nature of his abilities. Suddenly, the screen shifted to show 𝐒𝐻𝐻 releasing a powerful sonic blast that took out several three-pointers. All Might smirked, knowing he had no influence over which students would be accepted, but he could see the impressed expressions on the judges' faces. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was seen creating a wall of sound to protect another student from incoming attacks while another clone appeared behind the villain bots, unleashing a sonic blast that destroyed them. He was not only racking up points but also rescuing fellow examinees. One judge exclaimed in excitement, recognizing 𝗂𝗃𝗁's strategic use of clones to dominate the field. Midnight remarked on the thrill of watching him work, her enthusiasm evident as she noted his impressive skills. The atmosphere in the observation room was electric, filled with admiration for the young talents on display. With the efforts made in rescuing others and the points accumulated, All Might felt a swell of pride, recognizing that the boy had significantly surpassed the threshold. Nizu observed the situation, holding a glass container with a red button, pondering the implications of point deductions. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 expressed his confusion about the decision to implement such a measure, questioning the reasoning behind it. Toshinori, maintaining a serious demeanor, explained that facing a zero-pointer would result in losing all points, revealing how students handle tough decisions under pressure and how much they are willing to sacrifice. One of the 𝗂𝗃𝗁 clones celebrated their success, having just scored 35 points with a powerful sonic scream that sent a three-pointer crashing into a nearby two-pointer. Breathing and catching their breath, the clones speculated about their performance and the points they had earned. Suddenly, the ground trembled as 5 two-pointers charged in, their mechanical forms gleaming in the sunlight. 𝗂𝗃𝗁, determined, multiplied again, ready to confront the incoming threat. They unleashed a synchronized sonic blast that caused the two-pointers to collide, their limbs tangling as they fell in a heap of sparking metal. 𝗂𝗃𝗁, feeling the weight of exhaustion, considered merging with his clones for strength. He wondered how Uraraka was faring in the chaos. Present Mick's voice echoed through the arena, reminding everyone of the time left. Motivated, 𝗂𝗃𝗁 navigated through the wreckage, using a low sonic pulse to locate more enemies. He spotted his clones and shared their points, but before they could discuss further, 5 one-pointers appeared, their Gatling guns firing. Paintballs. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 ducked under the colorful barrage, and his clones multiplied again, surrounding the one-pointers. In unison, they unleashed another sonic blast, sending the smaller bots crashing into each other. Amidst the chaos, other examinees watched in disbelief, astonished by 𝗂𝗃𝗁's prowess. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, prompting panic among the remaining examinees. 𝗂𝗃𝗁, now merged back into one form, felt the vibrations beneath him and questioned the source. An enormous shadow loomed overhead, and as dust swirled, 8 glowing red lights emerged, revealing the towering zero-pointer, a formidable presence that seemed unstoppable. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 felt a rush of fear as the giant robot raised its fist high. The ground shook violently upon impact, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into a building. Despite the force of the blow, he groaned, grateful for his durability. As the dust settled, the other examinees, who had witnessed his earlier triumphs, stood in shock before fleeing in panic. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 struggled to his feet, reaching for the Omnitrix dial. In a flash of green light, he transformed back into Izuku, wincing in pain. Amid the chaos, some examinees began to confess their secrets in a flurry of panic, but Izuku, confused, turned his focus back to the towering zero-pointer. The robot loomed over the street, its massive form casting a shadow over everything. Despite its intimidating presence, Izuku realized it wasn't worth any points and that he didn't have to engage it. With the clock ticking down, he considered searching for more bots to earn points. Just then, he heard a familiar voice cry out in distress. Izuku's attention snapped to the sound, and as the dust cleared, he saw 𝐒𝐻𝐢 trapped under a pile of debris, her legs pinned beneath heavy rubble. Ochako was beside her, sweating and straining to use her quirk to lift the heavy debris, her face pale with exhaustion. Izuku's heart raced as he assessed the situation. The massive zero-pointer cast a dark shadow over the two girls, its enormous fist poised to strike. Without hesitation, green electricity crackled around him, surging up his limbs like a storm. His muscles tensed, and he dashed toward the towering machine, a blur of green lightning. Ida watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend Izuku's reckless decision. He realized that Izuku was not just targeting the zero-pointer but the trapped examinees beneath its shadow. Ochako struggled to remove the rubble, her hands trembling with urgency. She urged herself to be faster, desperate to escape. Tsuyu winced, attempting to push the wreckage off her legs. She reassured Ochako that she would be fine and urged her to go on without worrying. But Ochako refused to leave her behind, her voice trembling as the zero-pointer's massive fist loomed above them, the air vibrating with the weight of the machine. The two girls braced themselves for the worst. Just as the fist began to descend, a blinding green flash erupted from behind them. The temperature soared, and the air became hot and dry. Ochako opened her eyes to see a wall of emerald flames had formed between them and the zero-pointer's fist, halting its colossal arm mid-air. The flames blazed brightly for a moment before dissipating, revealing the zero-pointer's hand, now completely melted, its mechanical innards exposed and sparking. Onlookers were frozen in awe, heads turning to witness the source of the flames. Hovering in the air, smoke rising from his hands, was 𝗵𝗄𝗏, Izuku's latest transformation. His molten skin glowed as he floated above the battlefield, flames dancing around him. Ochako called out in concern, warning him about the points he would lose. 𝗵𝗄𝗏 urged her not to worry about him and to focus on getting Tsuyu to safety, declaring that he would handle the machine. As 𝗵𝗄𝗏 faced the zero-pointer, the size difference became painfully evident. At just 190 centimeters tall, he barely reached the height of the zero-pointer's ankle, which towered over him like a skyscraper. With a fierce burst of flame, 𝗵𝗄𝗏 launched himself at the zero-pointer, igniting his hands to create fiery discs that he hurled at the machine's legs. The discs struck the zero-pointer's thick green metal, causing it to groan under the impact and stumble slightly. Examinees watched in disbelief as 𝗵𝗄𝗏 confronted the massive machine. One student whispered in shock, realizing that he was sacrificing his chances at you, just to save his friends. As 𝗵𝗄𝗏 continued his assault, the zero-pointer, despite losing its hand, raised its other massive fist. The machine moved with deliberate power, each motion sending shockwaves through the ground. It swung down with terrifying force, aiming to crush 𝗵𝗄𝗏. 𝗵𝗄𝗏 countered with another surge of emerald flames, blasting upward as the fist descended. The flames collided with the zero-pointer's fist, but the sheer size of the machine pushed through the fire, creating a shockwave that rattled nearby buildings. Another student whispered in awe, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The zero-pointer's massive fist tore through the air, moving deceptively fast for a machine of its size. 𝗵𝗄𝗏 darted out of the way, a blur of flame, as the robot's hand smashed into the ground where he had just been. The impact sent cracks spiderwebbing across the battlefield, debris flying in all directions. Without missing a beat, 𝗵𝗄𝗏 retaliated, his hands glowing white-hot as he unleashed a torrent of emerald flames directly at the zero-pointer's head. The fiery blast surged toward the robot's glowing red eye, burning hotter than anything imaginable. It connected with a deafening roar, punching through the mechanical eye and causing molten metal to drip down its face. The zero-pointer staggered back, but its reaction was swift. It swiped at Heat Blast as if he were an insect, its gigantic arm casting a shadow over him. Heat Blast barely managed to dodge the titanic swing, the rush of wind from the zero-pointer's swipe nearly knocking him out of the air. But he was undeterred, flames trailing behind him as he surged forward again, launching another searing jet of fire at the towering machine. This time, the robot seemed ready. It powered through the flames, the fire harmlessly liking off its thick metal plating, and in an instant, the zero-pointer struck back. The robot's fist connected with Heat Blast midair, sending him crashing through the side of a building. The concrete crumbled, debris exploding outward as Heat Blast disappeared into the wreckage. The gathered examinees gasped in horror, watching as smoke and rubble filled the air. For a moment, it seemed the battle was over. But then, from within the destroyed building, a fiery glow erupted. Like a rocket igniting, Heat Blast blasted back into the sky, his flames flaring even brighter. His face twisted with determination as he shot toward the zero-pointer, dodging another massive hand swipe. He realized he was running out of time, knowing that if he didn't destroy the machine in one shot, he would lose his chance to reclaim his points. The other examinees stood frozen, captivated by the fiery alien as he fought the colossal machine. Every movement was like a dance, Heat Blast dodging and weaving between the zero-pointer's strikes with pinpoint precision. The ground quaked beneath their feet with each clash, dust rising into the air with every missed blow. Heat Blast saw his chance and blasted toward the zero-pointer's knee joint, flames trailing behind him as he prepared to unleash a concentrated burst of fire. The fire surged through the joint, and the massive machine emitted a screeching sound, its movements faltering as the joint melted under the intense heat. However, the victory was fleeting. The zero-pointer retaliated, its hand swiping toward Heat Blast unexpectedly. The giant hand crashed into another building, sending debris cascading down. Heat Blast's eyes widened as he realized the falling rubble threatened the nearby examinees. With determination, he unleashed a torrent of fire, disintegrating the debris before it could cause harm. He hovered midair, his chest heaving with effort, urging himself to act. If there was ever a moment to 𝐒𝐻 for all with his alien abilities, it was now. In the distance, Ochako had finally managed to free Tsuyu, pulling her from the wreckage. Her heart raced as she looked up, wide-eyed at the impending clash between Heat Blast and the zero-pointer. The machine's fist swung toward Heat Blast, the sheer force of the wind pressure shattering windows as it descended like a falling meteor. Heat Blast closed his eyes, desperately trying to summon one for all. He focused, his heart pounding. As the zero-pointer's fist rushed toward him, he dodged at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. He believed in himself, fire roaring around him, and his eyes snapped open as he turned toward the zero-pointer, clenching his fist. He felt it, the raw power of one for all surged through him, red energy across his fiery form. His flames flared brighter, and a massive heat wave radiated from his core, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Izuku felt a grin spread across his face as he embraced the power of one for all. His arm began to glow, red lines snaking across his body as he concentrated the energy into his fist. Flames danced around him, swirling into a vortex of molten fire. The air shimmered from the heat, and paint peeled off nearby buildings. He reeled his arm back, the intense heat melting the zero-pointer's exterior as he prepared for the decisive strike. From the observation room, All Might stood up, a proud smile spreading across his face as he watched Izuku. He felt a surge of excitement, recognizing the most important quality of a hero. Heat Blast roared, propelling himself forward like a comet, his arm glowing brighter until it resembled a star in the night sky. The zero-pointer loomed over him, but Heat Blast was relentless, charging toward it at an astonishing speed. The air warped around him from the heat, and the ground trembled beneath his power. His fist connected with the zero-pointer's head, creating a cataclysmic explosion of fire and force. The impact was tremendous, unleashing a massive inferno from the point of contact. The shockwave flattened everything around them, buildings shook, and windows shattered for miles. It felt as if a small sun had ignited at the center of the battlefield, the heat wave pushing back everyone nearby. The force of the punch tore through the zero-pointer's head, melting half of its face into molten slag. The top half of the robot crumbled, collapsing into a heap of molten metal and broken machinery. From other testing grounds, the immense heat could be felt. In Testing Center C, a blond boy with a tail for eyes halted mid-strike as an intense wave of heat washed over him, the air igniting and searing his skin. He muttered in disbelief, feeling as if he were standing in a furnace. In the observation room, the judges and staff watched in stunned silence, marveling at Izuku's power. One judge gasped, recognizing that he had tapped into one for all. Another nodded, wiping sweat from his face, acknowledging that he had not only taken down the zero-pointer but had melted half of it away. Jiryu in Testing Ground D felt the familiar warmth and looked up in surprise, questioning what Green was doing. Bakugo, in his own trial, ignored the heat wave, though a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Back on the battlefield, the other examinees stood in awe, stunned by the display of power. One student trembled, comparing Heat Blast's firepower to that of Endeavor. Another whispered, questioning who this kid was. In Center B, the destruction began to settle. The inferno around Heat Blast's fist dimmed as he hovered above the battlefield, glancing at his arm, curious about the residual heat. The melted remains of the zero-pointer sizzled as the crowd stared in stunned silence. One of the students whispered in awe about how he had melted half of its head off. Another boy trembled, expressing disbelief that he was stronger than Endeavor. The other examinees nodded, still reeling from the display of power. A girl murmured, captivated by the destruction left behind, comparing him to Endeavor but even more intimidating. Heat Blast noted that he had used 25% of his power, yet his arm felt unscathed. Confusion arose as the Omnitrix module on his chest beeped, blinking red. Izuku, surprised, fell from the sky, letting out a startled cry. Nizu commented on Toshinori's impressive student, grinning as he wiped away a few tears. Aizawa rolled his eyes, questioning how Izuku would land. Toshinori turned pale in shock, realizing the precarious situation. Midoriya, filled with questions, wondered why he felt fine yet had timed out, noting that the Omnitrix usually beeped green. The pressing question remained, how would he land? He noticed his arm was intact, and while he could push his limits, a small black patch was forming, barely noticeable. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his cheek and turned to see Uraraka, wrapped in a tongue, looking at him with concern. She scolded him, tears in her eyes, before another girl who had wrapped her tongue around them gently set them down. Present Mick's voice rang through the air, announcing that time was up. As despair settled in Izuku's stomach, he felt immense pain. Uraraka asked if he was okay, and he nodded, thanking her for saving him. However, the girl's face turned green, and she began to feel unwell, pleading with him not to look as she struggled to regain her composure. Izuku turned his gaze away, aware that Ochako disliked witnessing her own discomfort. The knowledge that he was watching made her feel uneasy as she struggled. Suddenly, his arm felt weak and unresponsive, leaving him bewildered. Nearby, several other examinees approached but maintained a cautious distance, astonished by the destruction he had caused with a single punch. The sheer force that had obliterated a zero-pointer robot was remarkable. One observer remarked on the incredible display of power, while another questioned how someone so timid could possess such a formidable quirk. A boy with glasses watched from afar as Recovery Girl, the school nurse, approached to tend to the injured boy. He reflected on Izuku's selflessness in risking everything to save others, realizing that time was running out for him. Despite his worries, Izuku had leaped into action without hesitation. He thought to himself that if this had not been an exam, he would have acted the same way. Then it struck him that the judges had witnessed his actions. As he pondered this, the candidates noticed Recovery Girl walking toward them. She praised their efforts, calling them heroes and offering them gummies as a reward. As she approached Izuku, the blonde-haired student observed her with admiration, recognizing her as the heart of you. Recovery Girl's expression shifted to concern as she examined Izuku's injuries, which were far from ordinary. Gently kissed the back of his head, and as everyone watched, his arm returned to normal. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he felt on the brink of collapsing. Recovery Girl noted his exhaustion, realizing he could barely stand. One candidate awkwardly inquired about her actions, to which another explained that they were witnessing the school nurse at work. Her quirk allowed her to heal injuries at an incredible rate, making her essential for the rigorous exams at 𝐒𝐻𝐢. The glowing light of her healing power faded, leaving Izuku feeling revitalized. The boy with glasses contemplated the situation and called for Izuku to come over for a checkup. Midoriya nodded, and everyone watched as the nurse led him away. Uraraka felt a pang of guilt but was reassured by a hand on her shoulder from the blonde boy. He remarked on Izuku's sacrifice for her, suggesting that it indicated his deep feelings. Uraraka's face flushed, and she realized the truth in his words. Meanwhile, Kendo was searching for Uraraka and noticed her distressed expression. Upon asking about Izuku, Uraraka's mournful response caused Kendo to pause. She had been worried about the boy with green hair and freckles. Kendo recalled the intense heat wave that had swept through during the exam, which had originated from Izuku's overwhelming power as he took on the robots. Uraraka expressed her frustration that Izuku had risked everything to save them, including those who had doubted him. She confronted Kendo about the reckless comments made regarding Izuku's bravery, emphasizing that he had acted selflessly for others. As the tension rose, a boy with black hair and silver streaks shed tears, moved by the display of courage he had witnessed. Another boy scoffed at Izuku's actions, claiming he should have known better than to charge forward. Uraraka glared at him, defending Izuku's choices before turning away to speak with a teacher, followed by the frog girl who decided to accompany her.